guys, you know what time it is. It's your boy David at the Irish Hotspur, Ireland's #1 Spurs fan, bringing you the Tottenham fan phone-in show. And as you know, the World Cup is over, the Premier League is back, and that means one thing only: Tottenham Hotspur are back. The greatest club in the world are back in action. What is crack-a-lacking? Let's see how we get on now between now and the rest of the season. Still in fourth. Chance in January transfer window to maybe bring in a couple of players, a bit of quality players to help push us on. We got plenty to talk about today, guys. We've got the friendly on Wednesday. What do you want to see? You know, the game against Brentford at the weekend. It's also, what else is there? Paratici, you know, Kenny Ripley, last January's masterclass.
His favorite month.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think Spurs need in this transfer window? Plus, Shawnee put out a great video about it earlier. Plus, I think Football London are just after reporting on it as well, about that 50 million. That still needs to be drawn down from the investment that was put in the summer. 13 days left to do so to draw it down. Will Spurs draw it down and put it into the transfer market, or will they keep it in their coffers? So lots of things to talk about, Jacko.
Yeah, so many things to talk about. And it feels good just to be back, you know, with the Spurs, and no more World Cup distractions, no more excuses for people. They have to be focused on Spurs again. Now is the time to start looking at Spurs and see maybe how we can finish off the rest of this season on a high note, because we did kind of go into this World Cup break, take yourself back into kind of thinking that we had wanted this World Cup break. We were looking forward to this World Cup break because of how things were kind of ending off in the tail end of that first part of the season. But now after this sort of break, now that we've been given a bit of a refresh, kind of some time away from Spurs, I'm really excited to see us get started again. I know Conte is very excited to get started again. So many things to talk about, like you said, Dave. We'll see maybe whether those news about the Conte contract will come up again, especially over this holiday period. Maybe that might be a certain gift that who knows, the club might try to put in a little nice bow and present, maybe for the Tottenham fan base, an Antonio Conte contract. Paratici, his favorite month. Can he repeat the masterclass of last season? Remember, in last season, not only did he bring in the likes of Bentancur and brought in Kulusevski, Dave, but he also got rid of Tanguy. He got rid of Dele Alli. He got rid of Gio Lo Celso. Was able to ship off a lot of players that were distractions, I thought, actually, at the time, from the camaraderie, from all the kind of the cohesiveness of that squad. And I feel like Paratici, he has a lot of work and kind of similar work to what he did last season, whereas last season he had to ship off a lot of players. I think that's somewhat similar here too, in order to bring in those center backs that I know you want, Dave. He's going to have to get rid of a Sanchez or a Tanganga, if not both. Similar situation with the right wing backs there. Maybe people want to talk about, you know, whether he can actually repeat some of his excellent work from last season, or maybe he might actually fall flat on his face. Maybe some of the distractions from the investigations and whatnot maybe might play a toll on it. You never know. So I'm excited to see what people have to say. Just excited to see Spurs come back, Dave. And yeah, so many good things to talk about. And I feel like I'm even missing some at the moment as well.
100%. And just on that January window, I mean, look, Jack, I don't want to hear we don't sign players in January. I don't want to hear any criticisms of Paratici beyond what we're talking about in last January. At the end of the day, you've got to admit the club got last January absolutely spot on with the deal in Scottish Champions League, allowed us to act early last summer. So, you know, it's can Paratici do it again? It's a big question. It's going to be hard. You've got to, I'm sure people are going to come on and have a conversation about this. You know, it's going to be hard to find two players like Bentancur and Kulu who come in and make the impact that they've had. Some would probably argue, Jack, that the impact they've had is because the players they were replacing, I mean, were non-existent, so they look that good. So, you know, can we repeat that again this January? It's a very, very interesting topic. But look, we've got loads to talk about, absolutely loads. It is great to be back. Plenty of content coming your way this week as well. And we will have the podcast out for you tomorrow morning, recorded today with Shawnee, absolute banger. So make sure you get on that tomorrow morning. I've also got 2 top 5 shows coming for you guys, where basically myself, Jack, and 2 other panelists. It's only going to be a bit of short form content, no longer than 20 minutes. And basically what we're going through is Tottenham's 5 best signings, Tottenham's 5 worst signings. I create the list. Basically, the way it's going to go is every week I'll put out 2 things, top 5s. I want everyone to get their suggestions in. It'll be on the community. It'll be all over socials, community section here. Get your suggestions in. Out of all of them, I'll pick the 5. And then we'll all come up with our own list, everybody on the panel, on the order we rank them. And then basically we all have to come together to try and find a ranking together, which I doubt it's going to happen. And basically, you guys then can just cane me in the comments on why is this player in there, why is that not player there, this, that, and the other. So, look, I'm hoping to, I'm not going to say I'm going to get involved, but hopefully we'll have some good panelists for it. So make sure you check out that. We'll also be putting out some pre-recorded content Christmas Eve and Christmas Day for you guys if anyone's looking for content over there. Even though you should be spending time with your family, but I'll allow it if you want to watch us, no problem. And then we'll be back with a watch along for the Brentford game on St. Stephen's Day, Boxing Day, whatever you want to call it around the world. So plenty of content coming your way. Basically,
we're back,
what
baby.
I'm telling you is your favorite two duo, your favorite panelist, your favorite channel. We're back full time, baby, and it's only going to get better than where we left off.
Good to be back, Dave. It's just good to be back. And I'm excited to kind of get back into the grind of things, that regular schedule that we were underway in October. It's good to just be back talking Spurs on a more regular basis here. But let's get to the comments, see what people have to say here, Dave, in the Harris Army. Already 66 people in the house. Do hit that like button, everybody, if you are enjoying these fan shows. We've got Dermot here. We'll be speaking to him later. He says, ladies and gentlemen, live from Kildare, Ireland, and Brooklyn, New York, Seattle this time, Dermo. And he says, the time has come, Conte, to ready the players. Are you ready? So there's one thing left to say. Let's get this fan show started. Big up, Dermo. Spursy Spurs, Cudi Romero, rock at the back for Argentina. But there's a difference between being with Martinez or Otamendi and being at the back with Davies or Dyer. Maybe that's all Romero needed, was just a better partner, just a better sort of, someone to trust, really. Maybe that's what's also happened this season, is Romero has probably lost some trust in some of his fellow defenders there, which has made him maybe look a bit worse. I'm excited to see how Cudi Romero carries on that momentum from the World Cup. Is he going to come back to Spurs with a vengeance, maybe prove some people wrong? Or is he going to maybe, who knows, relax a little bit after kind of that World Cup? We'll see. And also, if you have opinions on Romero, any strong opinions, feel free to come on and have your say. Brian Maguire, selling Brian Hill is a big mistake. He hasn't been given much game time. I'm not aware if we're selling him. I feel like what the case is that we're probably going to put him out on loan yet again, Dave. I doubt we're going to sell him, though.
Look, I think if a club comes in with basically what we paid minus the Lamela fee added on, I think Tottenham would probably look at it, being honest. I'm not sure Conte fancies him. For me, I think it will be a big mistake. I think this guy's got a big future in the game. But at the same time, we're kind of at a point, if it's not working out, it's not working out. We can't afford to carry passengers. Look, if you're going to carry anyone, you'd like to think you're going to carry a guy that has Messi-like ability. For me, I would like to loan him out. I would like to keep him around. But, Messi's not got too long left. He needs someone to pass the torch over to. So why not be Howard Wolowitz, in my opinion? I would love to keep him around. I don't think it makes much sense to sell him. I think we've identified a good talent around Europe. And for me, I would like to see us develop him, because I can see him playing anywhere across the front three, not striker, but what I mean is left, right, or cam. I can see him sort of being able to play there in the future. So for me, I think we just got to relax on this one.
Definitely. Big up, Brian. You absolute legend. Good to see Mick is in here as well. Always good to see you, my friend. Adrian Schroka, the absolute legend. Adrian is. Good evening, all. Big up, Adrian. Duncan Rathband is in the house. Yo, come on, Usberg. Big up, Duncan. We also have Israel Uncovered. Amir Sardar, the absolute legend. Big up, everyone. Hopefully you're keeping well, Amir, and you're doing great work over with the boys on We Are Taunton TV, my man. Chris saying, big up, David and Jack. Sorry, can't make the fan show tonight. Stuck at work. We'll make appearances again soon. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, you Harris Army. Don't need to apologize, Chris, but I can tell maybe it's probably just been, kind of the news of late, and also as well, maybe some of the Winks accusations that you've been given recently, Chris. It's just a dangerous time for Chris to come on, Dave. He's just been called a Winks lover. He's been called a Sanchez lover, a Dyer lover. Chris is maybe just, just trying to take himself out of the heat maybe for a little bit until Spurs are back. Big up, Chris.
No, big up, Chris. But look, the nightmare could be returning.
Definitely could.
Sorry,
be.
Weeks,
Definitely
by
could.
The way.
Phil is in the house. Good to see you. Big up to you both. Looking forward to getting back to the watch and the Spurs. Asked for a ticket for the Spurs for Christmas. Asked for a few players for Spurs as well. Wishful thinking, though. Come on, you Spurs. What's wishful thinking? Asking for the ticket or asking for the players, Phil? Let me know, my man. But hopefully Paratici has heard your calls this Christmas, and he's going to treat you with a few players maybe in the stocking come Christmas morning. Maybe even an Antonio Conte contract signing as a Christmas present for you there, Phil.
Might get the whole lot, Jack. Could have been good boys this year. We might get Kane contract, Conte contract, and a centre back, right wing back, and probably another player in the forward there. Might get the whole suite. We've been good this year.
Big up, Phil. Patty Higgins, back to proper football. Like I said, my favorite World Cup game was us against the likes of who did we have? I'm already forgetting the team that we played, but the Scottish team, Motherwell. That was my favorite World Cup game. Patty Higgins, that was my favorite World Cup game. Seeing the boys and the beautiful kits taking on Motherwell. Tequila 316, big up Flat Cap and the Irish. Messi better than Ronaldo. Thank God for that. The GOAT has been established. The GOAT has been certified. Tequila, to bottom Duda, the absolute legend himself, is in the house. Big up everyone and the chat. Good to see you, to bottom Duda, and hopefully you're keeping well, my friend. R Green 216, always good to see you. Faz Radfar, big up guys. Big up guys. Great to get back to our normal football chats. Missed it big time. Me too, Faz. And it's just good to be back sort of on a regular schedule of some sort. And it's a bit strange actually to be sort of kind of returning back to football like as the holidays approach. It is kind of strange, but nonetheless, look forward to getting more content out of us, Faz. And we definitely owe it to you guys. You guys have been very patient, waiting for us to come back with a bit more kind of regular stuff. And we promise we'll try to make it up to you guys for kind of a, maybe not as regular of a schedule as usually, we're known for. Big up, Faz. Really appreciate your support, my man. Paul G, evening all. Hope you're all well. Good to see you, Paul. Hopefully it's all good. Frangu is in the house. Anyone going to the Nice game? Not us, but we're doing a watch along for it, Frangu, in case you're looking for somebody to watch it with. Big up George Hill. Big up, lads. The day I'll trust Lloris again is the day I see him not make brain dead mistakes in a Spurs shirt and not shit with a baguette rooster crest. So happy for Cootie. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, you Harris Army. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. George, that's also something we didn't even bring up yet that I think needs to be spoken about is, do you have strong opinions on Hugo? Come on and have your say, because I feel like I'm losing faith every single week with Hugo. I'm probably actually one that might be a bit more on the, let's say, more negative side actually of Hugo right now. I really don't have a lot of confidence in him. So maybe you can try to, yeah, in a way, kind of, I'm starting to reach down that stand. I'm really starting to buy into the Forster hype. At least I want there to be more of a chance for Forster to maybe prove that he can actually be a decent keeper for the rest of the season. I just want something solid. So anybody feel free, come on and tell me, why I'm probably wrong or why I should keep the faith in Hugo, or maybe join me in the Hugo out campaign right now. Big up, Georgie. Paro Miguel Escobardo, Vamos, Argentina. Big up, Paro. Big congratulations to you as well as I think to bottom Duda is a big Argentina fan, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So good for them actually getting those wins there, getting the World Cup back to the land of Argentina. Patty Higgins didn't like Romero's foul on Hugo. We had two players on the park, couldn't be more distance between them, and he lays one on Hugo. Bad Cootie, still love him, really. Man's a beast. What did you make of that, Dave? That kind of, cheeky elbow that Cootie Romero threw into Hugo.
Just signified to me that we signed a winner and he'll win at all costs. It's for me, I don't mind it, Jack. At the end of the day, you go away in international duty, you don't care who your teammate is at club level. You're representing your country, and if they're against you, they're against you. Smash the living shit out of them. Shouldn't be protected because he's in goals for Tottenham. Plus, if I'm Romero, I'm probably shattering him because some of the sloppy passes he's given away, some of the times, some of the mistakes he's made. Take that. Wake up a little bit. For me, I absolutely love it.
Yeah. Definitely. Patty Higgins, good to see you in here. Derek Smith, good evening all. 1 week to go. Definitely 1 week to go, Derek, and you're going to be seeing the content coming in more regularly. Bottle FC, Cootie said there's no teammates or friends at the World Cup. That's why he has the mentality. If you don't like it, get out. Completely agree. We've signed a winner, like Dave said, only in Ohio. Let's go Argentina. Big up Ohio and everybody out there. Ohio Spurs fans. Rico is in the house. We also have Patty Harnett, good to see you, Patty. We also shout you out on the Twitter, my man. You've been doing great on the socials, and you've been very big help to us up on the podcast, Patty. You're a very, very good man. Says good evening to you, beautiful people. No talk of Dyer tonight, please. It's boring at this stage.
Yeah, look, Paddy, I agree. It is boring. I don't want to hear any talk of it, but potentially it might crop up when we talk about the January transfer window. It's just the nature of the game. If Dyer doesn't want to be talked about, put in better performances. I get it's being played out and played out and played out, but at the end of the day, it's a serious issue that needs to be addressed. But yeah, look, I don't want any of this coming on. But let's slow on Dyer at 28. He's a fantastic centre back. Or Dave, you're too mean. I don't care. None of this. If we're going to have a serious conversation, let's just not drill into Dyer, but let's also talk about maybe that centre back that we need. What attributes does the centre back that we need coming in here to replace him need that maybe Dyer doesn't have? Let's maybe do it in a different way, Paddy.
Yeah, in a kind of a productive sort of manner. Yeah, absolutely right. Watch along on Wednesday, lads. Absolutely right, Patty. You'll be finding us on Wednesday. Good up, big up, Juicy. Hopefully you're keeping well. Welcome back, Dave. I love you, Juicy. Very much in love with the Davo.
Big
Like to
up,
see it.
Juicy. Juicy
Adam,
Couture. Juicy Couture.
I think also Chris as well, saying he's working from home, I believe, Chris. So apparently he actually might pop on. So, and he's also said, maybe I've had a little bit too much of the survey. Said, not yet, actually, Chris. I'm actually on the Seattle time zone. So it's still a few more hours, I would say, until the survey says will be consumed. But don't you worry. It's actually just a horrible opinion of mine. I'm actually just on the coffee, Chris. It's just the straight real Jack right now. Big up, my man. And if you want to pop on and call me out, Chris, feel free to do so. Yeah, I'm trying to tempt you on here. I do it to Phil all the time as well. I try to drag Phil on even when he's busy. Big up, Chris. Hopefully you're keeping well. We also have Jake up in the house. Big up you too. Hope you're all well for the holidays. Hopefully you're keeping well down in Texas as well. Jacob, you're absolute legend. Shamu is in the house. Some confidence in Napoli taking Ndombele, but they will prompt try and take the price down from 30 million. I think 30 million is the set price from Daniel Levy. Pretty sure he doesn't budge on that kind of stuff, I would imagine. So they're going to have to find a way to pay for it. And he's also played, you could say, I think he's been a bit overhyped in Ndombele this season. I think there have been plenty of other players at Napoli that have had great seasons, and maybe he's sort of kind of just benefited from being around other great players this season. But he has played well enough to probably get a move somewhere. Like he probably will get some suitors, I think, from somebody, at least maybe in the Serie A. There might be some teams that have probably been quite impressed with maybe what he has been able to do. So at least it's, we can say he might get us some money back in some sense or another, but that definitely won't make up for it, Shamu. But big up, my man. Hopefully you're keeping well. Scooter reacts as well. Good to see you. Big up from New Zealand. Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Scooter. Hopefully all is well. Nomad, I want 100% from Romero. Injured before the World Cup. Convenient. I feel like, again, anybody who has strong opinions on Romero, come on and have your say. Do you expect Romero to kind of prove everybody wrong and come at, the rest of the season with a real vengeance, with some real energy? Or do you expect Romero to kind of, let's say, kick off the shoes a bit, relax a bit too much after that World Cup? Let us know, everybody, if you have faith in Romero or not. Good to see Joseph as well in here. You absolute legend. Main conversation, what center backs are we getting? Exactly right.
Maguire is available. Look, I think there's some definitely pros to bringing in someone like Maguire. Let me know what you guys think. I mean, me and Shawnee are sort of on this bandwagon a little. Hear me out before you shut me down, of course. What I will say is he's good in the air. He's very good in the air. He's going to get you goals up at the other end. It's a wet dream for GOVO. He can probably organise another 4,000 set-piece routines around him. But most importantly, where we lack in the box is an aerial presence, someone that deals with crosses coming to the box, corner kicks, free kicks. Teams expose us that way, long balls. We can't deal with them. Someone like Mallet ahead, he'll be straight on it, gone. I think he's better on the ball than Dyer as well. But here's the problem. Similar mobility to Dyer. I think he's probably reads the game. Actually, maybe not. Maybe he doesn't read the game better than Dyer either. But I think there's definitely pros too, and I think it solves an issue because it's an outstanding issue that's been there since Jose Mourinho was in charge. You can't deal with any sort of crosses, set pieces, aerial abilities, or we don't have that aerial presence in our own box. So for me, I wouldn't be so quick to shut it down. Is it a long-term answer? I mean, it's a dicey one. I think it's a risk, but, people say, oh, well, look what Conte got out of Dyer, Well, look what he could do with Maguire. Can he get him back to the player he was at Leicester? Who knows? So there's my thoughts on that. But, there's also loads of players with Pedro Porro, Amrabat, who looks like now Liverpool are in for. I've seen Spurs like Makoko. The young guy at Borussia Dortmund, I mean, who doesn't? I think that's a nothing rumour, me personally. Who did I say? Pedro Porro was linked as well, and there's one other player today as well. Malinowski is still hanging around there. So, guys, get on, have your say. And, people that have the channel memberships, the link is up in the community section for you guys. Simply click on that. Come on in here. Have your say on all things Tottenham. If you don't have a membership, I would suggest joining the cult. Grab a membership, be a part of the community. You get to put in topics for the podcast. Loads of get links to all these fan shows. We do fan shows after games, not this game or the Boxing Day, but after that we will be. So it works out something like 12 fan shows a month, 16 fan shows a month for $4.99. So it's an absolute bargain. And the whole idea is to have every single one of you guys with them channel badges beside your name, really set a standard, impress so many people that when they do come in and have a look around, they see everybody with channel memberships beside their name, and it really helps us out. So guys, why not do it? It's cheaper than Netflix, who haven't put anything up decent in ages, cheaper than Amazon, who haven't released a good documentary in quite a while. So why not, guys?
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. But I think we're going to get started here, everybody, on our first guest of the evening. It is going to be Brad Matthews. If you haven't already, everybody, smash that like button, get your comments in. We're going to bring them up on screen. If you do want to ask Brad anything, or if you do want to skip the queue, feel free to throw it in as a super chat, especially if you feel like there is something pressing that needs to be asked, either myself or Brad or Dave here. Feel free to do so. But let's get them on, Dave.
While Guitar Strings is coming on, everybody, if you want your question put to Brad, you can do that in a super chat. Feel free. No Christmas time. So, obviously there's people that can't, so do not worry about that. But all I ask you to do is put your question in the chat, followed by hashtag Ask Brad. Let's go.
There you go. Hashtag Ask Brad. Let's bring him on here. Brad, how we doing?
I'm doing well, thanks. Yeah, sort of recovering after that World Cup final yesterday. And, it's back to normal now, isn't it? It's back to... It's still, to me, it still seems strange that the World Cup's finished and we're not looking at pre-season, and pre-season friendlies and this sort of thing. It's just really, really weird. And I hope they never, ever have a World Cup in the winter ever again.
Yeah. I must say, it feels weird, the schedule right now, because it's also strange right now, Brad, to be sort of like starting off the season again, and like it's the middle of the holidays. Like this is usually the period, right, where we're often playing like games every 3 days. Usually December is the very sort of congested fixture schedule. Then they kind of get given, if I'm not mistaken, a bit of an easier kind of path after December. Usually you're not playing nearly as much and whatnot, but it's actually quite different this time around, where we're actually back into another very thick schedule of games as soon as we return. And that's also something to consider, is that it's just a very different season. It's a very different schedule than
the only advantage I think we could have out of it is the fact that we're all starting on a clean slate again. So Arsenal, I think I said this last week, momentum's very, very important in all sports for that matter. And then they had all the momentum. They were doing so well, right at the top of the league. Yeah. And they've got to start all over again, and without their top forwards. So I think there's an advantage there for us.
Definitely.
And I've just started feeling more confident again. I know it's easy when there's no Spurs playing. You tend to forget what was happening before, but I just think Conte is such a professional manager, such a good manager, that I'm sure he's used this time for good things, to get into training, coach some of the things that he wants to coach some of the other players that maybe not have picked it up, that sort of thing. And we've had players that have had at least a week's rest from the World Cup. So yeah,
and people like Kulusevski that are probably like wishing that they could flash forward like a week ahead, like he's desperate to probably play. And so there's that too.
Be interesting to see what team they put out against Nice on Wednesday. I'm presuming, I think Kane was back at training today, wasn't he? Because it's normally a week after. They all had a week off. So we're probably only going to be without, well, obviously Richarlison because he's injured, but we're going to be without Lloris and Romero, I think, for the Brentford game. Okay. So I think they will be back at training presumably on that Monday, where the game's on anyway. So I would happen to say, I'd say that we won't be seeing them for a couple of weeks.
No, Romero might take up a bit of drinking after all for the Brentford game, to be honest with you, Brad. That back line probably consists of Sanchez, Dyer, and probably Langley or Davies. Langley, if we're lucky, to be honest, if my Christmas wish comes true. But, Brad, I mean, do you think that Conte would have... Look, things didn't go so well over the month of maybe, October. Didn't really go so well. Some really dross performances in there. Sort of just sauntered over the line or barely got over the line before the World Cup. Do you think Conte would have addressed any issues behind the scenes? Do you think he would have maybe come up with a new formation, maybe looking at playing different players in different positions? And do you think we'll see that out of the ordinary of what we've seen before?
I certainly think he would have been trying. I think if we saw anyone that saw the Motherwell game, and I believe also the report I read on the Peterborough game, he played that same sort of formation with Harvey White, as the false nine. Now, I'm not saying he's going to go with a false nine, but he's certainly trying out new things. That's why I think it'd be very interesting what the lineup is on Wednesday. He won't have Richarlison for about 5 or 6 weeks, but then again, we didn't have Richarlison before the World Cup, so there's no real change there. I like to think that break they've had, look, this is a winner. This guy's won things. He's not gonna look at our results and think, oh, we conceded 3 goals against Leeds. What the hell? Who cares?
Yeah.
No, I'm sure he's going to be thinking, right, we ain't having that happening again. Because
let me ask you this, Brad. Let me ask you this: if we don't bring in that centre back that I so badly crave, I probably want one more now than when I want a chocolate bar right now, and everyone knows how much I love chocolate. But Brad, if we don't get in that centre back, how do we tighten up that back line? Because our hopes, of course, is bringing someone in. Now, they might not do that. So if we don't, how do we go about actually tightening that back line, make one cohesive unit to cut out some of the errors which end up costing us points that were happening before the World Cup break? Well,
I think one thing I will say, and I don't want to bring this guy into the conversation because it's getting quite boring now, but I think Dyer will be here. We ain't selling him in January. He's not going anywhere, because managers seem to trust him. So, there's no.
How much did Dyer pay you, Brad?
Eh?
How much did Dyer pay you?
Well, who knows? So, unless we do get someone, we will be having Dyer as our main centre back. I hope we do get someone. I hope we get 2 players in that can play that way. I like your point again about Maguire being able to strengthen the air, because I think we really do lack that in the air at set pieces and corners. Romero, no matter how good a player he is, that's probably, if he has a weakness, it's in the air. I like to think that whoever we get in this window, if it's Conte's signing and it's his first, that's who he wants, then I'm happy with whoever we get. If Conte wants a certain player and we get that player, then I'm perfectly happy. So if because this is a guy, who am I to say? He can be critical of managers, but this is a guy that's won it. He's done it. He knows more about football than I do. Well, actually, probably many people know more about football than I do, but yeah, he knows what he's doing. So as long as it's him getting the players he wants and not the board or whoever say, well, no, you can't have that one. How about this cheaper option, which we've done so many times in the past? Then I'm happy with whoever he signs.
Yeah.
Just on that. Sorry, Brad, Jack. I know I'm hogging the whole screen here. I'm just excited to be back. I'm fast out the traps. I've got jets on the back of my shoes here, Jack. But,
you're distracted from the chocolate bars, Dave. That's very good.
yeah, I had one before I came on. I'm just hyped up with sugar.
Good man.
But, what was I going to say to Brad?
Oh, I made too good of a joke. Now I distracted him.
What was the last point you made there, Brad?
I was also going to say that Conte has had most of our World Cup players would have been back last week, so he's had a good 2 weeks to drill them in defensive. And I think we noticed last season that when we had the less games to play, our defence improved, because I think he's got a lot more time to spend on it. So I'm hoping, although as everyone's saying, that we're going to play a few games quite quickly in the after Christmas. But I think that we do seem to play better when he has that week to drill them. And who knows? That week is taken on not only drilling the players in defence, but also looking at the team we're going to play and say, well, look at this guy, look at that guy. I'm sure he does that. So I think that might be an advantage. But
I remember what I was going to say to you, Brad. We're talking about the signings that Conte gets what he wants. I think we'll know pretty quickly, because with the Jed Spence one, he's very quickly to let everybody know that's a club signing. That's not my signing. So I think we'll know very quickly. But I also think that's why he hasn't signed a contract, because it puts him in a position of power, really, because Tottenham have that option to extend at the end of the year. No point in extending it if the guy doesn't want to be here. Yeah. The reason why that year is there, that if a club does come sniffing around, Tottenham activate that year clause, which means they'll probably get a bit of a transfer fee for him. So it's more to protect the club in that aspect than it is, in my opinion, to keep him on. And I think that's why we haven't seen any real movement on the likes of the contract, is purely because he's a winner. He's been around the block. He knows how to get what he wants from owners. So I think by not signing the contract, he's put himself in a position of power to demand what he wants.
Makes Levy more desperate.
Yes. And the thing about the contract with Conte is that I'm sure they've been trying to, we want you to stay type thing. If the club invoke this 1 year option, to me that's saying to Conte, well, don't care whether you want to stay or not. We're going to invoke that 1 year. So that I'd rather see the club suddenly Conte sign the new contract rather than the club have extended it. Put the 1 year option. The other thing, of course, it's going to be a not a butterfly effect. It's going to be like a domino effect.
Right.
Because if Conte signs his contract, you're probably going to get Kane signing his contract.
So many good things happen after that.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah, you're going to get other players that might have not wanted to come to Tottenham. Suddenly will want to come to Tottenham because he's obviously committed to the club. We're going to go there. So a lot does depend on what happens in January. And as we all mentioned, you mentioned Sean's show. I mean that. All right, we all know that 50 million is not going to buy the greatest player in the world. It's just a small part of a transfer budget, but it does show the intent. And if they don't invoke that 50 million, you think, well, what's that saying? So this is going to be a very, very from now until the end of January. Yeah, I still think we might have to be patient. I mean, like everybody, I want to get players in straight away, but we didn't get Bentancur and Kulusevski until the last part of the transfer window, and look how good they did. So I think we still have to have a little bit of patience in January, but it's going to be interesting.
I've another question there for you, Brad.
Go for it.
Does laying out big money necessarily show intent? I know there's an argument to say that there is, but surely it should be more about how we're spending the money than what we're spending it on. Now, if people want to know what I mean more by that, you can go and check out our podcast tomorrow, because I've gone through our record signings and how they've worked out, which is not very good, by the way. But surely, Brad, we should be more focused on this January, not actually how much we spend, but what we spend it on, a bit like last January, where we didn't spend a load of money, but what we got in was quality.
Yeah, but I think it's how it looks to not only Conte but the supporters, the press, the whole football fraternity, is that they released £150 million for, and it wasn't said 100% for players, but it says spent on players and such like, and to suddenly say, well, we're not going to let that last 50 million go. It just seems a bit. Especially, I mean, if you believe what Sean was saying in his show, and I've got no reason to not, to not believe him, was the fact that it only accounts for like 2% of the shares, So if you're valuing the club at 7.5 billion, which is ridiculous, as we all know, then 50 billion is nothing, isn't it? Really, it's only a small amount to sort of say, well, we were going to give you that 50 million, but nah, we're not going to do it now. It just sounds really, really sort of. I don't know. It doesn't send the right messages. Really doesn't.
Yeah.
And look, I agree. I don't want us to go out and we're not going to spend 100 million on Guardiola. We're not going to do that. We've never done that sort of thing. We can't.
What's your realistic expectations then?
I still think we're probably. I'm not saying we're going to get bargains, but I still think we're not going to spend big money. I think, to me, or not. I thought spending 60 million on Richarlison to Tottenham, that's big money. That was a big money.
That is true.
Yeah, so we're not going to be spending 70, 80 million, whatever it might be. So and then you look at Kulusevski and you look at Bentancur. Was it 18 million for Bentancur? Kulusevski might be 30 once it's all done. So, and as you say, you don't. Yeah, you're right. You shouldn't judge it on the amount of money that you're spending. It's the quality of players you get in. So. I'm sure if they've got a player that they want that's value for money, that will do the job, I think they'll go for it. So, and the only thing that I do hope they don't do is if there is a player that's reasonable, they don't sort of say, well, actually, no, we'll give you a little bit less than that, because that's what we've done in the past when we've missed out on players. But from what Paratici's been saying, presuming that this Juventus stuff, which has gone very, very quiet, you'll notice in the last few weeks, providing that he's come out and said that if you want a player that you really want, he's willing to pay that extra little bit of money. So hopefully we'll see that. But it's we definitely do need a top centre half if we're going to be looking at winning things. Okay, the FA Cup, it's a lottery. We've drawn Portsmouth in the third round. We should get through that. If we might get Man City away in the
exactly.
Round, so there again, Man City might get Liverpool away, so one of them's out. So it's winning the FA Cup is a lottery, really. So I think we could
Luck
still
needs
win
to go
it
your way.
with our current team. But if we're looking at winning Champions League, if we're looking at winning titles, we've got to move up a notch because as everyone knows. Man United and Liverpool are up there now. They might be, have new owners, and we've got to keep up with them.
Well, Brad, interestingly, we're talking about that 50 million. So if we draw it down, there's 50 million for transfers this January. But just to let people know, if they use the option to use that 50 million, which means the whole 150 million will be used, that means it increases their stake in the club by an extra 2%. Are you okay with that? So would you rather take the money and have it for January with them increasing their stake by 2%? Or do you not? Because, look, it's a divisive question. A lot of people don't even like the owners or don't want them here. So it's kind of like it's torture.
They grow more powerful.
The way it's been. But, do you want the owners to give us the money and increase the stake? Or would you rather us not have that money and them still own the 85% rather than going to 87.5%?
Well, I think we have to look at it. We have to look at the fact that to get new owners, you've got to have a realistic valuation of the club, and obviously they're valuing it too high at the moment. Are there buyers out there? Yeah, possibly. I mean, if there's 10 or 11 people interested in Liverpool and Man United, only 2 of them can be owners. So and we are definitely a Tottenham, it seems really cliche, but it's a sleeping giant. It really is. If you put loads of money into this club, we could be winning things. The fact that we've actually done what we've done with the resources that we've used, whether it be misspent or not, it says a lot to me that there's potential there. So, and the other thing, and I haven't seen anything in the last 20 years to suggest it's going to change, but I don't mind who owns us as long as they put money into buying players to make the club win trophies.
Yeah,
it's down to that. So if Levy and Joe Lewis suddenly decide, let's put loads of money in, or I'm not wishing death on anyone. Joe Lewis pops the club and it goes to his daughter, who apparently is more of a big football fan, more Spurs fan. Suddenly they're spending money on the club. Well, then fine. I don't care who the owners are. Yeah, okay, there are moral implications of getting owners in like the Saudis, that sort of thing, But as far as Levy and Enoch are concerned, if we do start spending the cash, which again, let me caveat, I don't think we will because they're an investment company and their main interest is their shareholders. So so I'm on that thing. If we have the same owners and they do start spending the money, I haven't got a problem with that.
It's probably like whether they actually show real signs or real kind of intent towards success. It doesn't need to be 300 million spent in a window. It can be just real kind of like indications that they clearly are making some dramatic changes to try to get on a different path to success. Because there's been some things that they've done in the past that clearly have not worked out for them. And so that's what we need to see, is that some kind of changes and maybe strategies and things like that. Phil has.
Go on.
No, sorry, because I was going to say I want Phil to maybe ask you the last question here, but I felt like you had a point there.
I was just going to say the other point I'll make is that it's like all the other things that are happening, with the Red Hot Chili Peppers plan and Guns N' Roses plan and NFL football and rugby football, all sorts of boxing. I don't mind. I don't care. As long as that money, the revenue from that goes into the football club.
As long as you see the benefits of that. Exactly right. Exactly right. Phil has the last question for you here, Brad. He says, what do you think of bringing Reguilón back at left wing back and moving Perisic as an attacking option up front? So basically maybe Perisic plays as a left winger, kind of like he was for Croatia this tournament, and maybe we bring Reguilón back. What would you make of that?
No, well, I mean, you have to ask yourself, why is Reguilón being loaned out? I obviously don't rate him as a player.
I disagree, Brad.
Do you? Okay.
I'll tell you why. Let's have a little bit of discussion.
Let me just say something else. Look, Perisic as an option moving forward, yeah, great idea. I mean, we showed in the World Cup that he's very good at playing that way. But we have got, now I don't want to get into the Sessegnon, good player or bad player, but we have got Sessegnon and we have got this Doggy Doriga, whatever his name is, coming back in the summer.
Yeah.
So we have got some left backs, at the club. So I'm not sure I'll bring Reguilon back. If they find an absolutely brilliant left back and buy him in the January window, then yeah, great. But I don't really see the point in bringing.
He would have to
back.
really hit the ground running if he returned. I feel like Reguilon would have to really convince that he's changed or something. But yeah. I actually I liked Reguilon when he was here. But I know what you mean, Brad, by Conte maybe doesn't exactly see Reguilon maybe in the same way that maybe David
I had nothing against him. I mean, has he been setting the world alight? I mean, I don't know what club he's gone to, but has he been setting the world alight where he's gone?
He's hasn't made much he's barely even featured in that Atletico squad, so I've heard as well. He's had a bit of like a Winks kind of like or kind of loan spell, like just non-existent over at Atletico, which is a bad sign, I would say. But I'm kind of like with Liam here. I kind of almost rate Reggie more than I do Sess maybe at this moment in time. But Sessegnon is English. Sessegnon is more for the future.
Yeah. I nothing against him as a player. I thought he potentially could have been a decent player, and maybe he might come back and be a decent player. But I just don't see it as on top of our list at the moment. What you can say, David, about your theory on Reguilon?
I think he's been victim of a deeper problem at Tottenham Hotspur, if I'm being brutally honest. I think, and what I mean by that is I genuinely think we have some of the worst English players around in terms of to meet the quota. Obviously Harry Winks had to go, but Sessegnon, I think, maybe kept his place because he meets that quota. And we need him to meet that quota. And unfortunately, Conte wanted Perisic regardless at all costs. It's his signing. He wanted him. And he was probably told in order to make that happen, well, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to sacrifice Reguilon. Whereas if we had some better English players in other positions and stuff like that, we could have shipped on Sessegnon, who is becoming a major problem. The kid just does not have it to take us to that next level. There's so many flaws in his game in terms of beating people, in terms of crossing the ball, this, that, and the other, which shouldn't be there because he was a winger. So he's regressed. So for me, if there was an opportunity and we could get, which I think we also, when we're looking at some new signings, we will have to look at maybe one or two English guys coming in here to replace some of the English slop that we
Maguire.
Like Maguire. And for me, then that frees up to be able to sell Sessegnon and then bring Reguilon back in to compete with Perisic. But also, we have to look at what we're doing with Reguilon because Perisic is getting a bit on in age. So eventually, look, if we bring Reguilon back to this club, he can be an option further up. But also, you're probably going to get another year or two out of him. I know you've got a Doji coming in, but for me, I actually think when I looked at Reguilon, I thought he offered more to Tottenham than what Ryan Sessegnon did. Especially going forward, which is what everyone wants from the wing-backs, is to keep asking what they do going forward. And for me, he offers more than Sessegnon. I just
good delivery too, I thought.
Of the homegrown quota.
I always thought Reggie had good delivery.
As I said, I have nothing against Reguilon. I thought he could have been a very good player, and I didn't really get it when they said, "Oh, he's a fullback, not a wing back." Because I thought, well, he's got the pace and the skills and that to be a wing back, But that quota. I mean, I guess it's a sad situation when you have to choose, your English player because you've got a quota to fill. That sort of doesn't seem right to me. But
it's there to benefit the national team, though, Brad.
So it's interesting. I mean, I guess that I presume that they went for this Ndogi guy because that was the replacement for Perisic when Perisic does eventually retire. Although watch him in the World Cup, I don't think that's going to be anytime soon. But it's an interesting one. I don't think any of our players have been playing. Have they all about loanies?
It's really only Ndombele that's really probably had kind of the majority of maybe game time, or at least has made the most of his. I don't want to say he's made the most of his loan, but he's done okay with what the opportunities he's been given. Brad, I'm about to put in your channel, but maybe any kind of final talking points or something that you wanted to get off your chest while I look up the channel. One
of the interesting things, and hindsight is a wonderful thing, isn't it? One of the interesting things I saw during the World Cup was when 1/4 came on in the semi-final. Yes, hello, Mr.
Kinnicky. Big up, legend.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting when 1/4 came on, and also seeing 1/4 get his World Cup winners medal as well. So hasn't he won? He's won a European trophy in the World Cup now since he left Tottenham. Again, that was another player that I didn't have a lot against him. I thought there was a player there, but that's why it goes. But I thought that was interesting with that on seeing him come on there.
Yeah, no, for sure. But look, Brad, let's give your channel a quick plug, my man, because we have to keep moving. So, bringing a brilliant conversation, by the way, today. Great way to kick it off. Really enjoyed it. But where can people find you, my man?
Right. If you go onto YouTube
as well, by the way.
YouTube, go onto Blue Sofa Songs. Check out my latest song, which is my Christmas song. It's currently had the second most views of all the songs I put out there.
Nice.
So it'd be really great if you could go on there, have a look at it, give it a like, subscribe. It's also up on TikTok. And it's on Instagram, although I don't really use Instagram a lot. But go and check it out. You get to see me miming to one of my songs, which is a very interesting experience in seeing it. Back in 1973, I'm miming into a mirror with a tennis racket to Slade's "Merry Christmas, Everybody," and now here I am miming to my own Christmas song. So it's
nice.
It's quite fun. But it was a lot of fun, stressful as well with trying to sync the video with the audio. But I have to say, all of the music, it's all me. All right, there's a drum loop, but it is my guitars, my bass, my vocals. So even though I am miming to my own song, it is all me on it. So if you could do that, it'd be absolutely brilliant. It's down there in there. Blue Sofa Songs. Don't forget to subscribe to these guys and click the like if you haven't already done so. And anyone else that comes on in that's got a channel, as I say every week, click like and subscribe to their channels as well, because it's such a great community. And wow, we've got this time next week we'll be discussing the Brentford Tottenham game.
Yes, we will, Brad. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to being back, discussing the games, just talking about our boys in the beautiful shirt, again. And hopefully we do ourselves right and get 3 points against Brentford. We have a lot of London derbies coming up too, Brad. So we definitely are going to need you, on the insight on some of those London derbies as well. But absolute pleasure having you on. And thanks for getting us started, Brad.
Cheers, guys. Have a great evening.
Catch you, my friend.
Same to you, my man. See you soon, Brad. See you soon, my man. What a great way to kick it off, Jack. I really enjoyed that conversation.
He knows how to get it started, Dave.
Heavy. Michael's got a tough act to follow. So look, let's keep growing. We'll take a couple of comments here. We'll get Michael on. We'll keep moving. Roy Park says we can't seriously be talking about who is better. Reggie or says, can we? They are both not good enough.
Probably a good point there.
Yeah, that's probably a fair point, to be fair, Roy. By the way, good discussion with you on Twitter there yesterday. Really enjoyed it. Look, fair point. I do believe Reguilon is better than Sessegnon, though, and if we had Reguilon this season, probably would have helped us out a little bit more. But you make a good point. At the end of the day, let's hope Adoji comes in next or in the summer, which he will be, hits the ground running, and we won't have to have this conversation ever again. Big up, Roy. Ed M is in the building, says UEFA are planning changes to homegrown rule from 2025. They want it to decrease by 1 each season until it's down to 13 foreign players.
Oh, they're changing the homegrown rules to decrease it by 1 each season until it's down to 13 foreign players. So maybe you're actually not allowed to have as many foreign players, each and every season. So they're going to try to even promote more homegrown sort of players. That's going to be interesting. That is going to be interesting.
Making a lot of changes in the footballing pyramid. I believe we're expecting a football club World Cup to come as well in 2025, which, by the way, I actually hope we're in, and I want to win it as well. I don't care whether people laugh at it or not. The best teams from around the world would be in it. Be nice. I think it'll have good commercial benefits to Tottenham too. I know some people don't want to hear it. But then the other flip side of the argument is how much more do you expect players to give of themselves? They're already at full capacity.
They already are well spent. Some of these players, like, they just put so much in already. Like, then they are going to have to probably think about which competitions do they put their all into, which ones do they maybe hold back a little bit. It's a good point. John Stokes as well, a member for 10 months. Evening, Dave and Jack and Brad. Come on, you Spurs. John, we were trying to look for some funny tweets of yours for the podcast. I couldn't find any. So, John, maybe I missed some or something like that. But big up, my friend. And it's good to see you in here. We wanted to feature you on the podcast because I always love your Twitter, my friend. But good to see you in here, John. Thanks for the support. Big up, John.
Good to see you, my man. Hopefully you're keeping well. Hopefully you'll be back with us Boxing Day. And by the way, when are you going to come on one of these fan shows and have a discussion with us, my man? You've got to come on one of these days. You've been around here for ages and haven't come on, so get on here. Everybody else, if you've got them channel memberships, feel free to use the free chat that you get. It highlights. Jack will bring it up. We'll have a discussion on it, but also feel free to super chat or grab the channel memberships. And then we'll take this one from Liam 1. He says, so Pedro Porro is not a Conte player because he's not physical enough, yet Jed Spence is over 6 foot, athletic, strong, faster than Royale, and never starts. Well, look, this is the interesting thing about Pedro Porro. Look, if you just go back off Conte's signing since Conte's been here, they're all 6 foot plus. Pedro Porro doesn't fit into that category, but he's technically sounder and technically 10 times better than what we have in that position. Mm-hmm. With Jed Spence, look, we're being brutally honest. We all knew it was going to take a bit of time for him to get in the team. And yeah, look, things were bad and maybe you could have said, give him his chance. But at the same time, you know, Conte's had time to work with him. He played him against Motherwell. It'll be interesting to see if he plays again tomorrow with Doherty at left wing back. And if that is the case, you might see it against Brentford. But look, at the end of the day, no place is guaranteed. You know, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. For all we know, Jed Spence could be kicking balls to Manchester and Croydon from the training ground. We just don't know. Look, for me, I'll back Conte. I think, look, he's been around the block. He's a proven winner. He knows what he's talking about. If he doesn't believe Jed Spence is ready, he doesn't believe he's ready. But what I will say is, I think going forward, we've got a good player on our hands, and I think it's one for the future, and I think it'll turn out well.
I agree with you there, Dave. I just hope that maybe Antonio Conte maybe could sacrifice a bit of that obsession with maybe the height and realize that he does need maybe a more technical right wing back there, because like Liam brought up there, he technically does have 2 tall 6 foot plus athletic right wing backs to choose from, both of them maybe not being the best quality in the case of Jed Spence and Emerson, but he does actually have 2 to choose from that fit that sort of bill. Maybe he needs something different like a Pedro Porro, and I hope he considers it as well, like Roy Park says here. He does think he's quality. But let's get Michael in here, Dave, and see what he has to say maybe on the situation.
Let's get it going. Where is he? Big up, Michael, first of all. The guy in charge of the World Cup final yesterday. Kudos to him. Good game. Look, where do you want to take this? Like we've kicked off with Brad in absolutely unbelievable fashion, hot and heavy. You've got a big act to follow. So where do you want to take this? I mean, Jack will grill you.
Yeah. Like you know, it's big for a nation that's not really good at football to have at least some accent of, like, you know, something about us in the final. And thankfully, I think that Mr. Marciniak did well during the game. And you know, we have plenty of laughs with the final, because actually, if you look at it, Poland lost to France and Argentina during this World Cup. And we often say that if we had more luck against France and played like we did against France, against Argentina, then maybe the final would be Poland against Poland, because, you know, like we are so good, right? And even though we didn't make it to the final, we got to decide who won it. So
yeah,
at least
that's the bonus, man. At least you had some representation there, unlike my little country over here. But look, Michael, I mean, there's so many things to talk about.
Yeah,
you know,
let's talk Spurs.
You know, we can talk about the Brentford game, you know, the Nice game, the transfer window. Do you trust Ken Paratici? You know, can he replicate what he done last January? Is it possible to do that? Or even, is this January window more crucial than last January?
Yeah, I don't want to say I don't really care about the Nice game, but it's a friendly after all. So, you know, I don't think there is much to be said about it, right? You know, we will probably see some new players, some players brought back from the World Cup. I hope that our crucial players get a good rest. I don't think we need to see, like, you know, Son in that game, for example, right? I would much rather him focus on resting rather than playing against Nice in a meaningless game, right? So yeah, I think, listen, guys, this January will be fucking massive. It's hard to comprehend how big it is, not only for us but for other teams too, because we all say it's not only us who have to do business during that January window, right? Any team that's below us that that aspires to take our place, which is Chelsea, which is United, which is Liverpool, right? They all will do business during January because they know that us and Newcastle are reachable, right? It's not like the gap between us and them is so big that they cannot catch us up, right? Same thing with Arsenal. They have Jesus injured, and if they are serious about what they want to do this season, then they will probably have to go out and buy a good striker, right? They have to support their
Well, let's
midfield.
start with Arsenal, Michael.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll catch them? Because if they win their game in hand, I think it sends them 11 points clear of us. Now, I know we have them in the North London derby in January, and to be fair, last season we made up an 8-point difference to be able to get top 4. Can we catch Arsenal? Are Arsenal for real? Are they there to stay? Or do you think they'll end up ultimately suffering the same fate that they did the back end of last season?
Yeah, it's really hard to judge because after all we had an over month long break, right? So if you went with the form that the teams were before the World Cup, I say no, there is no chance that we catch them, right? Even if you matched all their results, they were winning practically every single game that they played, right? So even if we managed to win every single game from now to the end of the season, if they just matched us, there is no chance for us to catch them, right? So but it's hard to judge because you don't know how big of an impact Jesus missing will be for them, right? You don't know how much it means for some players to not play for a month, right? For some players it might be beneficial, but some players, I think they were in good form, and I think that mentality in football is crucial, especially in moments like this, right? Where you look at Newcastle, for example, too, right? I would kind of join Newcastle and Arsenal because they were probably the two best teams in terms of form and in terms like shocking results, because shocking in a way that you didn't expect them to do so well, because with City you expect them to do well, and actually they kind of choked in like 1, 2, or 3 games, like Brentford, right? But I think that like mentality and momentum is massive, and players like for example, I see our fans thinking that we probably should go and, for example, sign Almiron, right? I am really concerned about players like him, because I feel like he's that type of a player that when he's in good form, when he starts believing in himself and he like drops a good performance after a good performance, it makes him more comfortable and confident on the ball. And if you break that spell that they have, right, it might have crucial consequences on how those players play, right? That's why I'm also not really that convinced with the form of players during World Cup, because I feel like there is so much going through their heads. They represent their country. Also the level of national play is lower than club football, right? And if you look at a player like Amrabat, we were linked with him last January, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the fee was like 10 million or something.
It was like a loan option to buy, I believe. I think it was like an option to buy.
Loan option to buy with like 10 or 15 million max, right? And I think that if Fiorentina valued him at that last winter, then there is merit to that. They valued him at 15 million. And right now, if you look at like any links with Amrabat, Fiorentina want 40 or 50 million for him. And whereas I think that he had an amazing World Cup, I think it's way different to play for Morocco against national teams than it will be to play in the Premier League against some of the best teams in the world, right? So I think that we have to be careful with momentum players, and that also connects with coming back to your original. Sorry, I tend to go on a like long stretch with my explanations, but coming back to your question, I think that they had huge momentum, Arsenal, and with Jesus missing and with the break, they have to somehow stitch this up and move with the form that they had. I hope, of course, that they don't. So if they come back and they, for example, lose the first game and they play badly, right, like they kind of did at the end before the World Cup, they had a couple of stinkers, like the Leeds game, they drew against Soton, right? And even though they might have been better in one or two of those games, they actually got defeated or drew. So I think that, listen, I want to say that we can catch them, but as you said, it's 11 points if they win their game in hand. I know it's against City, but as we saw, City isn't this like undefeatable, unmovable object that you just, no matter the force that you apply to it, you cannot move it, right? So yeah, I think this second part of the season will be mad, and there is a lot of shocks coming in my opinion.
Yeah,
I agree with you, Michael. I actually think at Kulusevski, you could even compare that to the Jesus situation where we were out Kulusevski, who basically was sort of the guy that made it all tick. We realized was sort of even like once you're without a player like that, you actually then all of a sudden come to terms with or maybe fully understand what that player brings. And you only realize that when that player is gone. And perhaps Arsenal might go through a similar situation with Jesus that we did with Kulusevski, where they actually realize all the things that Jesus was bringing to the team, was actually helping other players out, maybe bringing the best out of Saka, bringing the best out of Martinelli, etc. And we saw the same thing with Kulusevski. So I actually hope that maybe Jesus is as important of a player for them as like Kulusevski was for us, because then we do know for a fact it will take a toll on their performances. And I think they're almost in a similar position where both teams are trying to, beef up in January, but they're always one injury away to a player that is so crucial to the squad and getting things accomplished and also just winning games simply. In the case of Arsenal, it's Thomas Partey. For us, it's Kulusevski and Bentancur and players like that. Once we're without guys like that, it becomes a whole lot harder for us. So I just hope that those players are as important to them as they are to us, because then that means they will struggle, hopefully so. But Michael, I also maybe do have a question, maybe kind of like about Hugo. We haven't been able to get into this yet. I'm a bit of a Hugo doubter each and every day now. I'm starting to lose faith in him. I'm starting to think that I don't know if he really is, capable of finishing out the rest of the season on a strong note. I actually feel like he will have some more clangers. I think he's cost us more points this season than he has saved us. Where do you stand on Hugo? Am I too harsh? Am I, maybe getting a bit ahead of myself by thinking that he's going to carry in this bad form? I don't know, like, where do you stand on Hugo? Do you have faith in him for the rest of the season? Basically, I'm trying to ask you.
It's a bit different for me whether I have faith in him or I think that he will kind of have to see out the season, because I don't really see us going for a keeper during January. It's just because we have so many other issues that we need to fix that are more important for me, and I think that I have my doubts with Hugo, but on the other hand, when you watch him play for France like he did in the final, I know that they conceded 3 goals, but the shit that he was pulling off, like the amount of shots that he saved, that were like such dangerous, precise shots, like the Messi shot at the end of the second half, right? Where he I don't know how he saved that, but it was a brilliant save, right? So it's hard for me because I think that we slowly should be moving on. Like this probably should be the last season where Hugo is a starting keeper for us. But I am willing to give him I am willing to accept him as the keeper for this season. I have faith that the performances that he had during the World Cup will maybe spark that last bit of that world classness that he has in him. And I know this might be like hopeful thinking, but I love the guy, right? He's my sweeper keeper, right? Like he's just the definition of this club for me, in my opinion, right? He's the longest standing servant, and I know that the longest standing servant's bullshit is overrated, because Dyer is one of the longest serving servants for our club, right? And he's dog shit, and I don't want him in the team. But with Hugo, I have enough faith and enough the credit in the bank with him that I am actually not worried with him being our keeper for the rest of the season, in my opinion.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I think we're also going to be given some opportunities to see Fraser Forster because Hugo only just got back. So we might see Fraser Forster in the first game against Brentford, maybe even the game after that too. So I don't know, for maybe some of the Hugo doubters this season, like myself, it is an opportunity for Forster to come in, perhaps maybe convince some people, turn some heads, and maybe let some Spurs fans make the decision. Like, is actually Hugo the one to trust for the rest of the season? Because that's really all it is for me. It's just, I'm with you. I don't think anybody believes that Hugo is going to be able to do a whole nother season at Spurs as the main number one. It's just, who do we trust for the rest of the season is kind of the question. That's all that really it takes. And it's not too much to ask. It's just at this moment in time, lads, I'm a little bit skeptical of Hugo at this moment, and that's where I stand, is that I just don't know if I trust him to do the job for the rest of the season.
There's another massive possibility as well that, he's not going to come back from the right mind frame in the World Cup. Last World Cup chance to win it didn't happen, and that could go on to affect him. For me, he looks like, when I look at him, he looks like a guy where it's just catching up on him. He looks tired. He doesn't maybe look as motivated as he once was as well. I just think maybe the age, the travel, the wear and tear on the body, I do think it's starting to catch up with him a little. But, Michael, another player I want to ask you on is Christian Romero. Look, everyone has their thoughts on the situation before the World Cup and the World Cup break, etc. But, do you think we'll get Christian Romero back to his very best? Because as we know, with some of these players that win the World Cup, they can get a little carried away and it can go on for a little bit too long. So do you think Romero will come back and give it his all, knowing the criticism that maybe is being aimed at him from Spurs fans, that he was fit, he just didn't want to play and save himself for Argentina? Or do you think that we could be in a situation where, you might not see this guy until maybe mid-February at least, Because we've had troubles getting him home from Argentina before.
Yeah, like, the lack of Spurs, watching Spurs has made me think a lot about them, and the more I think, the more like controversial I sometimes get. And I think I have two controversial thoughts about two of our players. One of them is Romero. So it's nice that you started the topic, David. Listen. I think the guy has a lot of potential. I think that he's ruthless, he's aggressive, but I am kind of sus on him. Like the some of the performances he had during the World Cup didn't really convince me. I also don't think that the World Cup final was that good when he played. It wasn't bad, right? It wasn't bad, but it wasn't 10 out of 10 in my opinion. And some of our fans tend to say that he had a 10 out of 10, perfect performance, best center back in the world, whatever, right? When I compare what I saw from Romero with what I saw from Guardiola, it's there is levels in my opinion here, and I'm not saying that Romero isn't good or whatever, right? I think that he's a really good center back, right? But I think there is parts of his game that he has to work on. He's not like a complete product, in my opinion. He's not a complete center back that you can always rely on. I think that he has his bozo moments, as some YouTubers say, right? And I think it can catch up with him, and it's all in his head that he has to kind of, I want to say, make himself compact, right? Make himself more focused, because I sometimes feel like he loses his focus in games, and then he has to make a crunching tackle, and he's good at making crunching tackles, but I think that it only takes like half a second late, and you clatter someone's legs, you get a red card, and you fail your team or your national team, right? So I'm a bit sus with Romero.
But you know what, though, Michael? People aim this card situation at him. He doesn't get sent off as many people would like to suggest, or that his tackling, his recklessness is going to lead to. Like, we could sit here and say, oh yeah, at some stage it is. Look, every player gets a red card at some stage.
Of course. Son has 2 or 3, right?
Like we go on like this guy is reckless, that he's getting red cards all over the place, but in fact he's not. He's just winning the ball while also taking the man.
Yeah, like the reason I'm saying this, and as I said, I am super fine with Romero being our player. I love the guy's attitude, right? We often say that the game has gone a bit soft, and he's that type of defender that you look at him and you can see that some players are scared of him, and I love that about my center back. He's my guy, right? The only thing I think that he needs to work on is to be more focused in games. Sometimes I feel like when I watch him, he seems to be somewhere in the clouds, not really thinking about what's going on around him. And as I said, I think that he's super good in making like those crunch tackles, those last minute efforts to take the ball away. I sometimes feel like if he was more focused, he wouldn't have to do that. And he's also really good at like shielding the ball away. He's really good at ball playing, and that's why I say I'm a bit sus. It's not like something major like with Royal or whatever, right? It's just that I think that if he worked on it, he would be on top level like some other center backs in Europe are. I think there is just that bit missing. And I don't really want to call him like world class yet. I don't think that he is a world class center back yet. But I also think that the term world class gets thrown around too often, in my opinion. So yeah, and in terms of the whole Argentina thing, right? Him coming back from international duty, him going to international duty. I think that, and we talked about it, it got blown way out of proportion before the World Cup. In my opinion, it wasn't as controversial as some people may seem maybe wanted it to make it, right? And with him coming back from the World Cup, I think that, or maybe what I want to think is that he will come back confident, and I hope we will see some of the best Romero performances that we will see in a long time.
What you ideally want is that he's been hearing some of this chatter about him from Spurs fans. He's been hearing some of the doubts, and he comes back with like an absolute vengeance to like prove people that he was injured and he was, dealing with the conflict of the World Cup and the pressure of Argentina. And then now that all that pressure is off his shoulders, that tournament is over, he can fully focus back on Spurs again. Of course, it could go the way you said, that maybe he feels like he deserves a recovery time period, he deserves time off, etc. I'll be curious to see how he handles it, because I'd like to think that Romero will actually maybe do the opposite and sort of like come back with a bit of a vengeance and like kind of almost prove fans wrong. But you never know. You never know, because more evidence suggests that he does love that Argentinian national team and that he will do whatever it takes to make sure that he is okay, to play for them. And I don't know. It's an interesting one. Maybe he has been holding back an injury this whole time and he's going to try to recover from it. Or maybe he's fully recovered and he's ready to get playing football at a regular basis again. I guess we'll find out. We'll definitely find out.
Yeah, I think he looked way better at the end of the World Cup than at the beginning, which would suggest that he was dealing with some sort of an issue, right?
Yeah.
So as you said, there is nothing I want more than for him to come back and absolutely rip it apart and be the solid center back that we want. I just don't want him to overdo things, because there is also like my slight concern that he is susceptible to those like little injuries that can keep him out for a week or two or whatever, right? But before because I can see that Daniel posted a question, right, for me, but I wanted to like drop maybe another bomb, and this will be a bigger one. But recently, like I've been watching some other shows too, and on one show I've seen people debating whether we should consider moving on from some of our star players. And listen,
Star players, are we talking about Kane and Son?
Yeah, I'm talking about Kane and Son.
Okay.
And listen, I was talking with my brother about it. We like did a maybe 1.5 hour conversation on it, right? What he thinks about it, right? What I think about it, and whether my conclusion was that I don't think that we should allow Kane to leave, and I think that he's a crucial player and a star player, and he's like the reason why this team is working. There is a bit of me that is thinking about Son and what at what point in his career he is at. And
Careful,
this may
Michael. Half
also,
YouTube will be after you.
I know that I might be getting a target on my back right now, and the reason why I'm like maybe going around it because I don't want to say the words, but I kind of want to like maybe start a discussion about it, whether you think that, for example, if Son doesn't perform for the rest of the season, he will be a 31-year-old left winger relied on pace and dribbling, which clearly he has issues with. So he had issues with so far this season, right? And for example, if get out the pitchforks, right? Sorry,
He's asking for it.
Don't hit me, guys. But I was thinking, right? He is an extremely valuable player to us, right? And there is nothing more I want than for him to absolutely slap it and score like 15 to 20 goals in the Premier League. I would love for him to end the career here, right? But I think that if he doesn't perform for like the next 6 months, right? And we apparently want to treat ourselves as Champions League contenders and a serious club, right? Wouldn't a serious club in that moment maybe think about moving a player on? Like, look what Liverpool did with Mane, and he is like, for Liverpool, Mane
I don't
was
think they
our
moved him on
son,
for that
right?
reason, though, Mane. I think Mane was more or less because there was a falling out between him and Salah and stuff like that.
I just wanted to say that if they really wanted to keep him, I think that maybe they could master that money for the wage increase, but they actually decided that maybe it is better to focus, like put all eggs in the basket with Salah and actually allow Mane to move on. And don't go there just yet.
Do you know what it is, Michael?
As I said, I just want to start a discussion about it. It's not that I want this to happen, right? I was just thinking, if you, for example, sorry for saying that, all Spurs fans, right? Sorry for saying that, but imagine if we sold Son for 100 million in the summer, right? This allows us to buy a top-class left winger who is way younger than him,
who technically would be the Son replacement.
Yeah, like who technically would be
who would be the next Sonny,
right?
the next Sonny for us.
Because,
it's really that's what you're trying to say is more like finding the next Sonny, finding the next Sonny, finding like the future Sonny.
I would compare what Michael's trying to say to more of Philip Coutinho at Liverpool.
Oh, yeah, that's an amazing.
They sort of cashed in on the asset, and he wasn't really performing. He was performing, but he wasn't at maybe the levels he was at beforehand. And look, I think Michael, I think that comes down to the club being well run, where you kind of you get like they brought in Jota before they let Mane go, right? So they brought him in, kind of let him settle. So they had that sort of succession plan, if you like, if they wanted. But then they also went out and got Diaz, of course, who again, was brought in 6 months before Mane was allowed to leave.
Yep.
I think if Spurs were to ever get to that situation, because look, there will come a point where, whether I like it or not, Son and Kane will be too old to be able to affect things on the pitch in a manner that Tottenham need them to do. So there does have to be that discussion somewhere down the line. But it's all about this club bringing in that player beforehand, seeing that he comes off the bench, has good impact, starts, he's playing well, he's doing some amazing things, a bit like what Luis Diaz done when he came to Liverpool, so that you can say, okay, now we feel comfortable letting go. I think the reason why no one talks about it now, Michael, is purely because they don't trust Tottenham to get that guy in. They don't trust Tottenham to spend that money well. We got big money for Gareth Bale. Didn't exactly spend that the wisest and stuff like that. So for me, I think the discussion will probably open up naturally once we have that guy in underneath him who is starting to come true, if you know what I mean. But right now where I'm at, I wouldn't look at it I wouldn't look at it right now where I'm at. But maybe in another couple of years, I think we should. I think Son is probably suffering a bit similar to like what Harry Kane was last season, in my opinion, where, it took them a bit later on. It took Kane a bit later on in the campaign to really hit the ground running and really sort of start to affect things. And I think maybe Son is probably in that stage. I think we're just blessed that Kane and Son, they're both drop-offs that has happened in the last 2 years, haven't coincided with one another.
It wasn't at the same time, right? Can you imagine how fucked we would be last season if both of them dropped the stinker, right? It was hard to watch when only Sonny was performing, right? And imagine if he wasn't performing too, right? But what maybe to summarize quickly my thoughts, right? It's for me, like within 3 to 4 years, in my opinion, we will have to think about moving on from Kane and Son, right?
Yeah.
They will be 35 and 34 respectively. Sorry, the other way around, 34 and 35 respectively, right? So my way of thinking is that there is two possibilities, and I caveat this with saying if we treat ourselves as a serious club, right? One of them is letting Son stay in the club, but he will have to, with time, accept a role of a impact sub maybe later, right? Because if we are serious, then we have to, as you said, bring a replacement, like Liverpool did with Diaz when they wanted to move Mane on, right? Then we have to bring in a replacement, preferably before we do anything with Son, right? And allow that replacement to bed in, to be a rotation option for Sonny. And it's either for Sonny to accept a sub role later down his career, right? In like 2 or 3 years, and finish out his career here in Tottenham, which is the thing that I want the most, right? I love this player. He's the star for me of this team, alongside Kane, right? And it's either that or we do the big ball move and we actually decide to cash in on an asset and bring in a world class replacement for that cash that we get in for him, right? Because in 3 or 4 years' time, we aren't getting anywhere near the money that we would get right now for Sony, right?
What would you say to Spurs fans, though, Michael, that says we're beyond that? We were in a position before where we had to do that with the likes of Bale and Modric, but where we're at now, we're beyond selling our best players, and we should be adding to enhance them. What would you say to that?
I listen. If we are talking about Kulusevski in 2 years when he's 24 and he's our star player, right? Because he will definitely be,
Yeah,
right?
100%.
110% even, right? And then our club decided to sell him. I would be fucking fuming. I would oh my god, like the amount of shit I would stare with us selling Kulusevski, right? It would be mad. But with Son, the only reason I'm starting the conversation is because of his age. This is the only reason, right?
Yeah.
Because like it's not a secret. Players finish their career at 36, 37, 35, some 40 maybe, right? But the position that he plays in kind of requires him to have that power, that pace, and with age he will lose it. It's not a secret. That's how the human body works, right? So that's the only reason why I even like attempt to start thinking about it, right? And as I said, it's not something that I want. It's just something that I think is a good talking point, in my opinion, because it's a hard topic. It divides opinions, but it's a nice discussion, right?
But also, you said talk about it sooner rather than later is another thing too, right? You don't want to talk about it when it's too late, and it's also a good, kind of a divisive talking point before it becomes, too prevalent, or you're also getting ahead of the game here, Michael, right? You're bringing up a, a discussion point that probably might be popular in a few months' time. You never know. But I think we have a few more people to get on to for tonight, Michael. But I think we're going to end off with one last question here from Daniel, and he's asking you, which Polish players should we maybe be looking at? I know like there are a few different positions we need to identify, Michael. Are there any Polish players that have caught your eye that would maybe fill like a center back position that we need, a creative midfield position, something like that?
So listen, without the obvious one, because like Lewandowski is out of the picture, right? He just moved to Barcelona, and I don't like there is no place for him in our team. I think that Zielinski,
he's amazing.
He's amazing, but I think that he suffers a bit with the whole team kind of has to be built around him. I don't want to say that he's a star player of Napoli, but he works only in certain systems and only in certain configurations of players, right? And he actually had his moments where he struggled in Napoli, and especially moments when he struggled in our national team, because he was played even slightly out of positions. His best position is a number 10 behind a striker, and he can pretty much only play in that position, right? And with Tottenham, I just think there might be issues with bedding him in because we play a different system that doesn't really require us or wants to play a number 10. So he's an amazing player. He's a creative force. He's amazing at dribbling. I just feel like he might struggle a bit with the system that we play.
Yeah,
right?
I know what you're saying.
But-
I know what you're saying. And
like-
he's had inconsistent seasons with Napoli. He's had great seasons, and then he's had kind of dismal, kind of like nothing seasons. So there is something to be said about that.
But I also think it connected with Napoli itself having a worse season, because Napoli is kind of like a team that's on and up, on and down, right? They aren't really that consistent force like some of the other Italian teams are.
Sure.
Listen, being an inconsistent force and finishing at fourth or second is really a nice thing to be inconsistent in that way, right? But still, it's not. They aren't picking it apart every single season, right?
You're right.
And with other Polish players, I think that there isn't much to be looking at, just because there is a fundamental issue here in Poland with mentality of young players, because the cash in Polish league actually isn't that bad when you look at like a European level. So many of those boys who aren't really, like, let's be honest, footballers aren't really like the smartest people, and where they don't have agents taking care of them. And when you get that blink in your eye, when you see how much cash you can get, they often start partying, girls, drugs, whatever, right? It is an issue here in Poland. So there is a lot of young talent that gets wasted here in Poland. That's why our national team is average. That's why there aren't many Polish players outside of Polish league, right? But there are a few gems, in my opinion. And the only issue is that what I think we need right now in our team is proven players, not punts. And it's not only that I don't believe that those players might be good enough. It's also that what our fans need is a sign of intent from the club, right? And if we buy a 2 million player from a Polish league, then all of our fans will be like, taking the pitchforks out and torches and, saying
Definitely
that it's another failed window. We didn't bring X player, we just brought a replacement from the Polish league, right? So the only player I think you are muted, David, by the way.
I was just going to say quickly, it's also where the squad is at now, where you're kind of at the point where Liverpool were before they brought in a Van Dijk and an Alisson, where you're not too far away. It just takes identifying the two right players in two crucial positions. And funny enough, Van Dijk went to Liverpool in the January transfer window, and look what happened once that move happened. We're in a January transfer window now. We're at the same position in the back line where we're leaking goals. Also need another goalkeeper. So if we bring in a good centre back this summer, good goalkeeper good centre back this January, good goalkeeper in the summer, could be winning Champions League sometime soon. But Michael, we do have to keep moving, my man. We've still got loads of guests behind your brother, but I really enjoyed this conversation. We had a good one today.
Yes, sorry for like a long talk
No,
again.
No, we had a good convo, my man. I enjoyed it.
I'm sometimes too talkative, but quickly with Polish players, Cash, I think we can look at him in Villa. And there is couple of, as I said, young players not in Polish league that I think they have huge potential. It's just that we don't really need them right now. We don't need punts. We need proven quality.
Proven players. Yeah, I'm with you, Michael. Absolutely with you. Well, thanks, brother, for getting us, started like Brad did, and excellent conversation, excellent work. And, we're only doing these fan shows, once a week, this past month anyway. So it's good that you get to have a longer say than usual. I think that's what a lot of people deserve. And, we're not, trying to rush people through it or anything. We want to have a good conversation and feel like people can leave each conversation knowing they got to, talk about what they want to talk about. So, Michael, we'll catch you next time, my friend.
Yeah. Pleasure talking with you guys. See you next time.
See you soon, Mike. See you soon, Michael. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. See you, Michael. Everybody, another great conversation. Brad and Michael back to back. It's been good. Really, really enjoying it so far. But look, guys, keep getting your questions in for the guest that is on. Just hashtag their name, and then we'll put the questions to them. Take a couple more comments here from the chat. Who have we got? We've got Carl Simpson says because the fence needs to urgently be sorted.
And he's also celebrating 3 months. Says, big up, gents. Another great show as usual. Big up, Carl Simpson. Thanks for all the support, my man.
Legend. Big up, Carl. Really appreciate it, my man. And we took your, I think it was your talk.
Yeah, he did a lot of work for us on the podcast, Carl. Carl, he did the majority of the work on the podcast. Great work, my friend. Yeah,
big up, my man. Elias says, what is that moment we come to the channel? The discussion is about centre-backs. No other thing to talk about. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't think we were talking about centre-backs just there. I don't even think the whole time we were talking about centre-backs, Elias.
Yeah, like
with Michael.
Honestly, you're just in because you're just in the chat, but we've talked about nearly everything bar Eric Dyer today. So I don't know what that's about. Putty says, David, Brian asked me. Okay, I'll respond to that now in a minute, my man. Big up Lee, and he says, I heard some talk of the centre-back Kiwar. Yeah,
I haven't heard of him. I think maybe he was playing alongside maybe Glick, maybe in that back line, and probably was looking like maybe one of the better defenders in that Polish defense. And that Polish defense really had a lot of busy work because pretty much the majority of the time they were defending. And so maybe Kiwior is actually someone to take a look at. Definitely. Big up, my man. Big up, Lee.
No, big up, my man. And big up, Rex, all the way from New Zealand. Hope you're keeping well, brother. Good to see you in the building. We've got the coin. He says, if Son doesn't start performing by the end of the season, what should we do in the summer? I mean, look, we were discussing that. For me, I wouldn't be comfortable letting him go anywhere until we've got a concession plan in the door. Even though Liverpool knew Mane was going, they still brought in Diaz for the 6 months. Let him get up to speed and stuff like that. For me, we've got it. There's no point in. What's the point of selling Son when you don't have the next guy in line? Surely the whole idea of selling him is that you already have the next guy in line, and then you use that money to bring in a big player somewhere along the pitch that is going to be the difference between top 4 and pushing for titles.
Sure.
In my opinion, beat yourself up, my man. But look,
time for I think it's Mia. I think it's Mia next in the lineup. So I'm looking forward to this. Another good chat. Looking forward to this. Mia, time for you.
Big up, Mia. How are you keeping?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thank you. How are you guys?
Yeah, I'm good. Look, we've got plenty to discuss today. Loads of things. Where do you want to take it?
I want to start with my favourite topic, which is Romero. We've got to talk about QT.
Do you think? Do you disagree with Michael from earlier? Do you disagree with Michael from earlier?
I do actually disagree with Michael because I feel like in that game yesterday, he was immense. He was so good. I don't think he does tackles rashly. I think he just likes to tackle. Because did you not hear what Ali Gold said? He said apparently since he was a kid, Romero has always loved kicking ankles. So I think he's just one of these players.
He's kind of one of those guys. He just likes to feel the. I don't think he doesn't want to just feel the ball. He wants to feel the man, like after tackling it as well. He wants to feel like it's a bone crunching challenge.
I don't want to get into about feeling men because obviously we're going another direction with me and Romero, but. Yeah, obviously, I think he is that kind of player. So I completely disagree with what Michael said. And that was controversial. I was in the back listening, raging. My face was getting a bit hot. I was a bit like, how can you say that about him? Also, when he plays for us, he's playing alongside a load of clowns. What do you expect him to do? I think if we've got somebody else alongside Romero that's good, I think he will be very good. I think he needs someone who's maybe a little bit calmer, calmer head, because he is a little bit more hot-headed. But that's the Argentinian way, isn't it? When you think about Argentinian teams of the past and now, they've always been that team. They've always been that feisty, crunching tackles, dirty play kind of team. I think
he needs maybe a calming influence alongside him, basically, like someone. But you also still want him to be Romero, right? You want him to be that aggressive, very intense defender. But like you just said, maybe just right next to him in the middle, someone like maybe, I don't know, a De Vrij or just someone like a bit more kind of like on maybe a different type of player next to him,
maybe slightly different, just to complement, because it's like the yin and yang, isn't it? You can have he can be one and the other player can be like the other side of it, so then they complement each other, so then they work well together. But I really don't think that he was bad in that game yesterday. I think him and Messi were the best players to me, because I think Mbappe got that that hat trick because he got a penalty that wasn't even a bloody penalty anyway, in my opinion. So he got that. They got them 3 goals. I don't think on merit, like he didn't turn up like Romero turned up. He really did turn up for that game, and I think he put in some really crucial. When he smothered the ball one of the times, the keeper didn't quite have the ball, and he smothered him.
Oh, that was so
He was like
class. He
every
was the
bit of
coolest
body
head in the
guard.
building. Coolest
He's
head in the
Yeah,
building.
just smears it back to the keeper. He's unbelievable.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. He smothered it so he could get it back to the keeper, or like even that elbow on Lloris. I was like, "Go on, boy, Agent Romero on the case, trying to get like Lloris knocked out of our games."
I just want
Like,
to say on Romero, Mia, I actually don't think Spurs fans quite grasp how much of a rarity of a player we have on our hands, right? Like to have a defender, and we've seen this, Jack, when we've been at games, especially like Mikel Antonio. You know, we've seen it with St. Maximin, with Newcastle. Some of these guys, they go at Romero, they get clattered once, they don't want to know. With how aggressive he is, like I know some people say, "Oh, he needs to temper that," whatever else, but he literally, with just one tackle, he nullifies a threat down that certain side, purely because nobody wants to go near him with the football.
They're scared of him.
Nobody, they're afraid of him. Like it's a bit like a Roy Keane, a Vinnie Jones, where people are afraid of him. It's a rarity.
Remember, we saw Antonio get afraid of him, Dave. We saw Antonio like cower away. Like he almost got subbed off at like halftime, I think, in fact. Like David Moyes even saw that he was scared.
I mean, I would be afraid of him, but in a good way. But you know,
well, like the thing is, to do what he does in the modern day and age, where everything is scrutinized, you know, tackles are a lot cleaner than what they used to be. We've got an absolute gem and a rarity on our hands, and we should celebrate him a lot more than what we do.
Damn right,
for me,
we should.
I agree with you, Mia. I think the reason why you have that centre back there is to have that common influence, to be that leader, so that if he does wander off, just say, "Look, Romero, Langley's gone the other side. You're just going to have to come in and sit beside me." That's all he needs. Obviously, he can improve maybe the aerial aspect of his game, but the idea of having a left and a right-sided centre-back in a back three is so that they can go make them challenges that he does do. We're just not used to it, because we're so used to having Dyer or Sanchez or Davies who do not do that.
I think he's a bit old school. He reminds me of an old school player. Like that's how they used to do it, and I don't mind a bit of that. And like I just said though, as well, don't forget Argentina are known for that kind of play anyway. That is the kind of team he comes from in Argentina. That's what they do. So for me, I completely disagree with what Michael says. Sorry, his controversial opinion, not accepting it. No.
I also even said to whoever I was watching it with, I remember saying that Mbappe I thought was actually non-existent really in the first half. And like, I thought he sort of disappeared to a degree. And like, that's not just because, you know, he just decided not to play that day. It's definitely because a certain Christian Romero probably was doing some things that really took him off his sort of kind of tempo, took him off his sort of kind of mindset, and made it life difficult for him. And that you didn't see many defenders do that to Mbappe this tournament, make life that difficult for him.
Of course, and that's the thing. He could just do a few little things, and Mbappe's thinking, "Oh, darn, this guy is on me. He is on me," and he was on him. You could tell he was on Mbappe, and he wasn't there. He really was non-existent for that first half of that football, even a bit more than the first half. And like I say, I don't think he actually came alive from his. I think he did and he didn't, but those penalties were a little bit of a knee up for him, like it was a bit of a helping hand.
He didn't even earn those penalties either, like other players earned those penalties. So he was,
I think he had one of them.
Yeah,
I think he had one. Did it one?
No, I think Kolo Muani earned one, and then Dembele earned the other. Because
I didn't watch the whole game because I went off and come back in.
No.
But like to me, he didn't really earn them. He didn't really like. Yeah, I don't really rate him. I think he's a bit arrogant. So it's good to see his tears. I'm not going to lie. I was a bit happy about seeing these tears. I was like, good, you arrogant so-and-so. Like, I can't stand. There's arrogant being because you're good, and there's arrogant just because you are one of those arrogant people. You can just tell.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan.
A lot of people say about him that his ego is absolutely massive, so they do. But look, you know,
Or maybe he's got to make up for something else that's small, eh?
Maybe so, maybe so. It's usually the case. They call it small man syndrome. But look, we won't go there. Mia, we'll move on. So look, we've got other things to talk about. I mean, maybe let's ask you the next 5 Premier League games coming up. We've got Brentford away. We've got Aston Villa at home. And we've got, I think, let me get it in order. Just give me one second.
Got the FA Cup as well, haven't we?
So
Yeah.
we've got Brentford away, Aston Villa at home, Crystal Palace away, Arsenal at home, Man City away. What do you think is an acceptable points tally from them 5 games? So 15, of course, being the max. What's acceptable for you?
Joe, what? It's so difficult because City is a hard game. Although we always seem to have their number, I do think that this year with Haaland, it's going to be a lot different. Like, we have to have literally someone on him, like on him proper. Do not let that guy get the ball. Man marking basically. But probably, Joe, what? I think we should win. Crystal Palace is a hard game. We always find that quite hard, but we are at home, and I don't think they've been. That's away. Oh, yeah, it is away. Sorry, I've written it all down. I should know this. I've written it all down just a minute ago.
There last year, and we've notoriously, found Selhurst Park a tough place to go. So it's not the easiest. Brentford destroyed us at our home ground with aerial balls again. Not the easiest. North London Derby. It's some tricky games in there.
I think we have got a lot of tricky games, but I feel like we could win with the game at home with the Scumbags. Obviously, when it comes to us at home, it's like us going away to them. They rarely win the games at our place. So if you look at the statistics, they haven't won a game at our home ground for a really long time. So
there's also solace that we have tough games before that Arsenal game. It's not like we're facing like doozies of games, before, like we're facing tough teams, and also mostly London derbies, I think, too, Mia, before we face the Scum. So you could kind of look at that as like a tough schedule, but you could also look at that as like kind of the right type of preparation for the North London derby.
Good prep. Yeah, I do think that. Obviously, I do feel like we should get maybe a point from Palace, and I think we should win the Arsenal game. I really do. The City game, I'm a bit like, if we get a draw, I would be happy. I wouldn't be upset. I don't want to lose that game though. I think none of the games I want to lose. I think it needs to be draws or wins. I think we can't afford to keep dropping points, and those points lost in this first part of the season is massively affected us. You can see like how much we were losing games. It's just not good. It's not good for morale, and it's not good for our confidence. So I feel like we need to go on a run of not losing. Even if we do get draws, I feel like that's acceptable in my opinion, because I think that will give us confidence. If we get these first few games over with and get some draws in, get maybe a couple of wins, I feel like that will be good for our confidence going back into the season after having a really bad time before the break.
Yeah.
For me, I think only 12 points is acceptable. I think, look, we got ourselves into a pickle. We can't afford to do that again. No excuses. They got themselves in it. With the result of that, knowing that every other game that where should be picking up points, they're going to have to. Palace should be beaten. I don't care. Look, Selhurst Park, tough place to go. But if we want to stay in top 4 with Man United, Liverpool, Newcastle chasing our tails, who also have a January transfer window to improve, and also try and catch Arsenal, who I'd be surprised if they don't go again, being top of the league. So for me, I think you've got to beat Palace regardless, you find a way. You've got to beat Brentford regardless, you find a way. Same as Aston Villa. And the controversial one, Arsenal. You owe them a spanking.
We have to win that.
At home to them. So for me, you've got to beat them. I'll take 12 points. I'll be happy with that.
Yeah, and I think 12 points is definitely, like, I would say a maximum I can think of that we would get. Like, I feel like we wouldn't get any more than that anyway. But the Arsenal game, not only do we have to beat them, we have to spank them like we did last time they come, and they were running scared before they come to that game. And then they come and we made so much noise. We need to do that again to scare them, because they do get intimidated by atmospheres 100%. They really do. And obviously, we've got the Villa game. I feel like the Villa game's winnable. I do feel like, although if Harry Kane gets a penalty for that, I'm not going to like that, because Martinez, what a goalkeeper, man. What a goalkeeper that guy is. Like, honestly, what were Arsenal doing? They put him on for a little bit. He played really well. They brought back Leno, then they got rid of Martinez just to get rid of Leno anyway. Like, what was that? That was crazy. Martinez is such a good goalkeeper.
He could teach Hugo a thing or two about saving penalties. I'll tell you that, because Hugo
Do
also
you know what
looks
he does?
shocking with saving penalties. Like, I would say the moment we get into a penalty shootout, take Hugo out, put Forster in, because I thought Hugo embarrassed
Do you know
himself.
what? With Martinez, do you know what he does? He plays mind games because he threw the ball away, didn't he? And then he was like pushing his luck. Before he got a yellow card, he was pushing his luck to see what he could get away with before he got a yellow, to play mind games. And I love that. Like, I do love that. We need Romero to have a little word in his ear. I know he played for the scumbag, but I think that we can put an arm around him and say, look, they didn't treat you as good. We can treat you better. This side of North London, much better, whiter, nicer, cleaner. Don't go to that. You know, you've been that side. It's rubbish. It's shit. Come to our side.
Yeah,
I won't mind him.
look, I would say there's definitely scope or definitely potential for it to happen. You know, at the end of the day, he's no legends there. They didn't treat him well. They were very quick to bin him. So for me, I think there's definitely potential there, and it'd be a good one for sure. We've got a question here for you, Mia, though, from Hotspur82, and he wants to bring it back round to Christian Romero. He says, evening all, do you think Romero's success on Sunday will increase his appetite for further success? Surely it's just a matter of time before Real Madrid or PSG come sniffing around. And if they do, Mia, you know, usually, regardless of what club you're at in England, they go. If the big boys come calling, do you think Romero could suffer the same fate? And do you think he's a player that it could be very quickly this summer?
The thing is, with the appetite, I think that he has got an appetite anyway. I don't believe all this hype of he was out injured and he wasn't injured and he didn't want to play for us, because he played for an injury before for us. And I understand with Argentina, he really did want to maybe be fit enough to play for Argentina. And the first game he played, he was still a little bit injured. You could tell he wasn't fully there. So I do think that obviously he didn't have that fitness ready, but he wanted to play. So I do think he's going to come back and be absolutely fine. If those teams come sniffing, it's so difficult, isn't it? Because we've just not got the pull to keep him. We just haven't. And it's really, really horrible to think. It's just like the bigger kid coming up to you and you have to give them your lunch money because they're bigger than you. And you're just like, okay, cool, have it, because you don't want to get beat up. So it's such a tough one with those teams coming in, because you know that Madrid's one of those, it's got pull. No matter what situation they're in, that's got a massive pull. Who doesn't want to play for Real Madrid? Come on, like, I would understand if he wants to. I've got to be honest. I wouldn't say I couldn't understand it. I would be so upset. I'll be dragging his legs at the airport. Please don't go. Please don't leave me.
Be like losing Modric all over again. Honestly, it'd be somewhat similar. I think. So I hope he just stays here at least a long while. And you know, it's not to say that he'll be here forever. It's not to say he'll be here forever, but I'd like to say he'll stay here a while. And we do know, though, Mia, that we did spend a bit of coin on Romero, so I do anticipate us probably wanting to get almost all of that back, especially if he does end up being that world-class center back that we know he certainly can be. So hopefully he at least commands a gigantic fee of some sort, and then we do kind of
I just read in the comments someone said Jesus turned down Madrid to go to Arsenal, but that just shows he's got lack of ambition, then, doesn't it? Just shows that he's not confident in himself, because he's the second best Brazilian in the Premier League at the moment. Let's get it right. He's not the best. He's the second best, and that's why he wouldn't go to Madrid. See, like Richarlison, it's funny because you think, oh, he's not okay, he's not the greatest, he's not the best, but if someone like Madrid come knocking, he would rate himself. He would rate himself to go to Madrid. He wouldn't think to himself, oh no, I'll just go to another team because I don't know. You can tell he backs himself, and I like that when a player backs himself to go to a team like Madrid, because they know they've got balls to go, yeah, I'm going to go out there. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that shows balls, where obviously Jesus hasn't got any balls.
No, it's not surprising to see a Gooner run away from the pressure. Not surprising to see
all gunners are runners, isn't it? All gunners are runners.
Exactly.
Remember that, people.
Exactly.
That's the way it is.
Let me just ask you quickly, Mia, and then we'll let you give your new baby a plug. But look, What was the question I was going to ask you again? Yeah, are you concerned that we haven't really used the World Cup period to tie Conte down? Look, it was always going to be hard to tie Kane down over the World Cup because he was never ever going to enter them discussions. But also to the point that it doesn't look likely that we haven't signed anyone to come into this window early so that they'll be here for the likes of an Arsenal game or a City game. Does it concern you?
It is a little bit concerning, and obviously the Conte talks apparently have been going on, so I don't know where. It's so tricky with Conte. Like I said before, it's one of those situations where you don't want to say, oh, you have to stay for a year. You want him to stay. You want him to say, I want to stay and commit. And obviously the fact that we want him to do it before the January, really, because we don't want him not to sign, because then that's not going to give confidence to players who are coming to us, because they're going to be like, oh, this guy's not even wanting to stay. What is the plan for Tottenham? What is your plan? Like, it's really difficult, and I really, really want him to sign. Like, I want it to get done with so we can all be over with these talks of Conte signing, but I just don't know how long it's going to take and if he's going to do it. It's just one of those. You just think to yourself, surely he would have done it by now. Why hasn't he? That, like, in my mind,
holding out for a centre half.
Yeah, maybe. I just feel like, to me, why is he taking so long? It's just one of those things. That's the problem. The longer it goes on, the less confident I am that he's going to sign.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Look, I personally, I think he's using that as a bargaining tool to get exactly what he wants this January. Me personally, I think maybe come towards the end of the January, or once we've got his signing over the line, you might see things coming out saying he signed a new contract. But for me, I think he's sitting there. I think he's going, look, I ain't signing until I get in that centre back. Simple as. But look, we'll wait and see. But Mia, Spurs between the lines. What's it about?
Well, it's going to be me just chatting more of the nonsense that I like to chat, really. Like, obviously, I'm quite an opinionated person. I like to think that I'm fair as well. Like, I never try and have digs at other people's opinions. Maybe Michael's a little bit, because Romero is a no-go topic for me. But I like to give my opinion a lot, so I thought, why not start my own channel? I've put a couple of videos up, short ones, so people could just go and give them a like and a watch to the end, because that makes a difference for the algorithm. I'm also actually on TikTok, which is new to me. My children are a bit ashamed that I'm on TikTok. They're like, you're not allowed to be on TikTok. But I've done TikTok because purely it's good, obviously, to have social media as much as possible to get yourself out there and obviously views, etc. So I am on TikTok as well. So if you could all please go and do that. I've been working so hard the last few days doing edits. I'm learning how to use the my editing skills. I've never done it before, and I'm doing all right. I think that I've actually sussed it out quite quick. So nice. I'm not too bad. I asked Dave, who does editing for yours? And he's like, we don't really edit. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like I'm going to be editing all the bits on mine. I'm like really a bit of not a perfectionist, but I like it to look good or sound good. Yeah. And I spend a bit of time sitting there fiddling around with it, but I quite enjoy it, actually. I quite enjoy seeing the end product when you've done it and you're like, oh, I'm proud of that. That's really good. So yeah, obviously I have been working hard.
I think everybody should go show Mia some support, because everybody loves Mia on this fan show. They all love looking forward to what you have to say. And now they can actually find it, at another place, on THFC Till I Die, as well as here on your new channel here, Mia. Finally, people can find you in more places than just one. So also as well, I think it's good to see another person come from these fan shows and create their own channel. I can't tell you how many people have done that, and you've, joined the trend there as well. So many people have come onto these fan shows and then eventually started their own channel, which is exactly what we always wanted.
Yeah, and if people want to go on my TikTok, it's Spurs Between the Lines, or it's all my links are on my YouTube. So if you go on my YouTube channel, I have got the links for my other accounts on there as well. So yeah, no, much appreciated. Like, I'm excited, but I'm also a little bit nervous. I'm doing a countdown, so it's going to be a week from today is when I'm going to be doing my first video. So keep an eye out for the countdown videos that I keep creating. I've been having a bit of fun with those, been putting different music and like fiddling around what sounds good and messing about with it, because I want to get used to how it all works. So I thought if I do a few do the countdown
Yeah.
videos, it's quite a good way of
Yeah.
learning about how to use all the software.
Yeah. Well,
So
Mia, I'm looking forward to seeing how that countdown goes. I'm looking forward to the first video. I'm already happy to see that there are some videos up there, and it's good to see that you've continued the trend of kind of just getting out there more, right? Making your own channel, just starting to sort of get into this this whole Spurs community, and we really do appreciate you also coming on as much as you do, Mia.
And I appreciate anybody who gives it a like and a follow and subscribe, etc. Like I do, I'm going to be appreciative of everybody, because obviously I know how difficult it is starting a YouTube channel. Like it's really, really difficult to try and start it, and it's quite nerve-wracking. So you got to bear with me, because I am just starting out. So you've got to bear with me that I'm not going to be, perfect going into this. It's not. I've never ever done this before, so.
We weren't perfect either, Mia, and I'm pretty sure you've as well had a lot of experience on here, so you're probably starting at even a better spot than we ever did, Mia. So looking forward to that channel and getting it started. And also, everybody, head on over there, get the channel up and going. Let's get some subs over there on Spurs Between the Lines. But Mia, thank you always for coming on. Thanks for your patience.
Thanks very much.
We'll be seeing you soon.
I'll be speaking to you soon.
Come on, you Spurs.
And in Conte we trust.
In Conte we trust, and hopefully Romero returns back stronger and proves some people wrong. Mia proves the
100%.
doubters wrong.
I can't wait to see Cutie back on my screen.
There we go. There we go. Well, Mia, I'll be seeing you. Thank you for coming on. We'll be seeing you.
Speak to you soon.
Bye. Everybody, show Mia some love. Head on over to that channel and give it a big red sub button. Dave is doing kind of just some work behind the scenes here. We're actually trying to make some sort of edits and things like that to the various videos like Mia was talking about. We're actually finally getting on the editing train as well, but we're going to keep moving on this show, get on to the next guest here as well. But we do have a super chat in here from Dermot, and he says, just making sure, Dermot, I got this. And he says, THFC till I die. Great to have the Spurs back. Conte will have a plan. We have to come out fighting. This is the most important second half of the season in a long while. A few things to take from that, Dermot. It really is great to have the Spurs back. As much as I do enjoy the World Cup, I felt like about 2 weeks in, I kind of already was missing Spurs. Already was looking forward to them playing. Even just playing Motherwell was a whole lot of fun to do with Dave. I'm just looking forward to seeing the boys playing the beautiful kit. But I would say, though, like Antonio Conte has apparently, according to Ali Gold, been quite sort of refreshed by his sort of time away from Spurs. Apparently his vacation, he came back well tanned, well rested, and is sort of having a bit of a, how would you say, like he just is having a fresh perspective maybe on Spurs, or he's not as stressed out by the whole situation as maybe he had been in October. So there is something to be said about how if you have like an Antonio Conte that's a bit more motivated or even just refreshed, that can be very, very powerful, because it's good to always have Antonio Conte with kind of like a fresh mind on things, like a fresh perspective on things, because we know how much of a genius he can be with preparing his squads for these upcoming games. And to know that he's kind of going after it with, or like, let's say, yeah, fresh ideas, fresh perspective, exactly what we want to be hearing for the second half of the season.
100%, Jack. I mean, look, if you look at it, if us fans were frustrated and needed a break, you can only imagine how much Antonio Conte needed it. You know what I mean? And it could be a blessing in disguise, because if we didn't have this break, we would have just carried on going with games and games and games. We wouldn't have a chance to try and get some of our injured players back, etc. And I think it's probably come at the right time for us. And then now, hopefully, we can use the second half of the season. Conte has some maybe tweaks things a little. I don't think he's going to tweak maybe necessarily the formation from a back five to a back four. I don't think that's going to happen, but I think he might tweak little things, and it also gives him a chance to take a step back, look at it, identify exactly what needs to be done in January to be able to help push us on to catch up on Arsenal, to be able to maybe catch up on Man City. So I do think it's probably a blessing in disguise, Dermo, but big yourself up, brother, and really appreciate the support, my man.
Thank you,
big
Dermo.
yourself up. Anyone else wants to be like Dermo, feel free to send in a super chat. It's a great way to support everything myself and Jack are doing, but it's also a great way to get your comment in the chat, get it highlighted, and make sure it gets discussed. But we are going to keep moving. We've still got loads of guests in the background. Jack, who's next, my man?
It's KPV time, Dave, the guy that tells us to cue the music in the beginnings of the show. It's KPV, the man that runs the show.
Let's get him on. KPV, how are you, my man?
I'm good.
Champions of
Keep it
Europe
what?
2023. Come on, you Spurs 2024 KPV. Do you have some aspirations for the Champions League? You think we might be a dark horse second half of the season?
Yeah, I think so. And why not? Like, we've got AC Milan, and I don't care what anyone says. We still, we, what?
No,
Did I
don't,
just?
don't worry about that. Go on.
No, I see. Like, yeah, as I said, I don't care what anyone says because, like, I heard that Tanganga is wanted by AC Milan, but that's not going to happen because we can't let him go there because we got drawn them in the last 16 draws, so we can't go there. Like, I don't think any Tottenham players have played for AC Milan. I don't think none of them have, but, like, we'll still smash them even though Giroud scored against England. I don't give a fuck. I do not care about the French quick.
Time for Romero maybe to, probably lock up Mr. Giroud. We were talking about Romero earlier, KPV. I'm going to ask you this. Is he going to come back fit and firing? Is he going to come back right to sort of prove some Spurs fans wrong? Or is he going to maybe kind of, let's say, enjoy a bit of mate, kind of kick off the boots, kind of relax a little bit because he has just won a World Cup. He's probably feeling a little bit tired, or is he feeling extra motivated? Maybe is he going to come back and prove some Spurs fans wrong? What do you think? How is Romero feeling? Is he going to come back strong, or is he going to maybe need some time?
He's going to come back strong and prove that Spurs fans and the haters wrong. Like people saying, I know Brian and that have said he's been shocking, but like last season, no, I don't think any striker got the better of him. Did any striker get past him? The answer is no. Nobody did. No one got past him. And Dave said this after the West Ham game when we lost 1-0, he'll be better than Van Dijk. And it looks like he is at the moment because Liverpool have been having a shocking season. Van Dijk has. So he is better than Van Dijk. I don't care what anyone says. He won a Cup in Qatar. That was with Liverpool. The Club World Cup.
Yeah, the Club World Cup, yeah.
Yeah, that's the reason why they won it, because they won a Champions League, but only by VAR to not have a look for the penalty in the final. But like that, I think how the best teams get in it if they win a Champions League there. But I hear that's what's going to be happening in 2025. They're thinking of doing a Club World Cup in the middle of the season.
What do you make of that, Kyle? Do you find that exciting, that idea? I do.
I do. Klopp said when Liverpool won the league that season, he said there shouldn't be. Well, Klopp, you're wrong, mate. It's there's going to be. The World Cup is in the middle of this season, so I find it exciting. Why not get us to win? Chelsea, Man United, Liverpool have won it, but we haven't. Those lot of Seven Sisters World haven't won it. They haven't won a European trophy, so I find it exciting. Why not?
I think the thing with it, KPV, is when you look at it, most people probably expect the semi-finals or the quarterfinals to be dominated by teams from Europe. But I actually think we'll probably be surprised. I think some of them South American teams are better than what people give them credit for. It's where a lot of clubs are looking to go over and bring these guys over young, so we know there's talent there. But also, when you look at Argentina, some of the Brazilian guys not afraid to kick the shit out of you either. And sometimes, if you go there thinking you're the big dogs and you're not up for the task, you can easily be undone. So I think it'll be a bit of a better competition than what many people give it credit for, to be honest with you. But then again, something's going to have to give that year that it's on, because you can't keep asking these players to keep rolling out the amount of games they're doing every single time and adding more and more to it. So for me, I think I can understand that side of the argument, but I do think there's some value in that competition. But KPV, my man, January transfer window coming up. What do you want to see happen? What do you think has to happen this January for us to kick on and have a good second half of the season? And if it doesn't happen, potentially we might find ourselves outside the Champions League spots.
Centre back is what definitely needs improving. I know he shall not be named, has been shocking. He's been costing us points, but it looks like the fridge is going to be.
Sir and Harry Maguire.
Yeah, the fridge, as Expressions calls him, the fridge. Yeah,
what
the
do you
fridge.
think?
I think he's not that bad. I think he would do brilliant. Like England players, another English player to add to the collection and playing for Spurs. Like I think many England players have played for Tottenham, and I saw Ben and Sim do the quiz about how many England players have played for Tottenham, man. Why not? And he's better than Dyer in the air. I know. Yeah, Dyer scored a couple of goals like this season, Southampton and Leicester. Like, yeah, they've all been assists from
what sort of attributes do you think that central centre back has to have going forward? So good on the ball, good in the air, a leader who's not afraid to command and demand from others. I mean, what
do we need?
attributes do it needs?
I think good on the ball. I think I think good on the ball. Not afraid to shout at players. I know Hugo Lloris and nephews has been shouting at the players, and they high fived him against Sporting, but we still lost. But and yeah, he's good in the air. I know he scored against Chelsea, when Liverpool won the league that season, and he didn't even get a red card for kicking Batshuayi in when he didn't get a red card, and United still won the game, and Chelsea thought they scored, but offside. And well, that's what happened when you sign a defender for 80 million, and Van Dijk was 75 from Southampton, and Maguire's going to leave United. Why not? Another England player, as I said, Harry Kane knows well. I wouldn't mind him coming.
Do you think also, the set piece coach, right? I'm already forgetting his name. How have we already forgot about the set piece coach's name? What's his name again?
Gianni Vio.
Gianni Vio. He would love a guy. He would love a guy like Slabhead, wouldn't he? KPV, a guy that he could use in that near post, somebody that's a threat in the air. We don't even really have any great threats in the air. I think apart from Richarlison, Perisic, and maybe Kane as well, right? Those are kind of our real threats in the air. So it'd be nice to actually for Gianni to have a center back to work with for once that actually could, have some threat from a set piece, because we've been able to score goals from set pieces without any real, actual, true, aerial threat that I can actually point to, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think we're the top scorers who score from set pieces, if I'm not mistaken.
You're right.
The top scorers. Another guy who can score from set piece, he can score headers or with his feet. I know he hasn't scored that many bangers than any other player has, but why not? I wouldn't mind him. I know people probably gonna say, "Oh, we don't want him," but we need someone who's not gonna give the ball away, good in the air. Why not get in England teammates with Kane and he shall not be named? But why not England players?
Also, KPV Perisic, I saw had a very, very good tournament. And Perisic has got a few assists during the tournament. I noticed from some headers, from some set pieces. He was helping out. Do you think Perisic, with maybe that pretty good World Cup of his, do you think maybe he's going to have a better second half of the season than he did a first half? Could we maybe see a good season from Perisic? Because he looked good in the World Cup.
Yeah, he looked good in the World Cup. And when they played Canada, I believe he got an assist. And he's been playing, left wing back and
and left mid, and he's been playing a bit further up too.
Yeah, what a ride it's been for Croatia. He put on Instagram, 3rd place, 2nd time since '98 they finished 3rd, and in France, and then they finished 2nd in Russia, and now they finished 3rd in Qatar. I think he'll have a better second half of the season than he did the first. He hasn't scored, but if he can continue that good form from Croatia, then to Spurs when he did for Croatia. So let's hope he can score against Brentford. We're probably going to be wearing that blue kit or something than our home kit, because we can't wear the white kit because they've got red and white Brentford. So, but why not? He's a brilliant player. Conte knows well from Inter, but
how desperate is Kulusevski, to play, Kyle? I know you Kulusevski is one of his biggest fans. So how desperate is Kulusevski to play. I know he's just itching to go, isn't he?
Yeah, Kulu's itching to go. He scored in the last Friday against, who was it? Motherwell?
Yeah.
In Motherwell, yeah, he scored. And
Yeah.
And so he scored and got 2 assists. So, like, I know Mr. Box Office is watching, calling me Juventus reject, like I watched on Saturday. But yeah, Dave said it.
Look, I see a lot of this. It wasn't just him. He's been scapegoat. At least 70% of the Tottenham community called these guys rejects, not just Alex Davies.
Like, but
Not
look
just
what
him.
they did. Yeah,
look-
not just him. They helped us get top 4 in Champions League, get back into Europe's biggest competition. Like AC Milan, like we're coming for you, Giroud. You had to be subbed off in the World Cup final yesterday, and you're angry. Well, your manager has seen enough of it, and so you
Hopefully
can
we see him get subbed off at halftime in Milan there, KPV. Absolutely right. Maybe Romero will get him frustrated and he'll get taken off at halftime.
Yeah, Romero, man. Like, world champion. So, yo.
I think my internet's all over the place here. I think I'm going to have to start my computer again. But KPV, let me ask you, my man, maybe last question for you. So, you know the 150 million that was given and that we already withdrew 100 million and with 50 left. So with that 50 comes with a clause. If they draw down that 50, it means they increase their stake in the club by a further 2%. Now, I know you're not the biggest fan of the owners. You like Daigle, you're Levy out. So what do you want to happen? Do you want to withdraw that 50 so that we can use it in the January transfer window and have that extra 2% stake in the ownership of the club, or would you rather not do it so that they don't get any more a percentage of the club?
I'd rather they do it. I think they can use it or something in the January transfer window and use it to percentage and get some more players in, get rid of the deadwood players, I'd rather they use it and then see how we do in the summer, like the others have been saying. But why not? Like, I'd rather they use it now than towards the end of the season. So I'd probably use it January transfer window. And before I go, there's a Canada player who I've been impressed with, and that was Dejan Buchanan. He was I still can't believe Canada didn't get a second penalty against Belgium.
He kind of let me down, I thought, KPV, because I think Tejan is really, really talented, but I sort of felt like he could have been even better because I know a lot of people really rated him going into it, and I thought he could have been better, if you ask me. I know he is really good, but I thought he could have been better.
I thought he could have done better, but
But you like him. Maybe a Kulusevski alternative instead of Malinovsky? Would you rather have Tejan Buchanan?
Yeah, I probably would have Dejan Buchanan over than Malinovsky, because what I've seen on Twitter is saying that the deal's not going to happen. It's maybe it's because of what's going on with him or something. But why not have both? But I know Brian would probably take Dejan Buchanan. He was Canada all over Belgium in the first game, and
absolutely right.
They didn't get a second penalty. What's wrong with the referees? And take a good look at it and look at the second one. But they got the first penalty and they missed and caught twice saves, and they have the main penalty taker, the little man, Jonathan, what was it, Davis from Bayern Munich?
Yeah, Fonzo Davies.
Lucky bastard. But he probably shouldn't have taken. He should have let Jonathan David take, because he probably would score penalties. But Alphonso Davies, the captain, he's the one that scored a goal against Croatia, and that was their first goal in the World Cup finals. So well done.
Well, I'm looking forward to that Canadian team, I think they were actually hard done by, KPV. I thought they actually weren't all that bad. I thought they actually looked pretty good at stages, and so hopefully they can actually get points this time, because they deserved at least 3 points in one of the games.
At least 3 points, and I'll be heading out there in 2026 to watch the World Cup because they're hosting it alongside the Yanks and Mexico. So
Yep.
I'll be in Canada watching it with Ben and Sim and Brian Daigle. So because I've got family over there, so I'll be heading
Nice.
over there. So
There you go, and cheering
everyone,
on the
make
English
sure
against
you
the Yanks. You know, you'll be in the Yank
make sure you
territory.
tap KPV on YouTube with Daigle and Ben and Sim, and you'll see me in the matchday vlogs. I'll be in the Canada stadiums, any of them watching. If England win all 3 games, then I'll be extending my stay, watching all the way to the final. And who knows where the final will be? If it'll be in Canada, and before I go, I hear that we want to host the Champions League in 2026, the final
Yep.
or something. As long as Chelsea don't get to the final and win it, then I don't mind. But I just don't want Chelsea getting to the final and winning at our ground because
No.
we would have seen one team win the league at our ground, and that's those lot from Seven Sisters Road. But hope not. But anyway,
Absolutely. There you are, KPV. Thanks for getting us. Thanks for getting us going. Thanks for getting the music going. The man running the scenes, man running the show behind the scenes, KPV.
And as always, Levy out, KPV, Brian Daigle, Ben and Sim, Jack and Dave in.
Get KPV in.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs, and Conte we trust. Get KPV in, everybody, and we will be seeing you. Come on, you Spurs. See you soon, KPV. Absolute legend. Everybody shows KPV some love and get him in there. Get Levy out. Get KPV in, as he said. But we're going to keep moving on here. I think Dave was just running into some slight internet issues. He's just going to reboot the computer and then get back on here as soon as he can, because I think it's probably best that, he has that computer best and running for you guys. So when he has a chat with you, but I'm going to get the next guest on here and then we'll get going. We're going to talk to Daddy Højbjerg next. Looking forward to this. There he is. How are we doing,
Hello.
Daniel?
I'm doing okay. I mean, I've injured my back on Saturday really bad, so I'm on immense painkillers right now.
Oh no,
so if I'm a little bit woozy, then
that's okay. That's okay, Daniel. That's okay, my friend.
Yeah.
Hopefully, though, we get to maybe have a good conversation about Spurs, because Spurs are returning. Yeah. Any of these conversations that we've had so far that are kind of like caught your ear, maybe something that you feel like hasn't been spoken about enough? I've been kind of wanting to have a good Hugo conversation with some people. I don't know what's on your mind right now, Daniel. What do you want to get discussing first? Should we talk about Hugo? Is that okay, or is there something else you want to talk about?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Let's start with Hugo. So as you heard me, I'm kind of a bit more skeptical than other people. I'm kind of losing faith in him. I don't know if I would trust him for the rest of the season, because I feel like he's cost us more points than he has saved us this season. He's also just coming off the back of losing the World Cup, might be a little down right now. Fraser Forster, you could say, could be given a few chances, right? Maybe in these next few games. Do you think Fraser Forster should be given a shot? Should he be given a chance maybe to, I don't know, be proven to be the keeper to rely on for the rest of the season?
100%. 100%. Like I've said.
Have you lost faith with Hugo like me? Or are you kind of like...
Yeah. Completely. Like I've said it before. He's just not, I don't rate him anymore. Even think for France, he was probably one of the worst players for them throughout the World Cup.
I really thought in penalties too, he was kind of embarrassing. Let's be honest. He really did not cover himself in any glory in the penalties. And also, even there were a lot of moments where there were some back passes that I saw given to him that didn't even look like that bad of passes. I mean, they weren't like the back passes he's usually getting from center backs at Spurs. They were actually quite decent, passes back to him, and he would launch it out of play or he gave it away to the other team. He just seemed he didn't seem as shaky as he maybe has been for Spurs, but he still looked pretty shaky, I thought, for France, if you ask me. I didn't think he even had all that great of a World Cup, except maybe against England. He had a good game, but that was really probably about it when you kind of think about it for Hugo. So I don't know, maybe I'm being really negative here, KPV, or Daniel, but I feel like, I don't know, I'm just lost faith with him, man. I feel like I feel like he has a clanger. I think there is going to be a clanger, come Brentford or come Palace. I hate to say it, I don't have confidence.
Yeah, if he was a horse, he would have been put down by now, in my opinion.
Do you think is he a sentimental one? Is he one that Spurs fans have been too sentimental towards, maybe? Because he has been a great servant to us. Let's be honest. He has been a good servant to us, but has he stuck around maybe 1 year too long, 2 years too long?
To be honest, it's been when we were absolutely horrific back in 14, like 13, 14, he was our best player by a mile.
Yeah, and he
And
carried
he
us.
stuck with us. Yeah, and he stuck with us for so long. But good things come to an end. Good players reach their, date where they you need to replace them, and that's sadly for him now. It's time to, especially in the summer, replace. That's why I said as well that Croatian keeper.
Livakovic.
Yeah,
you brought that up. What did you like about Livakovic in this tournament? Like, what did he show to you that you feel like, you know what, that's what I kind of like about a keeper? What did you like about him?
Well, I like this distribution, first of all.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And also, you can say penalties, and I don't know how young he is. I don't really know too much about him. But
he had that cat-like reflex too. I think Hugo does, because he made some pretty crack saves at some stages, like Daniel. Like, he made some saves that were kind of like Emi Martinez's, that were sort of like game-saving sort of kind of saves in moments. And that's what you're looking for, right? Is a goalkeeper that can sort of pull off a save that you just don't expect him to make, and then you're sort of still in it. That's what we need, is somebody that I think can sort of be that extra wall of defense, right, in between the sticks. And I think Livakovic can show, like, when he's feeling it, like, he can make some blinders of saves, like really can make some incredible, reaction saves, sort of kind of like Hugo did. To be fair, you brought up, before, right? He, like, when we were pretty awful, like, Hugo was exceptional at that, is, keeping us in games with really excellent saves. And I think maybe Livakovic has a bit of that in him, that sort of cat-like reflex that maybe Hugo kind of had, in his prime. So I don't know. I'd be interested in Livakovic. And my only thing, though, is that I did notice that he didn't seem like, let's say, the best leader, like, at least of the goalkeepers. He sort of seemed a bit quiet, kind of a bit reserved, kind of like Hugo is. Is that okay for you? Because we don't normally, you and I, Daniel, we don't like goalkeepers as captains, but is that okay for you? Like, if Livakovic was, let's say, a bit kind of quiet, like maybe Hugo is, would that be okay for you?
Well, like I said, I don't know how old he is, so I don't.
I think he's 27. I think he's 27, 28.
Yeah. Okay. Well, again, he can learn that how more, because goalkeepers are, almost ageless. You feel like they learn more of age to be more commanding. So, but for me, that's not the main issue. If he's not the most vocal of persons.
Yeah.
Others should be that. We should have others, especially in defense, that should be the vocal.
Definitely. But what do you make of I did bring up earlier that, Perisic, I thought, actually had a pretty good tournament. He got some assists, in some key moments for Croatia. And Croatia, like, as much as I love the itches, they did, sort of rely on moments, and they took advantage of those moments. And I think Perisic was actually kind of key in some of those. He had some pretty lovely times where it felt like they wouldn't have scored had it not been for Perisic's, header, or Perisic's kind of a bit of composure. Do you think Perisic might have a better second half of the season, Daniel, than maybe he did in the first half? Because he did pick up a lot of assists, but there were some of us, me included, that were kind of left a bit underwhelmed at certain stages with him. Do you think he could be a lot better the second half of the season? Maybe he's warming up.
I think he can only get better, to be honest, with him, especially as quality shows with him.
Yeah,
that he can't get worse, even though, like, he's not been completely awful. He's had good moments, but, like, for him, especially after this World Cup,
more consistency. Maybe he'll show some consistency in the next few games. You're right, because I don't know, Dan. He had some nice moments in that World Cup where, like you just said, he showed to be a world-class player still in some moments. Like, there is some times when he had either a brilliant cross, or, like I said, his ability in the air seems very underrated. Like, he just seems to have no issue with, those flick-on type headers to people. He really is, I think, a world-class player on in his moments. And so I just hope that maybe we get to see that more on a consistent occasion, let's say, for the second half of the season.
I think we will, though, lads. I think when you look at it, like, Perisic was struggling for quite some time to get back from that injury. And, it was getting to the point where he was in 1 week and out the next week, this, that, and the other. I think now it looks like from the World Cup that injury is maybe behind him. So coming back, I actually think you will see a much more consistent, even Perisic. But we also have to remember, like, we're saying he hasn't even played to his full potential yet, but the guy's got 8 assists already. So, he does show that he is world class in that regard, in my opinion. But I seen something there not so long ago. I'm not sure how true it is, but Tottenham may be interested in McAllister. I mean, Daniel, looking at him in the World Cup, is he a player you would like to see Tottenham go and get, and maybe even over the likes of a James Maddison, who
that's my boy.
That's a good point. I mean, Maddison didn't play this World Cup, so we didn't get to see him at the biggest stage. But McAllister had a brilliant World Cup. He was so good. And
what if I told you, Daniel? What if I told you before this World Cup he was my creative midfielder? Like before he even played a game for Argentina, I was telling Dave that's the creative midfielder I think Spurs should be looking at is McAllister. Do you like McAllister?
Now I do. I mean, you know your stuff. That's definitely true. I thought he was Scottish as well. I thought he was Irish or Scottish before this.
He's got Irish. He's got Irish relations in the posh part of Dublin somewhere. So he does. He's got family that live in the posh part of Dublin.
Yeah, he's like third generation or something. Like I forget. I think his grandfather or something, or like maybe his great grandfather moved to Argentina like a while back, and so it's been a long line of McAllisters over in Argentina. And I think even one of his relatives played for the national team before him as well. So he's actually from a family of footballers, if I'm not mistaken. What do you think though? Because the reason I liked him, Daniel, is because for Brighton he plays in like a 2. He plays in a midfield pivot alongside Caicedo, which is kind of what I was looking for. I was looking for somebody that could basically be able to play in a midfield 2 if needed, like could actually play that role, but also play, in the 3-5-2 very easily. And it feels like McAllister, that's why I like him, is that I think he could play in a 2 if it needed to be that way, and he could play in a 3.
No, 100%. He's also like a free roamer as well, it seems like. He likes to be everywhere, especially in the final. I mean, to step up like that. I mean, you play with Brighton, you step up like that in a World Cup final. Come on. There's no many that can do that. Yeah.
He also made very unselfish runs, I saw, like, and was the reason why they scored so many of their goals, because he would just make unselfish runs. His passing is, I think, unbelievable. Like that pass that he just did to set up, I believe, whoever it was for the first goal, Di Maria, was just brilliant, honestly. Yeah, it was a brilliant pass from McAllister. So I don't know. He is the guy that I actually would take. This might be crazy, Daniel, but I would take him over James Maddison. That's how much I love McAllister. I would take him.
Even though we do need to look at English quota, Jack.
That's true.
That's tough, Dave. Yeah, we do have to look at English quota. Yeah, that does caveat me a bit, but that's how much I love him, Daniel. Is that I would take him over. I take him over Maddison. That's how much I rate him.
Is it Daddy McAllister for you now?
Daddy McAllister, exactly right. But
no,
sorry,
he's also my kind of guy, though. Have you seen his Instagram post recently?
No.
Okay, no, you need to see that. He responded to his girlfriend, and it's kind of like, ooh, my kind of guy.
I wonder, is he related to Kevin McAllister from Home Alone? Absolutely love that movie. But Daniel, January transfer window coming up. Can Paratici repeat the magic that he done last January? Because despite many of the naysayers, and even if people don't want to admit it now, at the end of the day, we brought in quality over quantity. We identified in key areas which helped us get Champions League football. So he got it right. Can he do it again this January? And is this January even more important than last January?
It is probably more important, but it is much harder because of the World Cup and how the prices have risen for so many players now after this. Even like, I responded to you, Jack Yoshan, Amrabat, even though maybe we don't need him, but his price is going to be high as well. Like, incredible. Even like that, the other Moroccan midfielder, I can't remember his name.
Amrabat.
The other one.
Unahi or Ziyech.
Yeah.
I liked Unahi.
I mean,
I thought
he was brilliant as well, and he plays for like Angers or something. So
he plays for Angers. In Ligue 1. So it just shows, right? There are all these guys that will have these big World Cups, momentum players, as I think what Michael called them, right? And you have to be careful. You can't just throw 40 million sometimes at these guys. Because sometimes they're just playing out of their skin because they're playing for their country. Sometimes that's the case too. Certain guys just play unbelievable for their country instead of club. We know a certain Gareth Bale is even that way as well, right? Developed superpowers for Wales, and then for Real Madrid sort of couldn't do it. And there is something to be said about that you have to sort of do your homework on these World Cup type signings. So that's why I would sort of say there are some players that, we could take a look at, like Unahi, McAllister, but we also have to be careful as well. We can't just buy into the hype and then pay, the price for it later. That's for sure.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's going to be so hard for clubs can be like beyond. Well, he's worth. Well, look at the World Cup he's had. He's worth this much money. No, they're going to be firm on to be on how much they want for the players. So it's going to be hard. But if Parachi is done like I think he is, then going to be able to sniff out a really good deal.
Another masterclass in January. Do you think the Don's going to provide?
Oh, it's almost impossible because that was perfect. I mean, Bentancur and Kulusevski, that's perfect. That was perfect. It's almost impossible.
What would you be happy with this January then, Daniel? So, regardless of all the noise after January transfer window, what would you be happy with coming out of this window?
Well, we need a centre back. We need a centre back. Or two. We just need upgrades there as soon as possible.
So if we sign just one centre back, you'd be happy with that?
It depends. It depends. If Dyer can have good games, even though that it's not gonna it's not gonna change my opinion of him. But if he managed to have good games until the summer, then fine. But if he's not done, if he doesn't, then we just as far almost, because Sanchez needs to fuck off anyway. Like, he's not gonna have good games. So yeah.
Fair enough. Sorry, go on.
No, go on.
I was gonna say, look, for me, I think a centre back. Look, regardless of how much of a good job I think Paratici has done, if we do not sign a centre back this January transfer window, I won't classify it as a good window, because we're still going to have the same problems that we've had at the start of this, where everyone got fooled by Dyer opening his game for a short period of time, and we've got to stop doing this at Tottenham. We've got to stop being fooled by a new manager bounce or their contracts running down. All of a sudden they start performing. We've got to start looking at what they've done over the period of time, over the course of their career at Tottenham, rather than just a certain period of time. So for me, I think non-negotiable has to be a centre back. After that, then I would like maybe I would accept one more after that, and I would be okay with it. Maybe in the right wing back area, or maybe a McAllister coming in here if the opportunity availed, or even another player in the forward area. I think for me, two signings that really help improve us, that come in and straight away. They eradicate a weakness from the squad that we had previously. I think I'd be very, very happy with. But anything else you want to?
Yeah, and that centre back we need is De Vrij from Inter. That's got to be the centre back we go for.
Why do you think he's the
experience, leader? Reads the game, fantastic. Knows Conte, very important. Cheap. I don't think he's going to be that. See, that's the player that could be a reasonable price in January. Don't think he had that much contract left with Inter either.
It's out in the summer, isn't it? So,
we can
either look. We've two options. We can either look to sign him
free
for the summer, which isn't really going to benefit us. It'll benefit us next season, but it's not going to eradicate a problem that we need eradicated between now and the end of the season. Or we can look to tie him up on a pre-contract, but then go to Inter and say, look, regardless, we're taking him. You want a fee now, which we can pay you 10, 15 million, maybe 20 million, or we will just sit back and take him for free in the summer. So there's two options there that we can do. But I would hope if
Inter needs money as well. So.
Inter
needs money as well, apparently. So
yeah. So you think the free then is probably more likely?
Yeah, I think most likely. I think that should be the most likely. Also have with Pedro Porro, I have an issue. I have a huge issue here. Why isn't he? I think he's really good, but how isn't he good enough? Saying that he's not physically good enough for Conte. Well, how in the fuck did Hakimi play for him? He's not physical. He's technical. That's bizarre. I'm not having that.
Maybe Hakimi is more like physical than Pedro Porro, perhaps. But I know what you're saying. Daniel, it's confusing. It is confusing. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not much. Yeah, it's not by much. both. I mean, more. I would rather have fucking them than fucking Emerson and Dortic. Jesus Christ.
Ashley, though, brings up Wilfred Singo. Like, Wilfred Singo would fit that bill that Conte wants. Like, he's probably more technically gifted than Emerson and Spence, but he also is like 6'3" or something like that. Singo, like, he's built like an absolute tank of a player. Say that again?
He's
young. He's very
so
young. Yeah, he's like 21,
good
22, 23, I think. So there is that as well. Like, I think we should actually take a look at him, just because if Conte is that obsessed with the 6 foot plus, which he might actually be, because the trend does show that he is, Wilfred Singo, then we should definitely take a look at him again, because he would fit exactly what Conte wants. He's also very strong and very fast. So it's really actually what Conte likes at right wing back. That's even the reason he seems to like Emerson, right? Is because Emerson is strong. Emerson's strong and fast and can do that kind of physical work, where Singo can do all the things physical, but also I think can provide that bit of quality that we've been missing probably too. So I like Ashley's shout out of Singo there.
Singo is actually soda here in Norway. So we have a soda named Singo.
There you go.
So I might be drinking that from now. Good.
Well, Daniel
on the show next week.
You got the Singos.
Any final points, Daniel, that you want to, or any talking points that you want to say? And I hope your back feels better soon, my friend. But anything that you needed to get off your chest or get off your back?
Oh God, that's a good one. And, I just want to congratulate QT Romero, World Cup champion. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Deserved. He was immense in the final.
He was.
Yeah.
And I thought he locked out Mbappe. I thought he made Mbappe like non-existent in that first half, which just shows how good Romero is. Because England, right? They put Kyle Walker for that job. They put their best defender on Mbappe, and I think actually he almost did a better job than Kyle Walker did. Which sort of shows right how good Romero can be when he's really up for it, for sure.
The Irish commentators were absolutely waxing lyrical over Romero. They actually mentioned they couldn't believe that so many Spurs fans have a problem with him. They just couldn't believe it. The guy's absolutely unbelievable.
Got issues with him, but no issues with Dyer. Oh, God. I'm tired of
You said it. You said it. You know, you absolutely said it, my man.
It's bizarre. Okay, well, also I want to wish every Spurs fan on here a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
We're probably not going to be seeing each other till Boxing Day. I don't know if you're doing shows before that, but
no, we're doing plenty of shows this week, Daniel. We're back, my friend. We're back. You know, we're back fit and firing. We're getting ready for the season. You know, we're going to do a watch along on the 26th. Not going to be like the same sort of thing just because it's still right after Christmas. But you believe me, dude, we're coming back. You know, we're coming back strong. Coming back strong this week. Don't you worry.
Well, that's fantastic. I need you now more than ever.
especially on the back painkillers. Yeah, you definitely need us.
Jesus. But anyway.
Appreciate you, brother.
In the chat, everyone in the chat, Merry Christmas and have a good holidays and best wishes for the next year.
Well, Daniel, from myself and Jack from the Irish Hotspur, you, sir, also have a good Christmas. Happy Christmas, my man. Go and enjoy it. And hopefully
also have a channel plug, but I probably shouldn't. It's on Pornhub, so I probably shouldn't.
Oh, no.
Not that type of channel. Not that type of channel. All right, Daddy Hoiberg, we'll catch you soon.
I don't know what you're doing over there. Let's just move on.
Well, that was a joke, but I'll try to anyway.
Big up, Daddy Hoiberg.
This is new channel. I'm not so sure it's a joke.
But anyway, take care.
Catch you, brother. See you soon, Daniel.
Bye-bye. See you soon, Daniel. That's absolutely hilarious.
Enjoying his time with the missus. And enjoying his time with the missus, clearly, you know, coming up with some creative, you know, avenues, Dave. But everybody, we're going to keep going through this fan show, just making sure I didn't miss any new people in the chat. I don't think I have. Dunkel Z Torque, though, I did see you pop in, so it's good to see you, Dunkel Z, the other Daddy Hoiberg in the chat. But let's keep it going, everybody. Make sure I got my order right here. I dragged him in here as well, Dave, so we have to talk to him. It's Chris, and I did accuse him of being a Winks lover, a Sanchez lover, so I'm probably about to get it here.
Yeah, no, I think it's absolutely spot on as well. To be honest, I heard he asked the wife for Harry Winks jersey for Christmas this year. 2 for 1. He asked for the away jersey with Dyer on the back.
Jack, Jack, David, you forced me to come on. I wasn't going to come back till next week until the season's restarted, but you've made me come on now.
After a long day of work
But
as
that
well,
is
Chris,
not on.
we're pretty cruel. We're pretty cruel,
Yeah,
aren't we?
exactly. But I'll tell you what, yeah. There's two players I won't mention. One is Lloris and one is Dyer, right? Because if I mention Lloris, I'm going to get slated again, and I can't be arsed with it today. And the other one is Dyer. I'm sick of hearing his name. They're the two players I will not mention. I refuse to mention them, David, because last time I mentioned Lloris after his shit show against Newcastle, I got hammered saying I couldn't be more wrong. So I'm not going to mention
I've been
him.
hammered recently too,
Well,
Chris.
now's your time. I mean, time has passed since then. Do you think they're right? And why?
Yeah. Well, look at the 3 goals he conceded against Argentina yesterday. Saying on what those 3 goals he could have easily stopped. The penalty, maybe not, but the other 2 goals, nah, should have been done better than. Sorry.
Well, he still got embarrassed on the penalty too, Chris. Like, it's not like, he didn't cover himself in glory on the penalties. Like, he got well embarrassed by Messi on each and every time as well. Like, he was diving before Messi even walked up to the ball. I'm
saying nothing. Jack, I refuse to comment. I refuse to comment on Lloris. I swear I refuse, because last time I mentioned Lloris, I got hammered saying...
Sounds like if you speak, you'll get in trouble. Speak, you'll in trouble kind of situation?
Yeah. Basically, yeah. Because last time I said anything about Lloris, I'm insulting a legend of the club who served us for 13 odd years. So I refuse to comment.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Chris. I feel like I've been sticking my neck out on this as well, but I don't know. I don't have faith in him.
Although I like to see him replaced, every dog has their day.
Yeah.
That's all I would say on Lloris. Every dog has their day.
Look, I think we
hands up. That's what I say.
Yeah, look, we've got to start understanding here at Tottenham that, look, Lloris, great servant. Nobody's criticising him for the services given Tottenham. But, when there's errors creeping into his game that maybe were not there or maybe were never highlighted as much, you've got to start having these open and honest discussions and talking about it, because burying your head in the sand and keep persisting with it, it's the part of the reason why the club has been where it's been for the last 3-4 years. The likes of a Dyer, Davies, Sanchez, Ndombele hanging around longer than what he should have, this, that, and the other. And it's kind of like, you can't keep burying your head in the sand at these things. Sometimes you do have to talk about it. Now, where I do disagree with yourself and Jack is, I do think he will be fine until the end of the season. But I maintain I don't want him number 1 next season, and I want a new captain in the club next season. But where I do agree with you is we can't keep burying our head in the sand and going, oh, the past 13 years, brilliant. Last 13 years, great service. I mean, I hated the goalkeeping position until Hugo Lloris stepped in there and showed me, oh, hang on, Spurs actually can buy decent, good goalkeepers that can give us a long service. And his service has been fantastic. But he's getting to the age now where some things are starting to cost us points. We can't keep
David, listen, yeah? I'm not saying by all means pull the shotgun out and pull the trigger now and get rid of him now. I'm not saying that by all means. Give him until the end of the season. But every dog has his day. I want to see a replacement in the summer for him. I don't care what anybody says. I want to see a replacement for him. It's that simple. By all means, I'm not saying get rid of him.
We are respecting him when we're having him. We're not sitting there calling him Moonhead or, you know what I mean? We're giving him respect he's due.
If anything, Stevie, this is I'm actually totally welcome to I'd be happy to receive, backlash or whatever, because I genuinely think it's a harsh opinion of mine. Like, it is one of my harsh opinions towards Hugo. Like, I'm not really convinced by him this season. I actually do have a bit of an. I just feel like if I'm going to admit to being negative about something, Stevie, I feel pretty negative about kind of the Hugo situation. It's also just trying to be honest here. Like, it is something that's kind of on the back of my mind right now. And if I were to come on the fan show, if I were in Chris's situation, this is kind of what I would probably want to be talking about, because it is sort of like just what's on my mind. But I do feel like it is also harsh. Like, I accept that it is a harsh opinion towards Hugo and he probably doesn't deserve it. It's just where I stand right now. Like, I just don't have confidence in the guy. Like, and that's just where I stand.
He was calling them silver gloves earlier, Stevie. He said he's not a golden glove, he's a silver glove. So don't mind him, Steve.
No, Steve, I know, Stevie, appreciate you, my man. Just clarifying, like, it's just, if you wanted a harsh opinion, it's one of my kind of opinions that I would say is just a harsh one. It's like, it's not one I'm proud, to voice out loud or anything. It doesn't feel great to have lack of confidence in your keeper. I'll tell you that. It doesn't feel good.
I'm only shithousing Stevie. Big up, my man.
Pick up Stevie. But Chris, we've been talking a lot about Romero today, and Dave brought up how the Irish commentators were saying that Spurs fans are actually kind of a bit weird, maybe, to kind of criticize him as much as they do.
I'm bored of that Romero talk. Okay, yeah, maybe he did in his back of his mind put his country before the club, but at the end of the day,
right though, Chris?
I don't know. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But let me tell you one thing: if somebody gets a call up from their country, no matter which player it is, they're gonna take it with both hands. They're not gonna risk saying, "You know what? I've missed my chance." And look at my guy now. He's lifted the World Cup. Did he make the wrong decision? No.
So, what do you make of Spurs fans getting on his back then, though, Chris?
Stupid, man.
Spurs fans don't care about Argentina, though, Chris.
Yeah, do you know what, David? If they support the club, they support the player, right? But there's certain players in our team you can't support any longer because of the same bullshit mistakes they make. Players like Romero, you have to give another chance. My guy's a beast. Yeah. Look at Antonio, the only player who's made Antonio run away. Romero.
And also had probably, in my opinion, one of the best ever defensive performances against Mbappe in that first half.
Exactly.
Like we said, I thought he had a better game against Mbappe than Kyle Walker did.
Yeah, he did. And do you know what, though? All these Tottenham supporters saying, "Oh, he did it against the club," and do you blame him? He wanted to go to the World Cup. So what? Big deal. Get over it. It's done now. Let's concentrate on Brentford next week and get 3 points.
And he won it. Like, at the end of the day, he did go out and win it. Like, he came back and won.
Okay, that bit of shithousery on Lloris, it did make me giggle, actually. Seeing that little bit of shithousery on Lloris, thinking, that's how you're supposed to do it.
Isn't that the mentality you want, though, Chris? Is he even said in that tournament, if he was coming up against Kane, he said he would have done the same thing. He said
exactly.
Pretty much he'll do anything it takes to win, Romero. He doesn't care if it's his best friend that he's coming up against. He'll lay him out and he'll do whatever it takes.
Once you put your country shirt on, you're putting your heart on that sleeve. So you're going to do everything to protect it. And that's how Romero is. But when he pulls the Tottenham shirt on, he's the same for us. He will clatter those defenders and make him look stupid. He'll clatter the players. But the only problem is with Romero is he's got the likes of Dyer next to him.
Chris, that brings me on to my next point. Right? I just want to ask you a question.
Oh, no. Don't do it to me, David.
So, look, I see a recurrent theme, right? Romero getting criticised the way he is. Harry Kane got criticised the way he did. Son as well for the poor form. Why are we so quick to turn on these guys and say, "Oh, look, maybe we need to send them or move them on"? But then the likes of Sanchez and all them other players who don't offer anything, barely perform week in, week out, but they get all the excuses made for them. Why does this keep happening at Tottenham, man?
David, there was some comments made about Son earlier on, I was listening to, right? Now, I'm sorry. People should cast their mind back to last season before Conte came in, when Kane was playing under Nuno, right? Kane didn't give a shit until Conte came in and he changed his attitude. Son was the only one who started to perform from day one of the season. From day one of the season until Kane came back. Now, all this criticism of Son, he's not been good enough first half. Open your eyes and go back to last season. Because it's almost like this criticism of Son is unfair and it's unjustified.
It's not just Son though, Chris. Like, why do we do it to all our top players? Like Kane, who you think would have some grace in the bag. People are very quick to say, no, get him gone, sell him. Same as Son as soon as he stopped performing. With Romero, it's kind of like, they're like, oh, well, he's not committed to Tottenham. But yet then when you talk about selling a Dyer or a Sanchez, all of a sudden it's like, whoa, we need him. So why does this keep happening at Tottenham?
David, let me tell you one thing. As soon as we sell the line dancer Sanchez, I'm dancing myself, bro. Believe me. I'm sick of seeing the guy in the defense. Dyer is another one. People need to stop giving this guy the hype. Oh, he's such a great defender. Oh, he's brilliant. Now he's got an extension on a contract because the board are listening to what people say. Where they should be saying he's shit and we need to get rid of him and sell him on. Which is the ultimate problem. See, people too busy hyping him up, and now he gets a contract extension yet again.
Yeah.
Why are we giving him an extension while we can't sell him?
Yeah. It's because they want to try and protect his value. I mean, you've got to weigh up what you're going to pay him to be around here, how many points he's going to cost you, and is trying to keep a 10 million, 15 million valuation on the guy deserving of a new contract. No, it's going to cost you more in the long run. Like the points it's already cost us will cost us more prize money than what we pay out for his contract. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's a joke.
And the problem with this club is as well, right? We've sent Jack's favourite player, Harry Winks, to Sampdoria. And now we're getting him back in January.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Are you happy?
Jack, I know you're Jack. I know you're excited about it, but I'm not.
I deserve this. I made Chris wait this long. I made him wait this long, Dave, to come on too. I made him wait a little while to come on as well. I bet
that made your day, didn't it, Jack? Your flight was delayed, then you see Harry Winks is coming back. I bet it made your day, didn't it?
made it all worthwhile.
King Huddle. I just want to clarify with King Huddle. I get that he's half the player he was last year. But like my point is, look at the service he's given Tottenham. We're so quick to start thinking, do we need to sell him or drop him? But as soon as you mention a Dyer, no, undroppable. Sanchez, people fluffed up this guy's stats at the start of the season. Can't drop him, can't sell him. So why, and my point is, why are we doing it to players who help us rather than players who hinder us? Why do we keep so quick to turn on these guys who have been there week in, week out, season in, season out, compared to guys who are backups, find themselves in the team through default, play shit, cost us points, but yet we make all the excuses in the world.
I agree, David, 100%.
People like that were very quick to turn on, even though they've held this club up in a top 4 Champions League, more or less by themselves between the two of them. We're very quick to turn on them. But guys doing their very best in the back line to try and take us out of the Champions League, all of a sudden, not allowed to talk about them. Great servant, this, that, and the other. It's madness and it's mind-boggling. I can't get my head around it. How does this happen?
David, I agree 100%.
Make excuses for patheticness, but then we sit there and quickly turn on players who have done nothing but perform at a high level for this club. It's madness.
David, 100% agreed. And King Hodder, just for your point as well, okay, Son hasn't had the great start of the season. Were you on Kane's back last season when he was when he was playing poor in the first half of the season last season? Were you on Kane's back then? At the end of the day, you've got to look at the bigger picture of this. You've got players like Davis, Dyer, Sanchez, who cost us games, and when you've got Kane and Son who actually win us games, look at the comparison. Look at the difference. Before you say, people say, we should look at selling Son now because he's past it. What, a few bad games and he's past his best? Come on, man. Be realistic.
If we're going off these standards applied to Sanchez and Dyer, he's got 5 years with Sanchez and 8 years with Dyer, no, Chris?
Yeah, but do you know what, David? The thing is, people are confusing one half a season for 5 years, probably 5 years of consistency from Son.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Half a bad season compared to 5 years, where we've had 5 years of shit service from Sanchez and 5 years of shit service from Dyer. So there's a big comparison there. People need to get off Kane's back and get off Son's back as well. Stop coming up with this bullshit. I'm sorry. I am sick of hearing Son's past his best. Kane's past his best now. This player's, and then you have the audacity to say keep Dyer and Sanchez. No, mate, nah.
Chris,
no, David, it's crazy.
It is. I just can't wrap my head around it. But Dermatron says, question for Chris. Out of Dyer and Hugo, who's better?
Dyer and Hugo. Oh, it's going to be Hugo. It's obviously Hugo, but I just get worried when Dyer's got his back towards the goal and Lloris is standing there like a headless chicken. That's what worries me. We don't know what Lloris is.
As I see his name on the team sheet, Chris, let alone even walking out over the white line and having his back turned to goal.
Do you know what, David? It's like the Liverpool second goal. I'll never forgive Dyer for that. That was just abysmal.
You can't say that, Chris.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit what these Dyer lovers say. Dyer is shit. Dyer is shit. I want Dyer gone. Dyer is shit. Simple.
William Kelly says, bring back Winksy, all is forgiven.
Who? I forgot it. I haven't seen his name for so long. I can't even see. I haven't seen his name in the bloody Sampdoria team, has he?
Serious question for you. Serious question for you, Chris. Do you see Harry Winks ultimately suffering the same fate as a Dele Alli, where eventually we're going to have to let him go for nothing with? Hopefully he goes to the next club and performs, and before we know it, he'll be out in Siberia, not performing. What's your thoughts? Do you think he could follow Dele Alli's career very, very quickly?
Siberia is too much of a good league for Harry Winks. Siberia is way too much of a good league for Harry Winks, if I'm honest. I think Harry Winks is done at the club. He maybe a championship club at best if he's lucky. If I'm honest. If I'm brutally honest, maybe championship club, League One, League Two.
Don't really like how you're talking about my favorite player here, Chris, to be honest, but
Jack, I know it hurts, doesn't it? It hurts, doesn't it? What about the line dancer Sanchez? Well,
maybe kind of last question here, Chris, a serious question. Like, speaking of maybe someone else who didn't exactly have the best loan spell, I guess it was more due to injury in his case, but would you bring back a Reguilón like it was brought up before? Phil brought this up, maybe Reguilón, you bring him back, push Perisic up a little higher up. He could play as like a left winger in case Sonny is hurt or whatever. I don't know. Would you bring Reguilón back, or is that, I don't know,
problem
is just not the right time?
The problem is, does Conte trust him? That is the ultimate issue. Does Conte actually trust him?
And it felt like Conte was the one that got rid of him by the looks of things.
Exactly.
It felt like Conte was the one who, lost.
He cold-shouldered him. Yeah, he cold-shouldered him, didn't he?
Probably, right. So, I think it was wasn't it rumored that maybe Reguilón, while being a decent player, wasn't as sort of maybe focused in training or something like that. Maybe it was probably something like that. Maybe that he didn't exactly have the mental.
It seemed like the Danny Rose situation with Jose, which has happened with Reguilón and Conte, where Conte just doesn't trust him. Yeah, it's the same sort of situation which was Rose and Jose. So maybe if he can come back and prove himself and prove he's worthy to cut back into the starting 11, why not? Because Cesc ain't exactly a fucking great player, is he?
No, I'm with you there on that one. I am with you there on that one. Maybe another last question then, I guess, for you there, Chris. What would you make of Sessegnon? Do you feel like it is kind of a make or break season for Sessegnon? Is that also maybe a player that maybe gets kind of under the radar a little bit? Like, should we be talking about Sessegnon a bit more? Kind of like King Otto was saying, assess the whole squad, assess all the players. Should we maybe assess Sessegnon? Like, is he actually good enough for Spurs?
What does Cesc actually... The question, Jack, you need to ask is, what does Cesc bring to the club? What does he bring to the pitch?
He's got 3 S's in his surname, Chris.
Yeah, but what does he bring to the pitch, David? What does he actually do to bring the... Yeah, he brings the 3 S's, but what does he actually bring to the pitch?
No, look,
in terms of quality.
I made a prediction in the summer. I think it was myself, Jack, I know Ben from We Are Top TV was there. I think it was Shawnee. I went out there early in the summer and said the guy's not going to make it at Tottenham. I don't think he is. Look, I don't rate him. I think he's severely overhyped. I think he's actually regressed as a player. Look, whether that's because, and it's probably because of his injuries, the amount of injuries he's had. He obviously doesn't trust his body to let it go full power the way he used to when he was a youngster. But at the same time, okay, I feel sorry for the guy, but it's no good for my football club. And I'm sorry, it's not a charity case. So if that's the case, good luck to you. And this is what I was saying to the boys earlier on in the podcast, Chris. We got to find a way of being more ruthless at this club. We can't keep letting these guys hang around, offering them new contracts. You've been injured for the last 3 years. There's another 3-year contract. Like, you can't keep doing this shit. They've got to earn their contracts on merit. And it's
the problem is, David, the problem with that is, it's not the manager. It's the board. It's the board that does it. It's the board that does it. Instead of thinking, let's invest in a player we actually need, like a proper centre-back, I know what we'll do. A few of the fans are hyping up Eric Dyer. Let's give him a new contract. A few fans are hyping up Ben Davies. Let's not sell him. Let's give him another contract. Ryan Sessegnon the same. We don't need a left-back because people are saying, Sessegnon is going to make it good. Let's give him another contract. And I'm sorry, but the philosophy in that is wrong.
Yeah. I thought a
If they're
contract
not,
was supposed to be a reward, Chris.
if they're not good enough, show them the door. Simple as that. I know it's ruthless, but it's the only way it has to be. Do you think a club like, for example, Real Madrid, Atletico, or someone in line on those lines are going to allow a shit player in the team say, you know what? Yeah, just have another contract, double that. Yo, you got to go. Time to go. Move on. Shift. Get out. And they'll terminate your contract. Then they'll terminate your contract just like that.
I mean, me and Jack were trying to put out a series last year. Picked out certain players that we thought were past it. And went to do a video on it. I believe we've done one on Dele Alli. Wasn't well received. And we've done one on Harry Weeks. And I mean, we discovered that the guy was getting a contract nearly every 2 years without really doing anything. Some of them, he was out injured for the year and with his ankle and that, and he still got a new contract. It's kind of like, how is this being allowed to happen? Like, I just don't understand it, man. It's absolutely madness. But look, Chris, we better keep moving, my man. We got to keep moving. Great speaking to you, though.
Thanks for letting me drag you on, Chris.
Jack, I told you I was supposed to be next week. I was back on.
I was
going to make my spectacular comeback next week on the fan show with the new Tottenham away shirt, but Jack forced me on this week. I couldn't let you get away with those. Jack, I couldn't let you get away with those Wings comments, could I? Now and the Sanchez one, the line dancer.
No, I definitely went too far. It was a bit.
Jack,
it was a bit of housery. Some dirty tactics, some dark arts from myself.
It was all these IPAs you had in the airport waiting for the airplane to come back. I know. I understand.
Exactly right.
I understand, Jack. Totally.
Appreciate
it. But Harris, I'll tell you what. It's been a blast, and I'll probably see you lot next week at some point.
I hope so.
Good man.
I hope so.
All right, lads. Have a good one.
Alrighty, Chris.
Have a good Christmas.
Merry Christmas to everybody on the chat, and keep smashing those likes.
Love you, Chris. Appreciate it.
See you later, lads.
See you later, my man. See you later.
Good man.
Good to see you, Chris. He puts a smile on the face, the fucker does. Don't know how he does it, but he does. But everybody, like Chris says, keep smashing that like button. It is important. Benji, big up, my man. How are you keeping? He says Lloris had a great World Cup away from the idiots. Jack, you seem to disagree.
Yeah, I don't know, Dave. Like, should you go first here or should I go first? Because Ben, I kind of got to disagree with you, my man. Like, I just don't really think he had that great of a World Cup. I don't think he had a bad World Cup. Like, it's not like he had a howler, but he was shaky for me. Like in the Poland game, he looked shaky. There was a moment when he just went up for like a simple grab and he just completely just dropped it. And like Lewandowski even thought that the catch was going to be that easy, that Lewandowski actually turned his head, was walking away, and Lloris dropped it and it bounced off Lewandowski's own top of his head. Like it was almost comical to see that, like to see a player actually think, well, that looks routine, and actually just turned his head away. And maybe if he had maybe thought that Hugo would have dropped it, he would have scored actually. Lewandowski. So really, and there are other moments where I actually thought he was giving back passes, Ben, and he was just booting it out of play for no reason, I thought at all. Thought he gave it away a lot when actually in possession too. I know I'm probably being harsh here, but I just kind of saw some of the same sort of trends that we saw this season with him kind of in the France squad. And like you just said there, that France squad is a whole lot better than our Tottenham squad, especially that back line we know is a whole lot better than our back line. And some of the back passes he was given from like Upamecano or Varane or whatever, I never thought were really that sketchy. I didn't think were, hit too hard at him. And he still showed to be very, very, nervous and shaky with his feet. And even some of the saves he made some good ones, but he also made some poor ones or made it look harder than it needed to, or dropped a few. He also didn't look great from corners. I just got to be honest. I think he was carrying over some of the same, what would you say, Dave? Some of the same problems, some of the same sort of tendencies that he was with Spurs this season with France. Like I thought he looked shaky, but that's just my opinion. It's just my opinion.
Look, interesting. Find out my opinion, Ben. Watch our podcast tomorrow, my man. Big yourself up. I don't want to give too much away, but big yourself up, Benji. Really appreciate the support, my man. And we have Elias. He says you can't touch Dyer and Davies unless homegrown players are available. Yeah, you can. Dyer, I don't think, counts as homegrown in the Premier League squad registration. And as far as I'm aware, I don't think Ben Davies does either. So, I mean...
Maybe Swansea does count. Actually, Swansea might count, isn't it?
Maybe it does. But look, at the end of the day, it's still not an excuse to keep them. Yeah, You know, at the end of the day, it's just not. You know, go and buy better English players that meet that quota. You know, that's where I'm at with that, rather than just settling. Like, you can't just settle. You know, but look, we'll move on. Big up, Elias.
I
Who
think
we got
it's
next?
Dermatron time, Dave. There he is.
Dermatron. How you keeping, brother?
Yeah, Jesus. Knocked that out of my ear. Yeah, not too bad, man. How are you? How are you guys?
Good.
It's great to have you back.
No, it's good to be back, my man. But look, you've been sitting there for the last 3 hours, 8 minutes, 46 seconds listening to us. You know, what's grinded your gears? What's got your goal?
Firstly, we need one to posters for Romero, because we probably won't see him for the next 3 months. He'll be probably drunk in every pub in Argentina. So we'll have to say Conte over to get him back. Have you seen this man? Look, no, seriously, Romero had a great World Cup.
But do you believe that, you know, Dermot, do you believe that he is going to sort of kind of kick off the boots, you know, kind of relax a little after winning a World Cup, like doing what he set out to do? He achieved it, right? Is he going to come back, like, let's say, a little less motivated, maybe just kind of relaxed, not really into it? Or is he going to come back with some vengeance to try to prove some Spurs fans wrong? Like, I think there's only two ways. I don't think it's a middle ground in this situation. I think he comes back, like you said, kind of like just wishing he was out in Argentina, partying it up and whatnot, just hanging out with the missus. Or he's going to come back and prove some Spurs fans wrong and kind of shut them up. It's one or the other.
Yeah. It is. It's a big thing for Argentina because it's 36 years since the last won the World Cup in '86 and Maradona and all that. Look, Romero will come back wanting to prove people wrong. This is why, a lot of people have criticised them. But can you name me any player before the World Cup that didn't give 100%, that didn't want to put that extra tackle in? You will see a different players after the World Cup because everyone will be at 120%. I think Romero will come back a different player. He will come back a stronger player, and he'll come back a wiser player. And he'll just want to prove everyone, I've done it in the world's biggest stage. I'm now going to do it at Tottenham, and you will see a different player from him. And I'm just so pleased for him because he deserves it. He got an awful lot of stick. Was he injured? Was he not injured? Look, I like to believe he was injured. I do. Until somebody proves me evidence wrong, that's the way I'm thinking. And look, fair play to him. Well done to Argentina. It's probably the best World Cup final I have ever seen. And I've seen a few in my life. I'll probably have to go back to 82 is the best final, but that final last night was unreal. And, fair play to them. And congratulations to Argentina, who I did.
You got your prediction right, Dermot. I was going to say from the very, very beginning, I think almost a full year ago, I think I heard you saying Argentina was going to win it. So congratulations, Dermot.
I mean, I didn't put any money on it, which is my other half said to me last night, did you put a bet on them? I went, no. She went, you idiot.
My missus said the same to me about Morocco because I think it was in the We Are in the sweepstake group chat for the We Are Tottenham TV thing. I said I want Morocco, and everyone laughed at me. Why Morocco? I was like, man, they're better than what many people give credit for. They'll go far. They ended up in the semi-final, so my missus slapped me and said, Dumbo, get down to the bookies next time, put money on it. But don't worry, it's not domestic abuse or anything like that. It's just a bit of fun. Have to say that, the culture nowadays. But Dermo, my man, plenty of things to talk about. Yeah. I mean, the transfer window. Yeah. No sign of a Conte or Kane contract yet, which, look, Kane, you can understand being at the World Cup. He's never going to enter them talks. Maybe some of the players were linked with. I mean, what do you want to talk about when it comes to Tottenham, my man?
Look, I wouldn't worry too much over the Kane and Conte contracts. Conte's playing the game here with the board. He will get what he wants first, and then he'll sign the contract. He's not going to sign the contract and then not get what he wants. Kane won't sign the contract until Conte signs one, but it's Tottenham who have the opportunity on Conte for the year. So you may just find they've taken him up on the option, and then it gives them then the rest of the year to sort out a new contract for them. Look, I think people can overlook things, even hype things. I just think we just need to see how the next few games go. He looks refreshed. He looks rejuvenated. He looks like he's ready to hit the ground running. And we'll probably see a different Conte than we did before the World Cup. But I wouldn't be worried just yet about the Conte. And also with Kane, look, Kane's not going to go anywhere. Kane will finish his career at Tottenham. There's no doubt about that. He want to break Jimmy Greaves' record, and he want to leave Tottenham win the trophy, which we will. So,
missing out on the World Cup, though, Dermo, do you think that it actually might affect Kane, that it might actually play on his mind? Because, look, let's be real. And Bayern Munich rumours have been circling around for quite some time now. And it's kind of like, with him missing out on the World Cup, obviously he's getting to the point now where it's like, yeah, it's going to be good having all them individual records. But, you know, most players dream of lifting trophies, dream of having them medals, them trophies in the cabinet come the end of the season. So is it just as simple as that he wants to break Jimmy Reeves' record and Premier League record, and it means he's going to stay around? Or do you think there is a part in him where now he's probably seriously considering going, well, look, I missed the boat to Man City. If Bayern Munich come calling, I'm going to have to seriously weigh it up, because I can't just throw that out anymore, because, like, look, you know, some of the greatest players are defined by the trophies that they've led their team to.
Look, I agree with you. He may get his head turned again. Look, the World Cup could either make Harry Kane's the rest of the season, or it could destroy it. I don't think it'll destroy it. I think he'll come back all guns flaming. There's loads of players that have missed penalties in the World Cup, and they've come back next season firing. David Beckham was one. Will he get his head turned? He may well do, but it depends if Conte stays. If Conte stays, you'll find Kane will stay. If Conte walks in the summer, Kane will follow him out the door. And I think he will go to Bayern Munich. I don't think we'll sell him to another English club. I want him going to Man United or Man City. I don't think Kane would have it in him to turn up against it.
Even Tottenham to go to United. I mean, it's a step down right now.
It is. And he probably would go to Bayern Munich. But, do you know, it's Bayern Munich. They're in transition themselves. So, you know, you can go to any club and not win. And they could have 2 seasons and not winning anything. So it's pot luck. I don't think he will, but I think it all depends on Conte. Conte stays, he'll stay. If he doesn't, then you may find Son and Kane out the door.
Well, sticking with my favourite person in the world and the only man in the world I love outside of my father, what would you... what was it? Give me a second. It'll come to me. Yeah, Harry Kane. How important is it that he scores against Brentford, and if not Brentford, the game after that, so that this narrative of the penalty miss is not still affecting them? Because the longer it's written about in the media, the more it's spoke about on social media, this, that, and the other, the more it's going to be in and around Kane, and whether he pays too much attention to it or not, it's always going to be there, which eventually will get to you. So how important is it that we try to get him off the mark badly against Brentford, and how poetic would it be? He scores the winner through a penalty.
Yeah, I think it is important. He needs to get an early goal to get that out of his system. If it doesn't, it will just plague him and plague him and plague him. It has to score. I think he will score against Brentford, to be fair. I think he's got a good record against Brentford anyway. Look, with Cooley on the left, getting them chances, Son on the right, you know, he's bound to get chances and he will nick one. I had a dream there a couple of weeks ago that he scored the winning goal in the FA Cup final, which I think will happen. I think this year the FA Cup's ours. I've just got this sneaky feeling that we will win the FA Cup. I wonder
what day and time it was, because I also had a daydream the other day, Darma. And funny enough, I actually sat there and I was thinking, you know, with everything that's gone on this season, the new signings having to hit the ground running. Unfortunately, R.I.P. Gio Ventroni, which has hit the squad hard, hit Conte hard, this, that, and the other. I actually have a feeling we're going to... I didn't think FA Cup. But when I look at this season compared to the season when we went to the Champions League final, like if we hit the ground running between now and the end of the season, there's every chance we can make a Champions League final. And I have a feeling you might see us in a semi or a Champions League final. But the difference between when we get there now compared to before is we now know how to suffer in games. Whereas before under Pochettino, we didn't. We collapsed. Whereas now under Conte, We know how to suffer. We know how to dig in when the times get tough. And I actually was there. Look, could be a daydream, but I was thinking of a Champions League final, Dermot. I was like, we could very easily find ourselves back up there again because nobody gave us a chance.
No, they didn't.
Last time, and magical things can happen.
No. Look, we have a manager now that knows how to win things. As well as much as we all love Poch, and Poch was this, Poch was that. Poch didn't know how to get us over the line. Conte does. And that's the one thing we've got on our corner now. Look, I'm looking forward to the second part of the season. As I said in my super chat now back early in the evening, this is the most important second half of the season we've had in a long while. I think more important than last season. We have to hit the ground running. And we can't be this divided fan base where it's January and if we don't make a signing on the first or second or third day, that means we're not going to sign somebody. Look, we signed 2 players at the end of the transfer window last year, and look what they turned out to be. So let's trust Paratici to do his job, and let's just get on with supporting the team. Because if we're fractured as a fan base, that will have an effect on the players, and that they will go on to Conte and then the dressing room. We've got to be all together in this. Let's put all differences aside. Let's go for it 100%. Everyone marching in the same direction. And let's see what we can achieve. Because I'll tell you something. If we get this right, Bill, next time, we could be having our own golden era under Conte. And I very much believe in that.
I so agree, Dermot. And it's really well put there. Dave, you were going to ask.
No, work with it, Jacko.
Dermot, I was just going to say I completely agree with you. But we felt like we probably could have gotten away with it, right, last January, because this January is a very different set of fixtures that we're coming up against. We're going to be facing some very tough teams, some very kind of almost season-defining games in some kind of cases, right? Kind of make or break games for whether we, try to catch up with Arsenal, finish in top 4, etc., right? It means then we probably do need to make some signings sooner rather than later, or at least make at least one center back signing, I think. Yeah. I don't know if I want to set ourselves a deadline and then get embarrassed for it. But if we don't sign a center back by like the 12th of January, I would be kind of a little frustrated, or at least,
I can see I would like a centre back. I would also like a creative midfielder, and McAllister for me. Please buy him. Yeah. We've been very lucky, Ireland, having 2 Argentinian players with Irish roots. We had John Luis Brown for Argentina in 1986. His mother, I think, was from Athlone. So we've actually got an almost...
There's a town out there called Murphy, Dermot. Yeah. There's a connection between Ireland and Argentina.
Yeah, there is. This is our second Irish sort of rooted player to win the World Cup. So, we've won the World Cup twice, Dave, as a country. So why
can't we keep them over here, Dermot? We're like, Rice, Greenish, England, this, that, and the other.
Don't talk to me about them feckin' traitors. They're them Declan Rice.
Jeff does want us to talk about. Yeah. He says, I hope it does play on Harry's mind and it concentrates his mind on turning up for the big occasion. It hasn't been seen on the big stage so far. Discuss, please. Look, for me, I put out a video last week. It's literally titled "Leave My Harry Alone." And look, basically, I said, and I think that penalty might be a watershed moment for Harry Kane, or a bit of a wake-up moment, because, look, for me, I think he is a world-class player. He can assist goals, he can score goals. He's got an unbelievable passing range. He's absolutely first-class, Harry Kane. But I think the penalty miss probably exposed that maybe the mentality in them moments, in the big moments, is not there. And maybe the thought of what if I miss or what if I don't perform well overshadows his thought process in them moments. But I think what he will do now is go off and get someone that will help with that. I've heard Gary Neville, Rio Ferdinand speak about before and how much it helped them in their pressure cooker moments. So I think that's probably the final piece of the jigsaw that Harry Kane is missing. And I actually said, I think Tottenham would benefit from Harry Kane missing that penalty. And I wouldn't be surprised that when we do get back to the big moments, because I believe under Conte, we have every other opportunity, he's going to deliver.
You said he'd come back stronger. He said he would.
Stronger. Plug for Peter Crouch podcast.
Yeah.
Pass the pod, back stronger. Sorry,
I tell you, I've started listening to them, Dave. They're brilliant. Actually, just quickly, sorry.
Unbelievable.
They are.
You got to go back to the very first season when he starts talking about the stories of his playing days. Oh, it's unbelievable.
I've heard some of them. They are hilarious, funny. Look, to Jeff's point, he does make a good look. You can't just blame Harry Kane for not turning up. There was 10 other players on them pitches on them days that we didn't get over that line. It's easy to blame one player. And yes, you can say he wasn't there for the Champions League final. He wasn't fit. Let's be fair. He wasn't there for the FA Cup semi-final against Chelsea when we lost 4-2. Players can have off days. Pressures can affect players. Look, he's done it on the biggest stage for England. He scored, 53 goals now in European Championships. He's a top goal scorer in the World Cup. You don't do that if you don't have the right mentality, if you don't have the right up here. Look, there was a thing back in when Glenn Hoddle was England manager. He brought in this guru called Eileen something to shape the players' minds, mentality. And I was doing work experience on Capital Radio Sports department up there on work experience. And I had to find this woman. And the more I found out what he was doing, it was to get the players mentally in these big moments. So they don't freeze if they're walking up for a penalty shootout. So maybe he does need that bit of a psychology now. There's more now. All clubs have them. But I don't think it's that much, Dave. I think he might use this as a positive instead of a negative. And he may he'll turn up. Everyone needs to look after Kane and put his arm around him. Conte's going to have a chat with him. You may not sing for the Brentford game for the first 2 games of the restart. They may just give him an extra time off to recover. But by Jesus, Harry Kane will kick in a goal or two after Christmas, because he is the best striker we've had since Jimmy Greaves. And let's look after him. Let's tell him that we love him, and let's tell him we need him. And then he might not want to go anywhere. And if we win something, he definitely won't go anywhere. But leave our Harry alone. Leave our Tottenham alone. We're the best club in North London.
Spot on. Well, Jeff Ives, my man. Big up Jeff Ives. He's absolutely flexing in the group. It comes up in green. Yeah. It's got the channel badge beside his name. And it gets answered. So he's absolutely flexing in there. You want to be like Jeff. You want to flex like Jeff. Simply grab them channel memberships. $1.99, $4.99. Best for value out there, better than Netflix, upload more regularly than Netflix too, same as Amazon Prime. So guys, be like Jeff, flex the muscles. But Dermo, my man, what is coming up on THFC till I die?
Yeah, we are back with a bang this week, same as your guys. The World Cup is over. We've got 3 shows this week. We've got Ellie's show tomorrow for the ladies' side. Then we've got a debate show on Thursday about Spurs coming back and what we're hoping for the season. And then we're doing a pre-match show pre-recorded over for Christmas Eve, and then we're back with a watch along on St. Stephen's Day. So yeah, a lot of good things coming up and a lot of new. We're rejigging the channel a bit. We've got Izan who's coming back, bless him. He's going to do all the stats for us now, and we're just going to rejig the channel. More new tech, more new stats, channels, different way. Just change it up a bit and just giving people a better experience.
Good man.
Looking forward to Izan's return. Dave, you would be great as an American car salesman. You are wasted in Ireland. You should be in America and somewhere in New York selling cars, because you brilliant at selling stuff. So
put them on the lot.
Honestly, they'd send me straight back. They'd be like, look, we like the Irish, but not you, Dave. Good luck. Dermo, everybody do get over. Check out THFC till I die.
Yeah.
Dermotron, it's been a pleasure. Ring me tomorrow.
Always. Speak to you tomorrow. Listen,
I only got your missed calls, but my phone was dead, so I only realised when my phone was on. So
listen, I just want to wish you 2 lads a Merry Christmas. The Harris Army and the Flat Cup Army a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. May all your dreams come true, and let's start the 1st of January with a bang, because Spurs are back, baby. Woo!
What a lovely
Love
message.
that. Love
I would wish you happy Christmas, but I will be speaking to you before Christmas, so
Yeah,
I don't want to do it every day, because I don't even wish my miss happy Christmas.
People might think there's something between us, Dave, and we need to keep that off the air. Right, okay. Blow that out the bag now.
Big up, man.
Love you, Dermot. Love you, Dermot. Catch you soon, brother.
Catch you soon. Bye.
Everybody get over, check out Dermotron's channel, THFC to the like. Click on the link, get over there, smash that subscribe button. But look, let's keep moving. We've got 2 guests left. We've got Phil Coyce. We've got Elias. Look, Phil was in first, so let's get him on.
Let's get him on. I didn't even have to drag him on this time, Phil.
Good evening, lads.
How you keeping?
Been a long time.
Been a long time, Phil. I didn't have to trigger you like I did Chris or anything to get you on here or anything. You know, you've come on your own volition.
Yeah, I was having withdrawals, so I had to come on to the show, man.
Good man. What do we want to talk about today, Phil? Has been any of the topics that we've discussed so far that's kind of like, you know, you feel like you need to put your perspective on? Is there something we haven't spoke about today that you want to talk about? What's on your mind?
No. Well, we could start with the Romero.
Yeah.
I think.
Are we taking him for granted?
Yeah, a little bit. I think Romero needs 2 quality defenders in the back line. For me, I think he's being dragged down by Dyer and Davis.
This season.
I think we take Longley out of the equation, because I do think he's he's
been solid.
You know, he is a good defender. Do you know what I mean? But I do think Dyer and Davis he is being brought down by them. And if he's playing in the back 3 with 2 quality defenders, then I think you could see Romero go to a next level.
Yeah.
I agree. What do you think on what I said earlier, that we don't really quite know the rarity of the player we have in this day and age, where, look, you know, growing up, like Vinnie Jones, you know, people were afraid of him. Roy Keane, people were afraid of him. And it does, like, you can make players not want to play. All of a sudden, the opposition is like playing with 10 men, but also how hard he hits people and gets away with it in a day and age where the game is probably at its softest.
He puts fear into players, into strikers. He does, and that's quite rare nowadays. You don't get that from a defender.
Psycho defenders too. He's one of the psycho defenders, like the Vidiches and the Pepes.
Yeah,
of the world, right?
Yeah, like a Vidic. He does remind me of a Vidic. Do you know what I mean? He's
scary.
He is
like
that type of player.
Scary.
I can't really think of another one like him, like Romero.
Even the way that did you see how he ran at Mbappe? Like the way that psycho run that he did at Mbappe. Like Mbappe literally even just like freezes up there for like a moment.
Yeah,
you can even
I
tell.
do take Michael's point though, about you know, he does, I don't know, go off the ball a little bit in certain games.
Gets distracted. I think you said something like that, right?
Yeah, he does, but I just solely think it's because of who he's playing with in that back 3. If he was he would concentrate more if he had 2 quality defenders in there with him. He would concentrate a lot more, and he wouldn't.
It needs to be like a calmer head, just a guy that's a calm head next to him. Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think you'd have to worry about, you know, a ball going over Dyer's head or. Do you know what I mean? I think he'd be more assured with 2 quality defenders in there. I think Dyer and Davis just drag him down, man.
If anything, I heard Dave say earlier. Dave, you said earlier, right? You wanted someone to allow Romero to even be more like Romero, like give him a defender that can allow him to be as comfortable as he possibly can feel. He could even step out further if he wanted to, because he knows he has a defender right next to him that he can trust. Like Phil just said, a defender that won't let a ball go over his head or have a bad bounce. He can even be more aggressive if he wanted to.
More expressive on the ball as well. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
That's a big factor, really.
Phil, you're suggesting Romero can get even better then? That excites me.
I think there's still room for improvement. He's 23. Do you know what I mean? I think there is room for improvement. I mean, he is a quality defender, but he can go to different levels, to higher levels.
He can be one of the world's best. He can be one of the world's best.
I think he will potentially be one of the best defenders in the Premier League if he can. Do you know what I mean? Improve his game slightly.
But maybe what he needs then is another player, an experienced head right next to him that can sort of bring the best out of him, because it's hard enough for Romero to sort of be the best defender in the team when he's only been here a year. He's only been here a year and a half, technically. So he shouldn't already be the leader of the team, the best defender. I think it's okay that he's the best defender, but he shouldn't be the leader, and he shouldn't be the one that we depend on all these various things. He should probably have someone next to him, Phil, that he feels like is actually the real kind of like leader. Like he needs a Thiago Silva, I think, right next to him. That's what he needs. He needs someone that can bring the best out of him.
His stock goes down when he's got defenders like Dyer and Davis making mistakes, and we're not keeping clean sheets. Do you know what I mean? So, you know.
Do you know what moment I think highlights that completely, Phil, what you just said there? Brighton last season, cast your mind back to that 1-0 defeat. He was the only one that was proactive to go out and try and win that ball. The ball broke to Trossard. Everyone else was standing off Trossard, and even Dyer turned his back on him. And I think that kind of highlights the big difference between him and the rest of that back line, that he wants to be proactive, he wants to go and defend the ball, but others are happy just to sit off.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's being restricted at the minute, and he's not playing at his full potential because of the players that he's playing with at the back. And I think as soon as you get them two quality defenders in there that we want, I think you'll see him rise definitely to a new level. And I think it can only get better for us.
Even having a wing back next to him, Nahuel Molina, I think, is like that Molina guy for Argentina is like one of his best friends, I think, in real life. And he was having a really good tournament. And Molina looked good. It even shows if he had a good defender next to him, and he had a halfway decent right wing back.
Or even Montiel. Montiel's a good right wing back for Argentina. I thought he had a great tournament, you know, and there could be a good chemistry there, you know, with Montiel and Romero. So there is options.
Do you know, look, I don't think the right wing back really makes a difference to him, to be honest with you. I think it makes a difference to our attacking play, but I actually don't think it makes a difference to Romero. What I do think would make a difference to Romero is having that guy in beside him and all you got to have is two calls with Romero. One, tuck in, the other one, Romero smash. You know, that's all you got to do. Romero smash, go off the beach, go and get me that ball, go and hunt it. And the other one is just look, just so you don't get caught out of position, because I know what's coming next, because I know how to read the game. Just tuck in beside me so that we can eradicate any sort of danger coming that way. But that's all you need. It's just that one guy who can read the game, because Romero's only 23, and just give him two calls. Romero smash. Romero.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what do you think of Maguire? What do you guys think of Maguire? Because I'm on board with that.
You tell us why first, and then I'll let Jack
you go first.
I can go first. I have no problem sticking my neck on the
Who wants to stick their neck out first?
You tell us why. Yeah. I think he is a leader. I think he's a great header of the ball in our, you know, in the defensive area and in the opposition's area. I think that's what we're lacking a hell of a lot. And I think he's a good distributor of the ball. I think he's commanding, and I think Conte would mould him into a very good centre back, like a, you know, Italian mould centre back. I think he'd be able to, you know, make him into a good defender.
Interesting. Gianni Vio, you said, like, with the set piece threat that he has. I mean, Gianni Vio, look at how many goals he's created with almost no set piece threats of any kind, apart from Kane and Richarlison. I think Kane and Richarlison, you would say, are two kind of threats from set pieces. But he's been able to score plenty of goals, Gianni Vio, with no slab head to choose from, really, when it comes to those headers. Imagine if he had a Maguire to use for some of these set pieces. I mean, we probably would score double, I think, because he usually wins the first header. He usually wins that first header, Maguire.
Yeah, I mean, the only downside to Maguire is pace. But if you've got him in a back three, he works so much better in a back three. You know, with Romero and, you know, a left side like a Hincapié or someone like that on the left side centre back, with pace either side of him. So I think it would work well. I think he's a good leader. He's a good communicator at the back, and I think it's a good idea to get him in.
Yeah.
Is it? Here's where it lies, though, right? Is that he is, you know, homegrown. That's his huge benefit as well. Like, we do need homegrown defenders, and we always have to consider that. But Spurs fans often don't want to be the club that sort of is a bounce back sort of situation for a player like Maguire. We don't like that sort of feeling. And we also don't like when we know that center backs is the position that we are struggling the most in. It sort of feels like even though Maguire provides some things that we don't have at the moment, he's not exactly the sort of, hallmark center back that we really truly need. And it is, again, sort of kind of settling for less type of situation. Or do you maybe disagree with that, Phil? Could you convince me that it isn't, totally settling for less? Is there like a, it's basically, is the narrative around Maguire like so heavy that we do get maybe a bit clouded in the judgment of him? As sometimes, are we a bit too harsh on Maguire, or where do you stand on this?
No,
I
don't think we. It's a difficult one. I mean, in his early career, he wasn't playing very well, but that was because he was playing in a back four. But when he plays for England, you can see how much of a better player he is. So I think he's a good player, and I think he's a good acquisition for us, and I think we'd do well with him.
Tyler says, why go for Maguire if we can go for an Ndika for less? And there is something to be said about how Maguire is probably, a defender that everybody knows plenty about. Do we go after maybe someone that is a bit more of like a new talent type of situation too, Phil? Like, would you rather maybe just someone fresh, just someone new that like no one really knows much about? And it could be a bit of a risk when you go after players like that. Or is that like, where would you stand? Would you rather have Maguire? I think we know what we're getting with Maguire. Or would you rather maybe like an Ndika or an Hincapie, kind of guys that are a bit of a fresh start sort of situation?
I'll take both. I'll take both.
We need them all. We need them all.
I'll play Ndika. I'll play Ndika because he is left-sided, I think, isn't he?
Yeah, he's left-sided. You're right.
Left-sided centre back. He's got a lot of pace as well. So Romero, Ndika, and Maguire sounds good to me.
Very tall, actually. Not very tall center backs too. There, Ndika's like 6'4" or something.
I think on that though, it's got to be both. I think you look at some of the goals. In fact, a lot of the goals that we've conceded over the last 2 years, a lot of them I find myself saying, could be easily eradicated with some simple communication with a leader back there. For me, bringing in a Hincapie or an Ndika, you're not really solving the problem of having that leader. And honestly, anyone that's playing in the team, anyone that's even played Astron, you played with a guy that's played in the team, that is the instructions
you need leaders in the back line
and help you get through the game is absolutely invaluable. Absolutely invaluable. So for me, I think ideally you want to do both, Jack and Phil. You want to bring in a guy that, first of all, it has to be a guy that's going to come in and lead that back line. You don't have a leader in that back line, forget about it. Keep conceding.
It's all about balance, isn't it, Dave?
Yeah. And then after that, then someone like an Ndika and Hincapie, you can bring in to put beside him, or you can bring in to add competitions to places. But where I'm at, I'm not so sure that they're going to come in and hit the ground running. And I don't want them to be let down by Numpty Dumpty in the middle, like he's done with other defenders at this football club. I actually want them to come in and have a fair chance.
Yes, definitely. If they're going to come in and then you've got Dyer in the centre, you're still going to see mistakes. Do you know what I mean? Probably not as many, but you still see mistakes off Dyer, no matter what. He's just not good enough for this club at all. He needs to go. We need to just get gone. That's what,
What did you make of Adam Phillips' point that we should probably still be looking at center backs that can play in a back four as well as a back three? Don't sign the specialists, or basically avoid the specialist type center backs, the Ben Davies kind of guys that sort of can only play in one position type of players. Should we try to avoid that, or at least consider that too, Phil, that we can't just sign specialists in case that Conte leaves, then we find ourselves with players that can only play in a back three?
No, I think it's always good to have a plan B, a second option. If you got two centre backs like an Ndika and Maguire, Ndika can play in a back four, and so can Romero. He's done it for Argentina. So you won the World Cup. So you've always got that option. But I think we definitely need 2 defenders in January. I think if we got 2 defenders and nothing else, I'll be happy with that. And then we could start on the attacking line in the summer.
Yeah, I agree. Look, I think it's so important this January to eradicate the silly points we've been giving away in the silly errors, because look, Newcastle, they're going to go again this January. Look, me personally, I don't think they'll stay in the top 4, but they're going to give it a bloody good effort. Man United seem to be picking up things under Ten Hag. Liverpool, you would like to think, are not going to be too far away from it either. Maybe Chelsea might get their act together. So for me, I think it's absolutely important that you buy that centre back in to eradicate the silly points we're giving away. Because if not, we can fall very, very quickly back into row for Conference League. I'm telling you now for a fact, Kane will be out here if that happens. Some will also have to reconsider. So some other players might as well. So for me, I think it's absolutely important. It's imperative it gets done so that we don't lose out, because we can sit here and say, look, we want a right wing back. We want to create a midfielder. Great. We score goals anyway. But if if you're looking to score 3, 4 every single game just to even be in with a sniff of 3 points, it's not sustainable. Can't keep happening.
And you will see, the top 6 clubs strengthen in January as well. You look, like Chelsea, they've got Nkunku. That's just one example. So I think we need to, keep on top of it. We need to get players in also.
Yeah. Is also a tough January fixture schedule if you haven't already seen, Phil. So it we can't exactly leave it until the last day of the window, because we would have played a lot of games in January. So isn't it also important that Paratici probably signs that defender you're looking for, sooner rather than later in this window? Let's be honest, because we have some big games coming up, almost season-defining games.
Ideally, I'd want a new defender in before the Arsenal game. That game is massive for our season. I think it's so important to keep in touch with Arsenal. And
the City game, right, as well, though, with Haaland, because last season, and what we've been able to do previously is usher them out wide and make them cross the ball in the box, knowing they don't have that target guy and we can deal with it. Whereas this time they've got Haaland. And we can't defend any balls into the box, especially Erity, let alone that monster attacking it.
I know, yeah. I mean, what defender can go up against him at the minute? I mean, Romero will give it a good go, you know what I mean? But Haaland is unplayable when he's on his game. I'm not writing the City game off, but I'm not expecting a win there. I'll be so happy with a draw, if I'm honest. And I think a lot of Spurs fans would.
I'd be.
What points are acceptable to you then, Phil, out of them? So 15 is the max. What do you think is an absolute must that that you can tolerate? Anything below is just not tolerable.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Brentford first, haven't we? And then who have we got in the next game? Villa.
Then we've got Villa at home, and then I think it's Palace at Selhurst, then the North London derby, then Man City.
Yeah, I think.
You almost want 12 points. You want 12 points before Arsenal. Yeah, and then
12
maybe,
points. Yeah,
I'm with
100%. That's with the Arsenal win. That's without the City win. Yeah. So 12 points out of that set of fixtures would be acceptable, I think. To keep us in touch in the top 4 and in the title race as such.
Yeah, and Adam Phillip wants to know, are you a Brummie from Birmingham?
No. Originally from Doncaster, but I was born in Scotland, but I've been living in Telford for 20 years, so no Brummie. More closer to Wolverhampton, really.
We love your voice, Phil. We do love your voice.
I like speaking to you, Phil. I think you're very reasonable. I think you're very balanced, and I absolutely love having a convo with you, my man. Look, if I don't see you before Christmas, hopefully you and everyone you're surrounded with has a good time. Hopefully you enjoy yourself and happy Christmas, sir.
Yeah, nice one. And happy Christmas to you guys as well. You're doing a great job, as always. And big up, get the likes in, people. And see you Boxing Day.
See you Boxing Day, Phil.
Any final thoughts for Spurs fans before we let you go? I don't want to let you go, but we have to.
Just keep the faith in Conte. We trust. That's all I'm going to say.
Good man.
Come
Good
on,
man.
you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs, Phil. We'll catch you soon,
brother.
Catch you soon, brother.
Really enjoyed
love
chatting
Phil.
to Phil, Jacko. I
didn't have to drag him on this time. I didn't have to drag him on, Dave. Normally I do the same thing to Chris. You know, I'll call him a wink slever or something like that. Then he gets on. And this time, like he said, he just was having withdrawals and, you know, just wanted to come on and have his say. And Phil, I just love his voice as well. I think we all like his accent. He's just a good guy to talk to. Just a good guy to chat Spurs with. I like Phil.
Elias, just quickly, I know you're next, but you know I have to speak to you after, so we're going to do a quick switcheroo. My man William Kelly snuck in there, so we're going to do a quick switcheroo. We're going to get William Kelly on, then we're going to get you on, Elias, and then I can speak to you after, so that we're not speaking to you and then you're hanging around to speak to me, my man. But big up. So let's keep going. William Kelly, sir. Nice,
Mr. Kelly.
Hi, boys.
You've got the diving top on. Show me.
Yes, I sure do.
Very nice.
Yes.
Love it.
And I got the home jersey as well.
Oh, nice. Nice. Any names or numbers on the back, or are you past that?
No, it's not since I was 15.
Look, I'm never past it. Never too past it. You know, I love the name. I'm too mean to get, though, to be honest with you. But look, William, it's been a while since, look, many people out there have seen you. Obviously, I've spoken to you on the phone. But look, where do you want to take this conversation, William? What about Tottenham have you missed, and what has hurt you?
I haven't seen much, to be honest with you. I haven't been on your show, and I haven't done much. I've seen a little bit of the World Cup. But I do. The one thing I want to say is that if signings aren't made in January, then Tottenham's season is over.
Yeah.
Simple as. And I think we all know that. I think it's imperative that players come in January.
Yeah.
What
makes it so important to you, William?
Well, it's important because it's, number one, you could lose Conte. And if you lose another world-class manager, where does the club go from here, you know? And you could lose your best striker that you've ever had. You could lose Son. You could lose so much. It could all go downhill very rapidly, you know?
Do you think that Daniel Levy is aware of that, though, William?
He couldn't care less. I don't think that it doesn't matter to them. They'll still make money. They don't. It doesn't matter to them, people. This club will always make them money. That's all they care about, you know? It's not about success. If it was about success, he would have kept Jose Mourinho in his job to win that final against Manchester City, which we could have done, you know?
Yeah, point.
With Jose Mourinho. So if it was about success, those things would have been done for success. But I just believe that they are not about Tottenham. They're about profit and always have been.
Well, interesting you say that, William. That brings me on to my next question. So you know the 150 million that they put forward, and we obviously drew 100 million of it. Now we've got until the 31st of December to withdraw the last 50 million of it. Now, with withdrawing that last 50, which we presume will go to the transfer budget, it comes with a 2% increase stake in ENIC's ownership of Tottenham Hotspur. So, putting that to you, do you want them to take that 50 million and go and spend it in a January transfer window, knowing that they're going to have an extra 2%? They'll up it from, I think it's 85.5% to 87.5%. Or would you rather them not have that extra 2%?
No, I'll always want the money spent on new players, of course, because you're a fan, and fans always want new shiny toys. Okay. Yeah, but it doesn't matter anyway, David. They got a massive hold already over the club. But their day will come. Their day is coming, you know, and they will be gone eventually. And we will have new owners. And hopefully when it gets to that stage, you know, by then Tottenham have had success. But I still think if the signings are made in January, that this club will win a trophy this year. I really do believe that. So
William, we saw the work Paratici did last January, right? He sold Ndombele, he sold Gio. He sold so many players. He also brought in Kulusevski and Bentancur. Can he repeat the masterclass basically from last January?
There's signings there to be made, definitely. We know the positions that the signings need to be made, and that's centre back. Centre back is imperative. But I think he can do it. Of course, he can do it. But everybody else is chasing the same players. That's the problem. And Tottenham are well known to fall short on these deals. So I don't hold much hope, if I have to be honest with you. I really don't. Because for me, I would go after Guardiola. He'd be my first choice. I'd want him straight away in there. And then get someone else in amongst him as well. Because like what you were saying earlier on with Romero, I think Romero's potential at Tottenham hasn't been delved into properly. And if you've got, you can be a great player, and he has in moments you've seen him shining through. But when you've got other players around you that are not of that quality, these mistakes keep happening, and we keep going back to the same thing all over again, don't we? And he can't do it all by himself. It's not the way. It's a team sport. It has to be everybody on board, you know. And we are lacking very badly across that team, you know. I think up front we're fine. I think in midfield we're not too bad. We could probably do with another centre midfield player. But and obviously right wing back is pretty poor. But centre back is a massive thing for us in January, and if it doesn't happen, I think we're going to fall down that table very fast.
Is that a non-negotiable for you when it comes to the transfer window, William? Because I'm just going to put you on mute while I speak, while I give the question, because there's feedback, and then I'll unmute you when you can answer. But look, for me, what I was saying, William, is look. What is it a non-negotiable for you that we have to come out of this window with a centre back? But what also do we have to come out of this window that to you is acceptable?
It's non-negotiable with defenders. Definitely, we need central defenders. We can't continue with Sanchez, Dyer, and Davies. It's just not good enough. I still think we could go and get another centre midfielder as well. I really do. Because that would take a lot of the workload off Bentancur and Højbjerg, because it only takes one injury in that centre midfield and we're sort of in trouble, you know. We can probably bring
two players acceptable to you then in this window, William?
Oh, look, acceptable to me would be another 4 players, to be quite honest with you. I think we should hit the highs and go for it, but they won't. They won't do that. They never have and never will. And I accept that.
Is there a risk with bringing in 4 players that you're going to run the risk of the same as the summer, where bringing in a high amount of players in a window comes with its integration problems, comes with a lot of problems with bringing in so many, and that's 4 on top of the 6 we brought in the summer, so that makes it 10. Does that not then, would you say, add to the problems by bringing in 4 rather than 2?
It can do, and yeah, as you said, it you just have to look at Nottingham Forest to look at that. But it does eventually start to work. It just latter stages it starts to work, and it takes time for players. Like we can say, oh, let's bring in Ndika, let's bring in Vardiol, but these players might get to the Premier League and go, holy shit, this is way harder than what I expected, you know what I mean? And it'll take them time to bed in. I personally don't think someone like Vardiol will struggle. I think he's a world-class player. But you're competing with the rest of the world for him now, because he proved himself at the World Cup. And the problem is Tottenham won't stump up the money or the wages for him. So we've already lost out on that.
Yeah, we're effectively going to be priced out of the market on that.
Yeah, of course we are. Yeah.
But William, let me ask you this now. You said, look, you know, Tottenham aren't going to do the business. But do you not think that, regardless of what's gone on before under Levy's tenure, do you not think that we should actually give Paratici and Conte the chance to get this January done, because they proved last season that they can do it and they got it right. So regardless of what's gone on previous January windows on the owners, do you not think Paratici and Conte deserve a chance from the fans to get it done?
Yeah, I do, Davey. But the thing for me is, and you got to remember, like last season, we were very lucky to get top 4. It was handed on a plate to us. Let's be honest, you know. So I don't think Tottenham actually got top 4. I think it was just given to them. And I think that when Tottenham face Arsenal, I think they're going to be facing a different Arsenal, a different beast. And I think that we could struggle in that game very badly if there's not signings made, you know. So I just think that definitely Arsenal are a different team this year. There's a different mindset there. There's a different mentality there.
Do you think they could
something's happened
without
there.
Jesus, though? Do you see them struggling?
He will be a loss to them. There's no doubt about that. But I still think defensively they're a lot better. You know, they've sorted out a lot of things, and they just seem to be playing for each other a little bit better than what we are. You know, we're a bit hit and miss, that Tottenham side. You know, it'll happen in moments, and then you see nothing at all. I'm just concerned, you know, and I just think that a couple of fresh faces coming in January will help that, and give them a bit of, you know, that impetus to move forward.
I agree. I actually agree with you, William, but I think we've got to be realistic with what we're bringing in here. Like, we have to be realistic with, you know, bringing in 4 on top of the 6 we brought in last summer, that there will be integration problems. Then it gives Conte, you know, headaches, where it's kind of like, oh, well, you know, this guy's not up to speed with my tactics yet, or do I play him? Where I actually think bringing in 4 or 5 this window would actually disrupt what's going on. I think it's one where we have to weigh it up, and we have to be fair with this window. We also have to take into account balance, you know, the squad balance. So for me, I think 2, potentially 3 is probably the right number. Any more than that, I think it'll have a negative impact on Tottenham.
Yeah, I think so. It could do, Davey, but it might not either, you know. We just don't know. We'll see what happens. I personally don't think you'll see any more than 1 or 2, to be quite honest with you. Yeah. I don't think the money's there.
I'll be happy with 2, as long as they fix a problem in our squad, a hole in our squad. I'd be happy with 2 for me, because the way I look at the January transfer window, it's all about plugging what you can until the end of the season, until you can, you know, fix it properly, more or less, long term. Yeah. But that's where I'm at with that. Yeah. Jack, any questions for William?
I'm just going to ask if he's spoken to the guru, or if he's spoken to the oracle. Are we getting 4? Is that why you've said 4 so many times? Have you spoken to the guru?
No, I haven't, Jack. No.
Okay, I feel like you're lying to me, William, because you were very specific with 4.
I'm going to leave that alone.
I feel like you had a vision of some kind.
No, there's no vision, Jack. Unless I turn into the oracle myself.
You don't have any visions like Dermot? Dermot said the FA Cup final. No visions like that, no?
No, but I still think we could win a trophy, though. I still think we can. You know, anything's possible. Like you just have to look at the likes of Morocco in the World Cup. You know, anything is possible in life. Yeah. It can happen. It just it's a bounce of a ball. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Yeah, definitely. I've got something to show you, by the way. You remember the things I was making, Davey?
Yeah, bring them up.
And Jack. Yeah,
by the way, everybody out there, this is incredible, and a lot of time and work goes into this. Show me the Irish Hotspur one. Get back on that, baby.
I will do.
Look at that. Dermot John's jealous. That is sweet. That's going to be up behind me soon. That's sweet. Oh, by the way, William, we've got to get one made for Jacko as well, by the way. Jacko.
I will do. I'm actually going to try and make one with the St. George's Cross as well, running through it. And I might have to try to. I haven't sold. I'm not.
I would sell one of those to Daniel Levy for his hotel. The gold one too. The gold one looked like it would be in
background of his
Daniel Levy's
videos.
4 seasons. Daniel Levy probably has some investments in the 4 seasons. You would think he likes, a bit of hospitality. I feel like I could see that inside like a Spurs Ritz-Carlton or something. That gold one, especially, William.
I'm also trying to design ones that glow in the dark.
That'd be awesome.
Daniel
So
Levy
a nice-
loves that. We already have
a
glow in the
nice-
dark shirts.
Yeah, well, that's it, man. So a nice sort of like a blue glow in the dark, and a sort of a gold glow in the dark. Yeah.
That'd be awesome. What would you say, Dan Phillips? He says Daniel Levy will haggle it down to a fiver.
You'd have them down for a fiver. Good luck for that.
Well, look, everybody, we will, once we get the merch store up and running, we will be putting them up there. So if anybody is interested, feel free to reach out to William. Absolutely. Honestly, I love them, William. I think that Irish one I'm in love with.
Beautiful.
Yes, it come out really well. They're all, like, honestly, I could try and recreate them, but it's resin and it don't work like that. So they're one in a kind. You can only get one. You know what I mean? Yep.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
No, they're absolutely unbelievable. Anybody?
I'm actually, like I said to you, Davey, that time. Sorry, Matt. I said when I'm actually going to be coming over in April, the end of April, start of May. So I'll bring the Irish one over for your channel, and I'll meet up with you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to bring all the other ones that I make, and I probably might make a trip over to London and contact the club and see if they're interested in selling them.
Yeah.
Very good.
I would. I think they're absolutely beautiful pieces. I really do. And plus, I'd love to get up, just look at the big cockerel on the wall every day, be inspired. But honestly, William, I do look forward to seeing you when you come over, you madman. And definitely take you out for a few drinks for sure.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
Look, I would be prepared for Dermot to be straight on the blower to you now. Where's mine?
Oh, yeah, I'll make one for Dermot, man. I can't leave him out. You know what I mean?
No, we got to tease him for a little while. You got to tell him he's not getting one.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell him there's no materials left, Davey. There's no materials left.
I love it. But William, anything else you want to touch on, my man, before we let you go?
No, I think that's about it. I'm just excited to have Tottenham games back, to be honest with you. And just want to try get on the channel a little bit more with you guys. Yeah. It's just been hectic over here, so I need a Christmas break.
Maybe we'll try to get you on a podcast or something if we can, William.
Yeah.
Kelly.
Yeah, that'd be good. Definitely.
Good man.
All right, boys. It's good to see the two of you again.
Before you go, it's great to see you with a smile on your face, by the way.
Yeah.
I haven't seen
making my cheeks hurt.
Yeah.
Mrs. must be working wonders, William, huh?
I won't say anything. Nothing sexual, Davey.
You're looking good, William. That's all we want to say. You're looking good.
Yeah.
Looking confident, looking good, my man. And it's good to speak with you and catch up with you, brother.
Yeah,
we
you
absolutely
too,
love having you.
It's an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
I'll give you a ring before Christmas. Christmas.
Yeah, definitely, Matt. All right.
Right, William.
Happy Christmas, boys. See you.
Great seeing you.
Bye.
William. See you soon, brother.
See you, my lad. Oh, William, I love that guy.
My cheeks hurt,
really
Dave.
do,
My cheeks hurt. Honestly, I love talking to William. My cheeks hurt now. I've actually been smiling too much with that. Good man. Good man, William is. And everybody as well. He's been here since the very, very beginning, too. He's very busy all the time, and he's had a new love in his life as well. But he still has found the time to come on and just support us no matter what. Absolutely love you, William. Thanks for coming on, brother. It's been a long time.
I love it. Yeah.
And he's been here. I think he's been here longer than I have. He's been here like since the beginning, basically, William. So love you, my man. Absolutely love you.
What do you think of the pieces he's made, Jack? Oh, they're quite sexy, aren't they? Like that Irish
Dave,
hospital,
I mean, I was not really a joke. Like, I'm not kidding. Like that gold one, I genuinely thought like for Daniel Levy's like lobby of some kind for like, whatever banquet room or like, like bowling alley or whatever. Like it really seems like whatever sort of kind of new hospitality thing Daniel Levy has in store. Like I would buy one of those and put that in the room. I really would, or put that on the door of something. Maybe like, mount it to a door or some kind. Like it really does look fancy. Even like I'll put it that way, William. They look fancy.
No, 100%. And look, Jacko, don't worry. When William's over, I'll make sure you get one too, Jacko. Don't worry about that one, man.
Don't lose mine in the mail, William. Yeah, don't don't do what you're about to do to Dermot.
I love it. What I will say, William, try and time your trip for the AC Milan game. Try and time it, because we'll all be over there. Jack will be over, Nick will be over, everybody will be there, my man. But big up, William. Moondog says we need a centre back and a right wing back topped up the list for me. I think if you want to plug serious holes in the squad, they're the two that have to happen, if I'm being brutally honest, Moondog. Completely agree with you. Good to see you back as well, brother. Hope you are keeping well. And look, if I don't see you between now and Christmas, hopefully you have a good Christmas. Hopefully you enjoy yourself, my man. And big yourself up. Jack, anything you want to say to Moondoggy?
I feel like I think most people agree with you here, Moondog. But as I've said before, in order to get a center back and a right wing back, Paratici going to need to sell some guys too. Like, he's going to have to move on Spence or move on Emerson or Doherty in order to bring in a right wing back. For center backs, he's going to need to move on Sanchez or Tanganga. So it's difficult because we need a center back and a right wing back, like you just said, but we can't just buy them like outright. We need to also ship off some players, and it's a tricky situation. And can the Paratici, can the Don pull off a second masterclass, Moondog? I'd like to think that he can, but I'm with you on the center back. In fact, I'd probably get the center back in as soon as possible, maybe take my time on the right wing back. That's how I would go about it, Moondog. But I'd get the center back in as soon as possible.
For sure. Big up, Moondog. Well, do it. Great to see you, buddy. I hope you're keeping well. He says if you can't sign centre backs everyone's after, we should at least sign players like Edmund Tapsoba and Ruben Le Normand. Consistent and will improve under Conte. Jack, correct me if I'm wrong. I think I've heard you mention Tapsoba before.
Yeah, I like Tapsoba. He played over, or he still plays for Leverkusen, Dave, over at Bayer Leverkusen. He had a really good season under Peter Bosch, who was that former Ajax coach, former like Lyon coach, and just like been all over the place, Peter Bosch. And he's known for kind of playing a very progressive, almost too progressive kind of style of play. And when he was over with Edmund Tapsoba, he basically put Tapsoba on the map, like made him one of the best passing center backs in Europe, Dave, that season. I think Edmund Tapsoba, when you looked at his stats, had like some of the most progressive passes, one of the highest passing percentages, basically was just the best on the ball center back kind of in Europe that season. And it does show that you're buying a very technically gifted center back with Tapsoba, but he's also quite young, quite raw. So there is kind of some elements there that you need to kind of flesh out. But I would say, Dave, when you're talking about ball playing center backs, Robin Le Normand from Real Sociedad, as well as Tapsoba, they fit that bill. They fit the good on the ball. They might have some other elements that they do need to kind of work on. But if, the thing that I know is very big importance to you, Dave, which is players that actually know what they're doing on the ball, won't give it away willy-nilly, won't put people in bad situations. They won't give hospital passes and things like that. Tapsoba and Le Normand are actually very good on the ball. That's what I'd say their strengths are.
Interesting.
So I would actually go Tapsoba. I'd go Tapsoba over Le Normand for me to bottom Duda. That's just because I do kind of lean towards the Bundesliga players just because I know them a bit better, and because I do think sometimes certain elements of the Bundesliga translate to the Premier League well because, they play high lines, very, pacey, very athletic kind of league. And I think sometimes that suits the Premier League more so than La Liga players coming over to the Premier League, if you ask me.
Well, there you are, the bottom do big yourself up, my man. I really appreciate the support. My question to you, though, the bottom do good on the ball. Can they defend? Let me know, brother. Big yourself up, my man. Great to see you. Obviously, I will chat to you, I presume, by some stage before Christmas. So I'm not going to wish you a happy Christmas yet, but big up, my man. Big yourself up.
Appreciate it, brother.
But Jack, speaking to centre backs, we'll take this one. PJ Burning, good to see you. He says, Nico Schlotterbeck from Dortmund, good player worth looking at, Jack. And he's another guy you've been a big fan of.
Yeah, and Schlotterbeck is and PJ, but I would say he just only moved to Dortmund, my man. As you probably know, he just left Freiburg, went over to Dortmund. So I don't know, like it's very unrealistic to get a center back in after they only just moved to a club. So we're probably going to have to wait another season, probably have to wait kind of like the Gavardiol situation where you sort of just wait 2 seasons and then you can probably go after them. But sadly, a bit too late. Zu spät, PJ, zu spät for Schlotterbeck. But I did like him. He's left-sided center back too. Like he was someone that Spurs were taking a look at apparently because he fit that left-sided center back bill. I think we just missed the boat on him, sadly.
Well, big up PJ Berlin. Jeff Ives, look, if we don't see you before Christmas, hopefully we will, because we'll have content out nearly every day this week. But if we don't, you have a good Christmas, sir. Go and enjoy yourself. And look, thanks very much for popping in. But I'm sure we'll see you again before Christmas happens, my man. Big yourself up, Jeff. But I hope you have a good one. Dermotron says, it's the Oracle, the main man from down under. Come on, you boys and great. Dermo, he is the main man. He's going to be the main man now. He's going to be chased all around Ireland with some of them resin-made cockerels, Dermo. Big yourself up, brother. Good to see you.
And don't let him pull a fast one on you, Dermot. Don't let him do it. You better call him out for it, Dermot. Big up, brother.
Big up. We've got public nuisance. I will bring this up for Elias as soon as we get him back on. He wants it brought up. But he says, Arsenal, 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 Arsenal. I mean, look, first of all, thanks for the super chat. Really appreciate it. But if you think you're going to get an Arsenal discussion out of me, think again. Not going to happen. All I will say is Gabriel Jesus is out injured. Hopefully one or two more will be out injured. But look, come back to me at the end of the season. I said it last season and we finished above you. So come back to me at the end of this season. Maybe we'll finish above you again. I'm confident enough it might happen.
And he's a fellow Irishman. Fellow Irishman, I believe public nuisance is. Yeah,
he is.
Good man.
He is. And he's right about Harry Kane, plays for Galway. He's some of his family originate from Galway. Good, strong Irish connections. In fact, when he missed a penalty, the Galway GA team were ringing him up and like, geez, you could put them over the bar like that. You know, we need someone like that in our forward line. So we're any chance, Harry, you know. But big up public nuisance. Where about in Ireland are you from? Also, are you one of the guys I was speaking to going through Dublin Airport, a part of Dublin Arsenal? Maybe not, but let me know, my man. But let me know where in Ireland you're from. Big yourself up, brother. But look, let's get Elias on. He also wants to address this comment. Elias,
yes. Arsenal, Arsenal, they are one of my favorite teams. And I love to talk to the Arsenal fans. So I just wanted to say, actually, it was a good game against UA. You all had your A team and you had the players that nobody actually knows their names about, except I think Locatelli and one more guy. Nobody know about those players. And you all got 2 own goals against them. And you all lost at your home because Arsenal get battered everywhere they go. Arsenal get battered everywhere they go. Everywhere they go.
Love the energy. Love the energy. Elias, let's maybe talk about the scum just quite briefly. They are without Gabriel Jesus for a few months. Are they going to be feeling?
They are doomed.
Are they going to feel the effect of no Jesus like we felt the effect of no Kulusevski?
They are going to definitely feel the effects. I hope that we actually sign some good defenders and a creative attacking midfielder before the Northern Derby. And if that happens, they are doomed. They got nowhere to go. I think definitely they would have no place to even hide their faces even after the NLD, because we are gonna spank them. Really, we are gonna spank them. Not just gonna beat them, but we're gonna spank them really. Because
they use language like that, Elias, they might like it.
Sorry.
So be careful using language like spanking. They might like it.
I don't care. I hope you don't get demonetized, by the way, for that. But we are gonna spank them hard. Spank them hard.
Love it. Israel Uncovered just quickly says, great show as always. Merry Xmas all. My man, big up Amir. Happy Hanukkah. Hopefully you have a good time. And big yourself up, brother. Really appreciate the Christmas wishes.
Hag Shemaya, Amir. Hopefully you're keeping well, dude, and I really appreciate you tuning in as always. And also, I must say, I've been seeing you on Weird Time TV. You're killing it over there. It's good to see you in the UK enjoying yourself, Amir. Hopefully you've been able to catch up with some family, been able to just see some people that you haven't seen in a long time, Amir. Hopefully you're enjoying yourself. Top man.
Big up, Amir. But Elias, what do you want to talk about? I mean, look, we've covered so many topics today. Anything that's maybe triggered you?
Or something that maybe we've missed, or something that I don't know, like we spoke about.
What
Hugo.
are you trying to trigger now? Just kidding. I think definitely there are a lot of things to talk about. And first of all, I'm gonna talk about is that Hugo Romero issue that yes, a lot of people are talking about it, that it was unnecessary. Look, I think when you're playing a game, you have to give it all really, and you have to give your best. Some people are really talking about that. Oh, that was unnecessary. It was not needed. But when you are there, you need to tell the other opponent that yeah, I'm there. I'm supposed to give everything for my country, for my team, and that's the kind of mentality that we should have even in Spurs as well. And Romero has that kind of mentality. I think that time, even when he did that to Lloris, I think Lloris is the kind of player he has played with enough characters in his career, in his team over the years. He would understand. I don't think it's a big issue that, oh, actually they're gonna have issues in dressing room and all that. I personally feel that it's really the feisty character that Romero has, and I applaud him for that. Because you need
You
to
like that
tell.
mentality. Yeah.
I love that. I love that definitely, and he showed that against Mbappe. I mean, he looked way better than Kyle Walker against Mbappe, because in the first half, Mbappe was like real nonsense. I
I
was
thought he
like, what is
disappeared
that
in the
guy
first half. He played left wing. He played striker. They tried to shift him all over the place, like to get him into the game, and he just couldn't get into the game in that first half, which speaks to how good
honestly,
Romero was.
against the popular opinion, I personally feel that Mbappe in that final was a bit overrated. I understand it's such a shame that he got actually three goals and one penalty, and yet I feel that he was much overrated. He was poor. I think if Mbappe would have played slightly better, I think France could have scored a goal or two really
Yeah, they
fast. But
would have won
he
that
was
game actually.
yeah, they may have just won that game. No need for even going to penalties. But he was lucky even with the second goal. I personally feel that he was not good. He was not good. It's such a shame that now his name will be written in the records for the only player to score a hat trick in a World Cup final. But he was underperforming in that entire game. That's such a shame, really.
I like that take from you. I think a lot of people might actually secretly agree with you. I think even Dave at one stage kind of thought the same thing, actually, during that game. I thought the same thing. I thought Mbappe was sort of just taken out of the game, and that just speaks to how good Romero was. But we did kind of speak about earlier, kind of with Moondog. He wanted to bring in a right wing back, Elias. Romero was playing alongside his best friend, Nahuel Molina, who's that guy who we were actually linked with at one stage, but he went over to Atletico. Do you feel like maybe Romero could benefit from a good right wing back, or you kind of maybe with Dave, where like actually the right wing back is maybe a bit of a overhyped position, at the time, not overhyped, but maybe not exactly the priority right now? Where do you stand on the right wing back situation? Like, does Romero need a good right wing back next to him, or is he okay with maybe Emerson,
Okay.
Doherty?
There are two things to talk about it. I think it's the quality in that right wing back spot, and also the replacement that we might get in the right wing back spot. If you talk about the quality in that right wing back spot, I think Jet Spence can give you that quality in the right wing back spot. And if he comes on, I think he would be good enough to give a bit of quality if we are really not signing a right wing back in the January window. But if you want to really replace a right wing back, I personally don't think it's a priority. But if you get someone like Hakimi, or which is more of a wet dream signing, I would say, we were discussing the other day at Jacob's channel. But if you can get a player like that, or I wouldn't mind Porro as well, but the right wing backs are important in that Conte system, and he has emphasized on that fact that wing backs and the crosses that they make is very very important in the kind of football that Conte plays. So
are you annoyed by the fact that Conte only wants 6-foot players at right wing back, or at least that's the rumor right now, right? That he only wants these 6-foot plus guys, and Pedro Porro doesn't fall in that.
Royal even 6 foot?
I think he is 6 foot. He's pretty tall. I think he's 6'1", maybe 6 foot.
So Jet Spence. Okay,
Jet Spence is above 6 feet.
He's
too.
6'1".
He's 6 foot as well. So
yeah,
I don't know really I don't think even if that comment really makes a difference, because we have seen players who really play well. They are not very tall. They can make good runs. They can be very physical. So I don't think so. Conte wants players who are 6 feet above. I don't know really.
You don't think he's like, because that's what's weird is that some people are saying, and I don't know which one is true. Some people are saying he's really steadfast on that, but maybe that's not. Maybe it's just a coincidence that we've only bought
Premier League, it is important. Premier League, it is important. You got to have the majority of your team big, strong, physical guys, especially in the spine of your team. But you can fill in certain areas. Like we've got majority of our squad 6 foot plus. There is room for Pedro Porro to be able to come in there. And look, the reason why I say it's important, you look at Arsenal back when they were out challenging for the Premier League, this, that, and the other. Big, strong, physical.
They did have a tall team. They had a tall team.
Then Wenger changed it, started bringing in these little, nimble, technical players. What happened to Arsenal? Completely fell off. So having these big, physical, strong guys is important.
It's a fine balance. It really is, because you can't have too many. You can't have too many small technical players. In fact, I sort of think that certain teams do get. In fact, even an Arsenal can be taken advantage of for sometimes having too. I think right now they actually have too many small technical players. And if a team maybe exposed that a bit more, they actually could have some of their weaknesses shown. Whereas like a team like Spurs, Elias, we're kind of a bit of that. I don't know. We're a team that everybody probably kind of hates to a degree, because we're all built like these plus kind of scary guys who like the physical challenges. We don't shy away from the battles, right? We're a bit of that kind of dogged kind of team, right?
Looking at it, and since last year, we have really improved on the average height of our squad. If I'm not mistaken, our squad has the best average height in the Premier League at the moment.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
At the beginning of last season, it used to be Chelsea, but now it's us. It used
to
be
we
Chelsea.
were miles off it, but we've made a conscious effort of signing guys that are 6 foot plus. Because look what's happened the last few years. We've been out muscled, out bullied, out fought.
Yep, and I think that's really a good thing. But you can't just look at the height factor in that, because you have one side, you got Brian Hill up there like him, who is very tall, but he's not very physical. So you need to bulk up a bit as well, have some muscles. Really, I think Romero is the perfect example. Who is not too bulked up yet. He's tall and he's physical. Ben Tanker is a good example. Sorry,
I said Romero's a savage, though. He's an absolute savage.
What did you make of him screaming in Mbappe's face? Like, did you enjoy that as well?
I loved it.
Yeah. Especially Harry Kane, I bet, liked that too, right?
Yeah, I think Mbappe survived. He doesn't have long hair like Cucurella. Otherwise, we could have seen perfect.
Very funny.
Very perfect replica of what happened at the bridge. It was.
He wished he had Cucurella's hair. Probably so. Probably so. What do you make of what Kulusevski is gonna bring to us next season? Because basically we haven't, or this second half of the season, because we haven't really played much with him, or he's kind of played in little spurts. I even actually saw Elias. He's like 6 goal contributions still for how little he's played this season. He still has like 1 goal and 5 assists, or like something like that, which is kind of insane to think about how little he's actually played. So do you feel like Kulusevski? I know we as Spurs fans know how good he is, but do you think like maybe he might take the Premier League a light? Because I feel like he's so hungry to come back into it. And we've seen some interviews of him. He's like dying to play again. I feel like he could take the Premier League a storm and maybe be our best player for like the first few weeks. I could see that happening.
I could see that happening as well. I think he really makes a big difference when he is on. And we saw that in the Liverpool game. He didn't play like 5 or 6 games before that. 4 or 5 games, I think. And the moment he came on, he made an instant impact in like within 2 minutes or 2-3 minutes. Really, that was
tore apart Leeds in that last game.
Yeah, and I personally felt that if Conte would have brought Kulusevski a bit earlier in the game, we could have won that, or even it could have been a draw.
Yeah, and a lot of people thought the reason in the North London derby, right? A lot of people thought like had maybe Kulusevski been more fit, had Kulusevski been more available to us in that North London derby, we would have won that game as well.
We would have won that game, definitely.
I think, so is that, I'm basically asking you this, is basically Kulusevski going to be sort of Spurs' best player, do you think, for like the next half of the season? Could you make that claim? I think I might go and just put my neck out there. I think he might end up being our player of the season for the next half.
I would make that claim as well. I completely agree with you, because currently looking at the way the squad is, you have Bentancur who is injured, Richarlison is injured, and I think Kulusevski
Kane and Son are tired, and
Kane and Son are tired. They are mentally tired as well. and physically tired as well. And I think Kulusevski, just the fact that he didn't play and he had a good time in the friendly. He had good time, I think, interacting with Conte, learning from him a few training sessions. And when you have that kind of time with the manager, when all the other players are away, you kind of have that opportunity to have good talks with the manager. You have kind of like the attention. You're like the best player at the moment that the manager has to really focus on. You can really improve in certain ways, because I mean, I remember back in my days when I used to play badminton. I have had these kind of moments like in summer when all the other players are out on tournament and I was a junior, so I would have that sort of time with the coach, and you can actually learn a thing or two. So I personally think that that Kulusevski would have really benefited a lot from that time, and I could see that actually in the friendly. He was fit, he was running, he was even playing at certain times as a creative player, making opportunities for Harvey White and even Brian Hill. And he was, I think, involved in 4 out of those 3 out of
He
those.
almost created all of them.
He settled 2.
Yeah, he basically created all of them.
Yeah,
and it was good to see. And I personally feel that Kulusevski is gonna be firing really. If I must say one more thing about him is that he should really be the kind of player who should look at the likes of De Bruyne and players like him and say that I'm actually gonna challenge you this year for the Playmaker Award. Really.
Wow, because he already has 5 assists. You're totally right. Like, that's what I thought was crazy. Like, the fact that he had 5 assists. Like, I was kind of wiping my eyes. I was like, is that like carried on from last season? I was just like, how has he played this little? And he has 6 goal contributions. And to put it in context, that's 1 fewer goal contribution than Martinelli.
Yep, exactly.
That's ridiculous when you think.
And I think
dude has barely played.
De Bruyne has about 9 or 10.
I don't know what De Bruyne has, but it just makes you think. Like, I love that shout, actually, Elias. Like, he could challenge De Bruyne for that creativity boot or whatever it's called. Yeah, the playmaker.
I think it's called Playmaker Award, the one that Kane won 2 seasons ago. And I think he should look at those kind of awards at least. I mean, I don't want to hype up too much at the individual awards just for the sake of hyping it up. But when you have that kind of target ahead of you, you have that kind of motivation that I want to win it. You automatically give that best. I mean, we looked at Sonny, the way he played the entire last season or the end of last season. I think the last few games of the season, we were really firing up. He was really motivated towards that, and I love the fact that actually that happened. So I'm all for
Me too. Yeah. Me too.
For sure. Well, look, we're going to call it an evening there. It's been an absolute epic one. 4.5 hours, 25-1 my time AM. It's time for me to hit the sack as well. But look, I want to say a massive thank you to all the guests today who have come on. Really, really enjoyed the conversations. It's great to see everyone back. Someone mentioned that earlier, we're all like kids, just back into school, first day of the new term. Really, absolutely enjoyed the fan show, and we will be back tomorrow with more content for you guys. Yeah. So stay tuned. Jack, anything else you want to say before we end off?
No, look out for the podcast, everybody. Please do check it out with Shawnee. It's a really good one. Really, really good discussion. We even went over an hour, which we normally don't. That's how good of a discussion it was. I would also say, please hit that like button on your way out if you have enjoyed this, and also stay tuned with us because we're kind of back. We're getting back into the groove of things, the regular schedule. So it is. And we hope that you kind of stick with us, now that we're back to the regular schedule.
Elias, anything you want to say before we end off?
Yeah, Frank Lass, I don't know who you are referring to. Are you referring to me? If you are, then no, I don't think Mia loves me.
They do. They love each other secretly. But look, we are going to end off.
Like Tom and Jerry, and Mia is the Tom, I'm the Jerry.
But look, we are going to end off there, everybody. Make sure you check out the podcast coming to you bright and early tomorrow. We'll also be back tomorrow evening with something as well. So look, everybody, go and enjoy yourselves, and we'll see you back here tomorrow. Come on, you Spurs.
In Conte we trust.
In Partici we trust.
Nice. Love that.